try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this tea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Recharged, all in for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, at least he's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah.
Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, at the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wounds. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on the lane, walking down this road. I'm here late, getting the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the proudest wounds. Get it.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the call? The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Light.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. Fun
Wait, is he switching lanes?
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. As we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Green flag G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Koreans just know how to blow G2 apart. He runs in there with just one. Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Welcome back, everybody, to the spring split of the LEC 2026 as we are here in our wonderful studio. And we all survived yesterday because what was that? 9 games, a lot of action. We've had some 54-minute games in there. We had some comebacks in there, a Baron sneak.
An XPK?
Not
Did we
really.
count it? Is it an XPK?
No. As a someone who's very aware of the topic and read on the topic, expect it. No, I don't think it qualifies.
You can see the NA in him.
Expect
He got
it
excited.
adjacent.
Sure,
close.
expect it adjacent. But like yesterday was super exciting. You know, it was exhausting and everything. 9 games, but we did get to see a lot of bangers. Navi and Koi, we had some great comebacks. We had KC versus Vitality, which is shaping up to be such a nice, you know, French rivalry because it's always entertaining. Maybe the level is not the highest, but man, is it bloody.
GX was great as well. They came into the season playing Fnatic, and they did very well.
So I purposefully forgot about that, and I left it out because I did not want to think about that one at all. But yeah, GX, the first time ever in the org's history where they managed to beat Fnatic, so it was a great start to the season for them as well.
And it wasn't the Noah carry show, which is what I typically think of when it comes to GX. So they're showing us a different style. But then this one, Navi, talking about first time getting wins. I mean, first time taking down MKOI, big moment for them.
Even Rilech said, because he was looking and he was thinking about this game for a whole month in the break. You know, he was like, I need to beat MKOI. I'm only thinking about how to beat MKOI, and they actually did it because it's a revenge, because that's where they lost in playoffs last time.
And they lost pretty handily, right?
Yeah.
And then in this case, they win that first game. You think, surely it's not going to last. Surely MKOI is just going to win the next 2, and they did the next one. And then, yeah, they came back. It has to be said, MKOI didn't close the door when they had the chance in Game 3. And Navi just, parlays it into a wonderful victory, which I think is huge for the org and huge for the start of the team.
Yeah, and I got to call out Vedius. He's probably watching from home right now. That was the most legendary caster curse
that was such a sad
I have ever been part of. I looked that man in the eye live on broadcast, and he was so certain that they were going to lose. And then Navi pull off the miracle. That was crazy.
Yeah, Rilech also a person to watch for sure. What he said before, when you were not playing, I was just watching all of you for 6 months, watching what they were doing, getting better, crafting my plans. And now he's here.
He leveled up. I mean, he kind of brought a bit of the same, but we did see Navi level up a little bit with more, consistency in the laning phases all around.
But it is a surprise to see MKOI at that 0-1. They are one of like the top teams in EU consistently, and I definitely had them favored going into that match.
I'm not worried about them.
But you can see that you're new here because they always do this when regular season. no matter how it starts, we've seen sleeper week ones from them, we've seen banger week ones from them. But the thing is, they take a little bit to ramp up because they're rather inconsistent. But come playoffs, I'm not.
From all these 0-1 teams, actually, the only one I'm worried about is Fnatic, quite literally. Because for Team Vitality, I think they're great. I think they're great. They just need to figure out what to do in some of these drafts. Movistar Koi, as you said, always bounce back. Fnatic, though, once it starts going down.
Don't look at me for that. I'm way too biased. I'm always going to believe in them. They're my favorite. I love them.
I know. Yeah? I know.
I love Fnatic.
We all are Fnatic, don't we? Now, Kangas, because I can sense that you're feeling a bit far away from home, we brought a tradition from the LCS here.
Ooh,
and
okay.
it is
Let's see.
That or this.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's
okay.
pasta.
Yeah. Legally distinct from this or that.
Exactly.
I like it.
Here's our first one. That or this.
That or this.
Kobe
or
Vedius.
Okay, man, I'm catching with Vedius on Monday, but I can't not go Kobe. He's my LCS brother. That's an easy choice.
I hope Vedius is watching.
Vedius is probably watching. Oh
you know what? If Vedius wants to bring it up on Monday, we'll have the conversation then. But
unbelievable.
I'm committed.
He can make your life hell for the next 2 weeks.
He could. Absolutely, he could. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is a hostage situation here, by the way.
Second one, that or this? Busio's biceps or Kangas' biceps?
How about we get an updated one? I don't know. Let's let the chat at home decide
we got a
who wins that one. I mean, no shade on Busio, but I feel like we all know who the NA biceps really belong to.
Wait, let me ask.
I heard a Kangas from the audience right there.
Which biceps are the bestest?
No,
Busio, one for Busio.
I agree with him.
Kangas.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Nobody else.
Nobody else. So when
it's a tie. It's a tie.
If you check it out. Check this out. Strategically, they cropped the forearm. The forearm
but it's biceps.
Is where
It doesn't say arms.
Okay,
that
is fair. That is fair. But you have to factor in the forearm.
Hey, I mean, you need to admire his commitment to just biceps day, because you might be right.
I'm just gonna say, y'all can just be happy.
Oh, are we getting the gun show?
That I'm not in this coordination.
Yeah.
But I can't show it on TV because I don't have a license actually for those.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, buddy.
You have to raise the age filter on Twitch.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Okay, more. This or that.
Okay.
That or this. Sorry.
That or this.
Not trying to get sued. TL versus G2 speedrun at the final, MSI 2019.
Now, while both of these legendary moments, I think we can all agree that the way funnier one is Mad versus T1. It's way funnier.
I'm EU resident, and every year I do this tradition where I just go back and I watch that game, the 1647 game.
That's the game you watch?
Yes, because you know what's the messed up part?
What?
You watch it, and you know it's coming.
They're ahead.
You know it's coming, and you still can't believe it's happening as you're watching it. It's like, no way the game is over in 1 minute. No way the game is over in 30 seconds. And then you're like, no way it ends in the next 10 seconds, and then it's just over, and you're just sitting there, and you're like depressed.
I get it. The memes, you chose the memes. I love it. It'll never die.
And I've already blocked the one on the left out of my memory.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll remind you.
It was before you joined the LCS.
It was, yeah. I wasn't even part of the show.
You didn't even see the game.
It's all good. What's the next one?
Since I've joined, LCS has never lost to LEC in a finals.
Okay, buddy.
Ooh, inspired or skewed?
Okay, I think this might be a controversial take, even for an EU audience. We all like Inspired, right? I mean, he is an EU player. He's the GOAT of the Western junglers.
Sure.
Skewmon had one good tournament. Are we really going to say Skewmon is in the conversation with Inspired after one first-hand tournament?
Let me just almost beat Genji. 3-0 Genji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, Skewmon is building the resume. That's the first bulletin point. Inspired, the player of all of the LTA last year when we combined the North and the South together. He's consistently won. He's won in EU.
Yeah, because it's dead region.
You know what? He's run the region. Just celebrate Inspired. That's another reason
I played with him. That's why I don't celebrate him. Because I went through the pain, and I love him, and he's great, but I'm choosing Skewmon any day of the week.
The thing is, I think Inspired is the Western GOAT jungler.
Agreed.
I do think so right now. But he's on the rise, and he left us. So, points deducted. Also, did Keria ask for a jersey with Inspired's name?
Come on, answer that one.
I don't believe he did.
Yeah, well.
But do we know he didn't? Because just because we have an interview as saying, knowing he did for Skewmon, maybe they cut that out
next.
of the interview. Maybe he wanted multiple.
Maybe, who knows? And next is
That it is.
Grillmaster Braum or
it's
Santa Braum.
Santa Braum. Easy Santa Braum.
Really?
Yep.
I mean, he has a poro. The poro is very cute.
Yo, he's so buff.
I also cosplayed as him. I've not cosplayed as Grillmaster Braum yet.
You've cosplayed as Santa Braum?
Yes.
Is there a photo of this?
There's footage. I was on the
can we get
LCS.
it for the next post game or something?
Probably.
Okay,
We could probably get it,
Just
yeah.
asking for a friend.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now, let's continue with the actual League of Legends. That was a really fun game of that or this. And we're going to talk about the first match of the day. It's SK Gaming versus Team Heretics. Now, let's start with Team Heretics, a team that swore up and down that they were not going to make a roster change, that this was a long-term project. What did they do?
Well, they changed.
They changed the roster.
Yeah, they did change the roster. Stand went on the bench. I think he got transferred as well. Wei came in because I was personally surprised with this move because you saw at the end of the regular season they had this massive upswing. You know, they went from 2-5, racking up wins, 4 wins in a row against even the top teams, right? I think they beat
KC.
They beat KC.
Koi.
They beat MKOI. So they're pretty much beat the top 4 teams, but it just, when it came to playoffs, something was missing. Because when I was thinking of Team Heretics, I was always thinking of Ice and Pentakills, and it felt like they needed just a little bit more than that.
And now they got backup in the bot lane. Wei has come onto the roster. He's coming in from KT Challengers, and it was also playing in the TCL a little bit before that, right after that, now coming in here to play for us in LEC. But what he was known for at KT Challengers was a strong laning phase. We're going to see some of the TCL gameplay, I believe, but also just the reputation he had of leveling up the firepower in the bot lane means that Ice now not only can carry in the late game, but he will have a strong support to win the 2v2 as well.
Exactly, and that's what I'm looking at when I'm thinking of Team Heretics. I think they need just a little bit more firepower because when we think of Team Heretics, we think of Sheo, right?
Yeah.
It always felt like come mid-game, he would always find the leads. He would always, like, you know, spearhead the offensive so that they get some leads somewhere. But it felt like just overall in the laning phase, you know, top, mid, and bot lane, there wasn't really anyone who'd be able to generate massive leads. So now, with Wei coming in and providing just a little bit more firepower in the bot lane in terms of that laning phase, I am hopeful that this will level up.
Now, I like it actually for Team Heretics. I think Heretics was a team that, because of everything that happened in Versus, right, and the kind of attention that went to Los Ratones as an example, etc., they flew under the radar as a team that did a lot of damage at the tail end of that season, but was missing something. So, although I don't, you know, approve like, oh, we're not going to change the roster and then we're just going to kick someone, I think this might be a good change.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet story because you kind of want to see what the roster could look like if it keeps developing, but if the team wants wins right now, and they're basically tripling down on Ice, like he's the guy that's going to get his wins, let's give him a stronger laning phase now too, and help him get out of lane with a even bigger lead.
Yeah, in 20 seconds I need to go to my interview with Mickey. What are we saying about SK Gaming?
SK Gaming, premier hate watch project. Everyone who ever watches SK just wants to see hate watch. They want to see leader crumble and fall. They love Mickey X. Wander is, you know, stellar top-notch performance. I'm expecting him to still carry. And Lider, every time you think about Lider in Spring, he always does well. He got second with the Astralis in regular season. Now, technically, it's Spring because Winter Split didn't really exist. It was called LEC Versus. So let's see what Mickey has to say.
Okay, indeed. Let's see what Mickey has to say. I'm right over there. I'm here with Mickey X, as SK is about to take on Team Heretics. So, how was the preparation? How was the pre-season, or the inter-season, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, we was kind of just boot camping in Cologne, preparing since, like, I don't know, I guess 3 weeks we've been there now. Just playing some scrims, like trying to fix a lot of the problems we had in winter. And yeah, I think we're on a decent path to get there.
Yeah, you're in Cologne, of course. Did I hear that right, that you took the bus down today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, at least. Is that, how does that work? Because it seems kind of just a little annoying that you have to be on a bus for 6 hours and then sleep here and then come to the studio. How are you dealing with that?
I mean, I personally don't mind because it's just like, it's 6 hours where you can't really play solo queue, but that's like the only limitation, I guess. You can still watch VODs, or you can do draft talks, you can do whatever. And yeah, you just spend time with the team. So, so far, not too bad. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, of course, you can do the review. You can make it into fun time, let's say, or, well, educational time.
Yeah.
So when you talked about things that you wanted to work on, a lot of people had question marks for SK coming into best ofs. Now, it's only best ofs, best of 3s and best of 5s. So can you tell me a little bit about what are the things that you tackled in that department?
I mean, yeah, we talked a lot about drafts and how we were doing them in winter and adapt that a bit. But I think the main I guess, priority or objective was for us to get better at knowing how to play fights. I think a lot of times in winter we were getting some decent leads, but we managed to always like throw it or like misplay fights because people didn't really know what their job should be or how to play it properly. So we kind of just in scrims focus more on taking fights and then talking about them, and I guess get more repetitions through that, and then see other teams how they do it as well. And yeah, I think we got better at it at least.
That's awesome. I saw in the teaser that you also talked about your memories with G2, but that you really want to prove that you can do it without caps, etc. It does feel like kind of a mountain to climb, right? Because of the project being so newly formed. So how do you deal with the balance between this is the guy I know I can be, and these are the issues we have to fix right now?
I mean, yeah, we kind of just have to take it one step at a time and keep improving and not lose hope, I guess, because winter didn't go as anyone of us expected at least.
Nope.
So we just have to keep working on it, and eventually I think we can get there, because individually I think we're all quite good players, so shouldn't be impossible at least.
Is nepotism still winning?
For now, no, but
no.
It might.
Yeah, but nostalgia maxing, that does work.
That does work.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mickey.
Thank you.
And good luck. It is now time for Mickey to be sent to his team. SK Gaming is up versus Team Heretics in our first match of the day.
Great interview. I need to find out the difference between nostalgia maxing and nepotism, but at least that's a question that can remain for later as SK and Team Heretics debut on Summoner's Rift here in the LEC 2026 Spring after what was a disappointing end for both teams. Heretics making it to playoffs, losing to GX in the lower bracket. SK not even making it to playoffs, being one of our bottom tier teams in LEC first.
But one of the few wins that they did manage to pick up was against Heretics, beating both KC Blue and Heretics to pick up their 2 wins of the split. So for SK, hoping for a repeat of the best of ones, but I think also for a lot of people that were looking at this SK roster and nostalgia maxing, we're hoping for a lot more, you know? So I think people kind of holding out that maybe the best of ones were just a bit of a flashpoint, and that instead they can see SK with a bit more practice time really come back in and shine a light on what is hopefully a good time for them.
And hopefully again show us that, in best of threes, their dynamics can shine a little bit as well. Maybe some of these champion pools can open up and give us more light into SK. Especially when there has been criticism on champion pools like Leader, right? He's been banned out in the past, and things like some of those melee carries get taken out. People ask, well, is he really as good at some of the control mages? Question to be answered though. Team Heretics on the other side, Dagda, the only change in the LEC 2026 Spring has been that bottom lane. Stender's out, and Wei has debuted here in the LEC after being on KT Challengers for a bit, and then Misa, of course, and topping the league and winning the championship before coming over here.
Yeah, and I think, like, I do feel bad for Stend, because, like, I think Stend was 100% not the issue on Heretics. And I think, when I look at Heretics, it was just the fact of lacking really an identity. It kind of felt like, look, if Shale can get ahead or Ice can kind of win out in the 2v2, maybe you have a chance. But it didn't fill me with a huge amount of expectations that this is a team that can do incredibly well or top the table. And I don't think bringing in Wei is really going to change that. I am excited, though, to see Wei as a player.
But you're right.
He was, like, a mechanically very strong player, and, like, I think he showed a lot of what he was capable of on KT Challengers, and, like, was one of the high prospects. So I'm excited to have him in our league. I just don't know if it really is going to be a case of, you know, he's going to suddenly fix Heretics.
But it's not, to echo your point, it really wasn't about that support position. In fact, I think Stend had some beautiful games towards the end of the split, especially on that Thresh. As we get into pick and ban now, enough yapping away. We'll tell you what's going on as that Vibe priority debuts here for Team Heretics with the first pick on blue side. SK have got Ezreal, Xin Zhao. Seems pretty straightforward so far.
I'm surprised by the lack of Ashe Seraphine or Karma priority, because we saw a lot of that coming through. Even like the Vi, sure, still very high priority, but I thought we'd see much more of a focus towards that in the bottom side. But there's that Karma alongside the Sivir, which should give a lot of pushing power in this bottom side to Ice and Wei.
And I think when you're developing a bottom lane, seeing them on something like Sivir Karma is like, okay, let's just chill out, put Ice on something he's comfortable with, and an Enchanter for the carry of the team who got the double penta last split. no better way to start for Team Heretics.
It does mean you're heavy reliant, though, on Saren or Trayson trying to take more dive opportunities to try and set up for this composition. Because I think if you're in a position where, as Vi, you're the sole engage, I don't think that's the best of times here, especially into things like, you know, the Ezreal, now with a Nami in the backline as well. There's just a lot of ways to create space on SK, which can be tough for a follow-up on Heretics.
Ezreal Nami's interesting. Normally we do see a roaming support, something like the Bard, the Rakan that can link up with jungle. But Nami is a lot more confined to the lane. So it will be interesting to see how Mickey X can kind of unlock and start looking towards those skirmishes as we get to the second phase. Renekton first to be off the board, which has been rising in priority. Now's also taken off as well.
I mean, I think this, to me, says that Wunder wants to try and go for Mbessa. And I think Wunder was the shining light on SK a lot last year. And I'm not surprised to see them kind of put priority towards him again as you start to move into this next phase. But his Mbessa was good. His Kennen had a fantastic game in the last bit as well. So giving him more carry opportunities is not what I expected to be seeing coming into spring, but the man's earned it.
He really has. One of the shining lights of SK. And in this game, getting rid of the Gwen as well means that there is a possibility that we will see him on tank duty, but I do like the call out for something like the Ambessa when you do already have a bit of setup through support, through jungle as well. Final ban for Team Heretics. Galio is gone. Maybe it means they think that Team Heretics might be picking Rumble top. There is a chance there. Or something a bit more control magey through mid. As the Anivia thought process is going through SK.
I think if you are going to go for like the Mbessa, I think that does synergize well with a Galio and gives you like a damage threat in the top lane so you can play less damage orientated in the mid lane. Let's see exactly what the game plan is. As just waiting on the last hover to come through. Actually going to be the Sion, it looks like. So not going for that kind of DPS threat for Wunder.
No, but it does make sense with the Gwen ban, I guess. Okay, no, you're right all along. And Mbessa gets locked in. Now the biggest thing is, does Trayson play Volibear? Because it is such a good matchup into it. And, you know, it's obviously Balz who made that very, very popular, but it is one of the best matchups for a champion that early on can't really rotate out of his combo. I think it might just be the safer option, especially for competitive play. Cassante still holds a firm majority over tanks in the top lane, as also with a Sivir. When you already have engaged tools, it does seem like this is super easy to lock in.
Yeah, I'm curious what Saren wants to round this out with, though. Because, again, like, this Vi is kind of on her own when it comes towards diving in. Because this seems to me, with Heretics, a much more kind of front-to-back style, with at least the Vi being able to start off the fights. But I am curious how they want to try and finish things out here.
Surely not. I mean,
Yeah.
we've already got
Roar
Vi
makes
in the
sense,
jungle. Because you know the funny thing is as well, Vi also is an option into Ambessa early. In the top lane was also something that Baus has done in the past. Aurora gets locked in. Okay, so this seems pretty stock standard for Team Heretics. Give himself plenty of options in a composition that has decent scaling as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you still got options to answer into. Talia going to do fine. You just kind of try and keep at range. And when she goes for the hop as Aurora, try and see if you can land the stun.
Yep.
But overall, like, solid front to back, some decent team fighting. Like, SK are just looking to find some that slots into that. The Cassiopeia, I mean, not terrible against what Heretics have. It's relatively short range, so you can kind of use the Miasma to great effect. But I'm not entirely certain how that matchup goes in the mid lane, to be honest.
Never mind, but it won't matter because regardless, I feel like Felida is going to have a lot of onus on him. Going to shut down what Sarah can do here with such a strong mid-jungle duo. Debut game for Team Heretics and SK. And it rounds out quite nicely. I think a lot of our focus coming into today was about, you know, highlighting what Wunder did last split, how well he looked in this squad that really failed to deliver. And Shox was talking to Mickey before, and Mickey always seems nonchalant. It's so hard to get like a devastating or a contrasting answer out of him. But it does seem like, you know, he realizes like, yeah, well, it didn't go so great. We individually expected to do better.
I've played Magic with him a little bit.
Yeah.
He can be a sarcastic prick when he wants to.
He can.
Okay?
He can. I played with him as well. And I'm just like, you know, you got to draw it out of Mickey. But he does, on the surface, always seem calm. And I think it's important because that split was pretty atrocious. But they have great talents. SK are dealing with Lita, who's been in the LEC before. Schemes as well, who's a name that's been around. Wunder, absolute legend. Yoppa, growing legend. And Mickey XD, like this guy, has done so many great things with his counterpart in the top lane that he is a household name in the LEC. Let's see if they can do something better here against Team Heretics. Let's see if they can reinvigorate what was Versus and get off to a big kick. in this best of 3 to start your second day of spring.
Yeah, and I do think for Mickey as well, a lot of people are hoping to see more out of him. As we came out of Versus, he was a disappointment. Like, I'm going to just say it as it is. He didn't look great in the roams, wasn't able to find the success that we expected, and wasn't controlling the pace of the game like we'd expected from coming off of. I mean, G2, but obviously like XL when he was on there as well.
Yeah. Sorry, someone said Mickey on Nami doesn't feel right.
I mean, they're not wrong.
It's definitely not wrong. I mean, even though Mickey can be a bit of an inter on Nautilus, like things like that, he's had exceptional games on that. So either love him at his worst or you hate him at his best. I don't know if that's the phrase, Dagner, is Team Heretics use that karma to try to get ahead, but SK just hit every skill shot on Wei as he debuts into the LEC. A quick reminder here as we're watching this 2v2 play out. I mean, Wei, this guy, I said in the Turkish league, just won the domestic championship around that around that winter period. Coming off the back of KT challenges, Wei has just been a one-man org for the majority of his career.
Yeah, I mean, playing for KT filled in a little bit for Peter as well when they were playing in LCK. And I think it's kind of like, this was also the team that went on then to play in the World Finals. So it was certainly the fact that he was getting game time says a lot about how strong this player was, and a huge amount of that was a focus on how good is his laning, like being able to get these effective control over the bottom lane, and you're seeing it at the moment as well, kind of trading his HP in the bottom lane to guarantee that he can hold that second or that last push, get those trades, get the push for his team. We'll have to see if he can take it over against Yoppen.
Because, you know, TCL is a big deal, but coming to the LEC is a new ball game as well, especially in best of 3s versus where you only get to versus these teams and set out your statement ones, pausing because Wonder could be in a bit of trouble, tracing with a flip back, it does work out, Grass comes as well, and Topher strikes close in, jump in, tracing, double baits it, looking for that Grass. Again, running out of mana, but Wonder is one hit away from being in the death
35 mana, no it's not, it's less, but very low mana on the Qs.
I think it's 20.
I don't think he has enough to continue stacking that and still go for the play, but either way, Usarin getting some great trades against Leader.
Yeah, both solo lanes going great for Team Heretics.
But this is what, like, in my head, I thought the matchup could look like, where you have quite long range with the Aurora, and for Leader, you kind of want to be able to lock someone down Miasma and get value from that. But I think you still got enough like slows and stuff to create the space as the Aurora. So I didn't think it could be the best matchup, but I'm not going to say I've seen this matchup a huge amount.
Yeah. I do feel like you dodge Noxious Blast, it's the same in any matchup. And then for the Cassio, less potency, less healing, less dueling. And that Conqueror obviously not going to get as much uptime as well. Top lane renews with the teleport coming out of Wonder as Skeens is looking for an angle. Maybe just a backing angle as well. The Fey Lights are in effect, so I believe some pings were dropped down as he's walking past. For the meantime, it won't be a cheeky invade. And I also see that Sheo is the top side of the map right now. Looking to see what he can do with his
Nice job by Ice and Wei there, though. Yappa was trying to play safe so Mickey could get the reset, would have been so low on mana, but had to stop his reset to help out Yappa, thanks to Wei landing that W. So it means that now Mickey's going to be late on the reset, and does open up a bit of a timing window for Wei to play around the map.
Get that move on, maybe towards top lane. Wonder once again is getting low. He burned a teleport, Tracing did as well, but double cloth armor is coming into effect with a longsword diverse. And as soon as Tracing gets level 6, I mean, there's going to be a lot of danger here as once again, cancels there. It's good Q back from Wonder as he gets out of harm's way just in time, but Tracing with a small CS lead here already in the matchup.
Yeah, I believe Wei was spotted on that ward that's just on Raptors because there's a ping going down towards him, but obviously spotted now in mid. Not going to be too much. I think it's just to help push this wave in and give Sarah an opportunity to continue pushing and poking, honestly, at Leader, which has gone relatively well so far.
We're coming back to top lane for a reason, though. Like, okay, yeah, there's Wei, but let's look towards top. Who's closest to 6 Dagda? They're both a minion or 2 off, hey?
Yeah, I mean, Wonder's lane is, our wave is there, so we should be able to hit it first, but I don't think you want to dive a Kazante under the tower.
That is very true. Not unless the wave was a little bit pulled out and you could just drop the ulti, but Tracing now hits it as well. Remember, again, all he has to do is all out because he gets a new mana bar. Not the greatest. There it is, ready? New mana bar, doesn't matter. Public execution, buffered, flashed, and flash for Wonder. He spins out, there we go, for flash. Ulti for ulti. Now both down.
But still, I mean, you get to freeze this wave here as Trayson. Well, actually going to push it in a little bit, but you have a pretty sizable advantage now on the top side. You burnt the flash, Wunder has to try and walk back here, you can crash the wave and then reset. And you can look at that CS lead that's opening up just a smidge there. So good job by Trayson controlling the matchup so far.
Coming back as well, triple longsword here for the Ambassador, but a couple of minions denied. Trayson might have his Tarbies and then a build up towards the Iceborne Gauntlet. Instead, going for the build into the Thornmail. Ruby Crystal and Cloth Armor, still decent amount of armor as Team Heretics want to get involved more in the top side of the map. Leader's going to move up. He's got a Petrify engage. Sheo just going to battle a little bit here, but Skins, of course, going to win the power of Xin Zhao. One of the best duelists in the game in the early jungle as Leader just heals up, and SK are going to handily take this first scuttle on top.
Yeah. So Skins in a decent spot now. I think just denying Sheo that opportunity to try and play towards that top side is huge at the moment, especially as that level 6 hits. Because when Ambessa has no ult and no flash, she's very vulnerable to some of these ganks. So at least delaying that a smidge. And I imagine we're going to see Skins kind of move up towards this top side of the map just to keep Wunder safe as this wave starts to push out.
So Dag, so far, you having a nice time?
Yeah, I'm chilling. Yeah.
Good.
We got our honey hot water.
Oh, I needed that because yesterday was cooked. Yesterday was crazy. And I was kind of half expecting this to be bloody as well. Trayson close. Wunder's getting absolutely bruised in this matchup. I don't think I've seen Ambessa versus Cassante go this well for an Ambessa yet. And to be fair, you know, I was talking a lot with the analysts last split, and there were a lot of good words for Trayson where I was like, yeah, team environments are, you know, a little bit difficult. It feels very developmental, you know, playing towards ice. You got Seren in and like all these moving marks. But Trayson was underrated, not only because of all the top laners we had in the league, but also because I feel like his role wasn't always certain, right? You know what I'm trying to say without yapping out as Leader gets hit?
Yeah, I agree. I think like Trayson had some decent moments where he's able to hold his own, but I think it's when guys like Nako are really starting to show up and that becomes the conversation, get a bit lost. But Mickey caught here.
Let's see though, there's the ulti burned out. Seren doesn't really hit anything with it. Mickey's a new target, cease and desist. Flash over the wall, still dead with the pullback from Seren. Nice first blood, and Team Heretics to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, great collapse from Heretics. And good setup. Way working already pretty well with Sheo to make these picks happen. And this is kind of what we're talking about for SK, where it felt like they weren't quite able to get themselves established in the early game last split. And we're seeing it again here where Mickey pays the price as they try and get Vision and River.
Gonna ask what are the winning lanes. All out's gonna be burned again. Wunder's in trouble. He can't lean on the flash this time around. The Pathmaker used the dodge, comes out. The slow Natofo is Trayson. Solo kills Wunder. And that's exactly how you start a split. As Dragon goes down with the only hunt from Ice. He's got no mana, but he's got enough to do the talking with his big old boomerang. As over the wall Schemes has found out, Shao goes for a suicide, or at least just decides to go 1-for-1, but his Ice flashes over the wall. Leader comes in to try and get the kill. Way's now flashing onto Yoppa to get the Ezreal back in response. He inspires out, and Team Heretics will get 2 across the map.
All right, Way might be my favorite support already. Hey, I love the fact that he was like, no, I'm killing Yoppa. You guys, you're out. I gotta finish this. Picks up the kill, and it's actually gonna be able to defend this turret a little bit. But it does set up nicely there for Heretics. You get that kill top lane, you get the Dragon, and you get some of the kills on the out as well. Nicely orchestrated by Heretics.
Only reason that SK got one was because Schemes was waiting in the bush for Shao to escape as this Dragon came to a 50-50.
Yeah, but again, Heretics pushing lanes, able to collapse first, and you caught it. Like, Schemes flashes over, but ends up waiting around for Shao in the hopes that he might come back over. And Yoppa, to give him his due, did some decent damage here. Sets Ice backwards, but Way happy to finish this one off. Realizes, hang on, no, I'm not going to be able to help out much here. Yoppa oversteps. He needs to be punished, and then is able to hop on out himself as well with the kill.
Big early start for Heretics, also coming back to live, and 3 grubs now the potential on the menu. Schemes up here to try and take one, but it is also just nice denial against things like Ambessa. It's just nice denial in general. We kind of discussed that yesterday. With that said, nice thing to have in 1,500 gold early game for Team Heretics is breathtaking, and let's not forget the pairing of the top solo kill now with 20 CS lead for Cassante as well. It does feel like Wunder is subdued before this game even gets started.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, like a lot of it is off the back of Trayson just doing some good work and making sure that he get decent trades, using the Cassante to the full effect. And it does, for Wunder, mean you're super far behind. You're not going to be hitting a lot of these item spikes until much later in the game. And when Heretics are already off to a great start with Ice being accelerated, he's got the Cull and an assist, Saren having a kill as well. You kind of needed Wunder to be a pseudo-engage tool, but if he's put behind, it makes that much more difficult to enable.
He's got some time before as well. He gets towards his first item. Trayson's already at the Thornmail for pure armor, and I'm sure it's going to be a Tabi soon as well. And so you're just looking at an unmanageable tank right now as Trayson does it again. All out comes through. Wunder has his flash once more. Path make it true damage. Ulti buff at the flash. For flash again. Trayson is walking over Wunder today.
And he's just continuing to put Wunder behind. Sure, he lives, but you're losing wave, you're losing turret plates. He's going to try and stick around.
He's got no TP.
But I don't know if you can here.
No TP means Wunder's like, well, I can't miss that much again. Wave gets pushed in, but Wunder makes a difficult call. A delayed base even more so. The next wave will meet in the middle, and you can see that Wunder's going to walk back to lane, but Trayson a level up. 30 CS up now as well. 1200 with the teleport advance now picked up because of the quest being finished. It is a great day to be a K'Sante fan as he also picks up Tabi to add into the armor mix.
Yeah, at least Wunder was able to catch half that wave on the back end and should be able to crash out or push out this wave, which at least gives him something. But yeah, I mean, 1,000 gold behind and Trayson is about to pick up this wave. Like, it is dire straits for the SK top laner.
And you can say Sheo is up in top as Wunder now resets. He gets the Eclipse, but as he comes back to lane, there is a world where Sheo does a couple of these top camps and see if they can set up potentially a dive without that ulti from Wunder or something in the mix as he pushes out the wave once again.
I do get the impression, though, that Heretics are just like, look, Trayson, you're doing a good enough job, we're leaving you. Because I think they could have ganked earlier when he initially burnt that first flash on Wunder, especially with where the wave was positioned. So I imagine it's just going to be a case of, right, Sheo, continue to play down towards this bottom side. You got Dragon just under a minute's time. So let's just look to try and make plays elsewhere and see if we can turn this into a Dragon for ourselves.
Skeens is pathing towards mid for now. Observers nicely showing the outskirts of vision. He's just hugging the wall. And yeah, this is completely dark. So for now, mid might seem safe to Saren, but as he walks up, takes 1 minute, he's still a little bit scared. Skeen's there and Protobelt out. Skeen's not really holding the button or waiting for leader. Instead, he just shows. And Sheo can safely back knowing he doesn't have to counter gank or doing anything with mid.
Yeah, and Saren is fine here. Like, this wave is going to slowly push back out to him, so should be able to collect it. It will give leader access to river first, but you can see Mickey already establishing some vision in this bottom side river. Now going to reset. And with the TP towards mid from Yoppa, it looks like it's all hands on deck for SK to use this mid push to get control over Dragon.
So Saren goes bot in the meantime as well. Between worlds available. In fact, all ultis are available for all 10 people on Summoner's Rift. I'm just more curious about this top lane once again as Wunder is just getting beaten with a couple of blunt blades. Trayson, I mean, it has been such a good debut. As we said, we wanted to highlight him, and we've got this beautiful graphic for you guys at home for Wunder. I can't even use it because of how badly he's getting bodied as Dragon gets started.
Oh, actually, I was about to show you that there's a decent wards in there, but the pip showing exactly how Trayson is beating up Wunder. And now, as we start to get into it, I'm more interested in this ward. There could be a potential TP, but SK, get the Dragon.
They do.
No contest. I'm very surprised Heretics didn't commit harder for that.
I guess, yeah, but instead, like, let's see if the topside win is big enough, because I do see at 14 minutes, Trayson is about to pull off first turret as Wunder has run away again. First turret, 1359. Trayson is up 2,000 gold. And in the LEC, I'm starting to think we got some pretty bloody good top laners.
Yeah, but it's okay, because K'Sante is a tank, so he doesn't really do much damage. So when you get that much gold, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right?
You know?
It won't matter. It's not like he's going to get...
No, it's not like Yoppa's in any trouble at all.
It's not like Riot would put something on the queue based on armor and MR, right? Well, let's hold that thought. There's a TP coming in. Trayson now level 12, corners off because Mickey won't even get to play. Up against the wall, it's more like Mickey XDD now as he drops into the dirt again. And for SK, they have lost their support twice. They are losing their mind a bit in this early game. It's almost 4,000 gold lead, and Team Heretics are pummeling them.
Yoppa and Skeens couldn't get through the E shield on K'Sante.
That's a problem.
Yeah. This is not looking so hot.
Yeah,
as Yoppa now getting a lot of pressure in this mid lane as well.
Dagda, real problem. Ice is just getting free plays. Heretics, I'm just thinking, are just moving their way to a calm Civ late game. I am a little bit worried, even though there is some scaling on SK. We had a brief talk at the start as well, but I do feel like, do you think SK need to do something like stop this Herald? Do they need to contest and go now or what?
I mean, I don't think you're in a position to contest it. You have no control over mid. You're pushed in entirely on top side. And they've now opted into setting Trayson down against Leader to just continue to push in. And I mean, I don't know if he can take turret plates against in Cassiopeia's face. Like Conquer, and that means I think it should be kind of difficult for him.
The other problem on the other side is that SK can't take plates in face of Sivir as well, right? The wave clear is so grand, especially with Kami. You have an Enchanter. Echoes of Hellion now built out as well, so with a bit of that Q poke, extra healing gets added into the mix, and as Leader TPs to the top side. I like that you bring up the Cassiopeia. It does feel like Leader is the only person in this game who is within arm's reach of gold and maybe within influence as well, as he's starting to stack up and getting that tier towards 360. So yeah, maybe up to the old man in the mid lane to find an angle through. His total gold is not looking too good if you're a SK fan on the left side of your screen.
The problem though is that because SK have now opted in towards Wunder and Trayson going against each other again, I think Trayson just gets to do the same thing again and take that last turret place in bottom lane in Wunder's face. Like, there is zero that this man can do. So if that's going to be the case, it looks like Wunder might try and roam mid and look for a play. Was spotted on a pick board. I think that was still in Dragon Pit, or is he just hovering there?
You're right, because pings are going down, right? I'm surprised you didn't do the mini-map magic tag down, so we could see what's going on down there.
But, yeah, like, I think, like, this bot wave is just in a terrible position. Wunder is just doing nothing. Like,
he's in jail. Wonder he wants to come back into lane. Trayson is almost level 14. He's a full level and a bit of EXP above Wunder. That's how severe it is right now. The wave's going to get pushed in. Wunder will receive at the turret. SK are looking for their play in top, but Way knows is going on. He gets some good poke himself. Sees Skeen, sees Mickey, walks up. You said it, Dagda. Trayson just walked up, took the turret for free.
But he's just going to continue to do that. Like, you're just going to get more pressure on this bottom side.
But he's a tank, right?
And, I mean, for SK, I think you have to try and, like, find a play elsewhere where even just sacrifice 2 plates on this bottom side to TP Wunder to somewhere and try and force a numbers advantage. But even trying to do that, I think Sheo's doing a good job of covering wherever SK are on the map.
He's been super passive, but that's all he's had to do. You know, just hovering around and, yeah, safeguarding the rest. As with that bot turret open, it's back to top for Trayson here as well. Wunder not matching yet. He does have the TP, but probably wants to save that because in 50 seconds, that dragon spawns once again. Bottom side of the map important, so Wunder looking to get pro, get that push in, and then maybe make a quick reset so they can look for number 3.
Yeah, but I do think Heretics are doing a good job of like putting people onto the map in the correct position. Yeah. Because you've got Cassante up here, it makes it very hard for SK to try and push mid and make a play towards this top half of the map instead. And you can already look at where that lane is. Like, Trayson has completely pushed that out, which means you're wasting so much time. You're not going to be able to crash a wave in the next 20 seconds onto that top lane turret. So now SK basically have to fight for this dragon, or they don't have any answer for a cross map.
Trayson's even walking down now as well. As you say, it makes it so difficult when that Cassante with Jack Show is unkillable by any less than 3 people. And one of them definitely has to be leader at this point. Getting the push in, Team Heretics, the Dragon setup is nice. 3 seconds until Mickey, or rather until Dragon spawns, but Mickey also gets tagged out on the way in. He'll pick up some lettuce, but as Way drops the ward, they said that Mickey's going to have to use some time and resources to heal himself up to contribute to the fight. Team Heretics 4,000 gold up before this objective spawns. SK started off.
Yeah, Trayson TP'd into this fight, so they're still looking. Saren in a decent spot. Hasn't been clocked, yes.
It's the angle, though. The Weeding comes out. Skeens decides to flash on in. Going for Ice. The Tidal Wave is good, but Trayson can run in. He hasn't taken that much damage yet. Leader is tagging him a bit, though, so finally Team Heretics getting hit down, but the problem is that Trayson still has half HP to play with into Skeens. Pops out. Vet Flying Gauge does nothing. Between worlds, perfectly lined. Heretics, it's a wipe. Even though Wunder gets the back line of the fight, it looks great for now, but as Heretics run down the rest, you see already Dragon went down to them. It's up to Trayson, though. He's getting poked. He's getting hit. Mystic Shot will only get to Sarah in the back line. So Trayson runs out, but in the end, it's a numbers. Why are we backing here? Trayson, come on, man. He's not going to. He's going to reset instead, or rather,
I think Yoppa and Wunder might have this.
I think they might indeed. All the while, they're getting poked out, and yeah, Yoppa's going to arcane shift forward, but a little bit sketchy on the back end. But hey, it was a Heretics win with Dragon and a couple more kills.
But he did call it in the fight. Like, this ended up very split for Heretics. You have this top half of the fight, which is being run by Trayson, who ends up getting a really nice double flick. But Wunder is able to just turn immediately on towards Ice in the backline. Wade does a good job of zoning him out for the beginning. But as Trayson goes in just here, watch Wunder, because he just turns immediately with Yoppa on towards the backline, and they're able to delete Ice, follow up on Wade. So it's a 2-for-2 to start things off, and then it's only afterwards where they're able to catch leader. That SK, like, they play this well. Like, kite back, know that there's not really an engage tool now that Sheo has no ultimate, and they're playing away from the position that they know that Sheo's in. That got really dicey. Like, a couple of those Qs land from Yoppa, and there's dead members of Heretics with that.
Yeah, right. So with Ice and Wei going down, a bit more golden in Yoppa's hands. Wunder as well benefiting off it, but the thing that didn't change is the fact that Trayson was able to clean up and with Sheo's help, lock down a couple of targets. 5,000 gold lead, it's still increased. The stats from Ocean, worth mentioning. Now the biggest question is, what can SK do? That's a nice circle, Dagda. What's that for?
For the double control ward that were put on top of each other.
He's celebrating something. No, well, Heretics invading bot. And that's about it. Honestly, the story of this game has just been, well, top's very far ahead, and Ice is just chilling. And what can SK do to stop it? And the fact that they got one dragon in this game, I have to say, was very sneaky and probably saving their chances of still being in it.
I think you do see that if Heretics misplay fights, SK can win. And I think with a composition like this as SK, like, it should just be a front to back. But the fact that they kind of got so split up leaves me with a little bit of question marks as to how well their fight structure is going to be moving forward. So if I'm SK and Wunder can continue to find flank opportunities and you can arcane shift Yoppa into stronger positions, I think you're in a decent spot.
Sheo decides to ball breaker right into Yoppa. Now Mickey didn't burn an ulti, but that was only True Shot Barrage in the end. But Team Heretics doing their due diligence, cleaning out around the Baron pit. SK know they have to be vigilant around this area, because if they lose these wards that you can see, one now on the outskirts, one in the back of the pit, Baron will be dark. Team Heretics to bait in with the burst that they have. It makes a very easy job of them to get those final kills, get the objective, and end this game 1.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of time to Wunder on side lanes, though. He was able to push in fully on that bottom side, which then alleviates a lot of trouble on keeping that side of the map safe. And you can see he's just been able to run across now this entire bot side and protect mid, which means that you can send resources to top, so Saren isn't actually able to get pressure on the top half. So, like, I think for Heretics, getting your lanes in order needs to be the main point here.
Yeah.
Because you're just letting SK catch all these waves with little regard for any kind of defensive play they have to make.
And it's allowing them, further to your point, to put down some of this defensive vision in this line that we're seeing. I'm now going to press the mini-map button. And like you can see up here, for a team that is behind 5,000 gold, this vision that is starting to approach the Baron, look, it's the Olympics, is starting to approach the Baron, like they are able to constantly put out the defensive wall. They should be choked out at this point, and with how strong this comp is, and regardless, and you know, the context is that Cassante has a lot of the gold, but still, SK have so much more breathing room than you would expect.
Yeah, because, I mean, to keep drawing.
Oh, I like it. Yeah,
what you should have is Cassante push in this wave.
Yep.
You also then have Sivir push in this wave. Cassante drifts to here, covers this push, and then you get a numbers advantage that can drift into this area of the map, and you just control all this area of vision and you clear everything out. But because they're not doing that right now, SK always match the numbers. They've always got this bot wave pushed in, which is allowing Wunder time to reset and cover for mid lane plays. And Heretics are just kind of stuck. Now they're investing TP to the bottom side of the map with Dragon up in 30 seconds, because they're kind of like, okay, let's just hope and force a fight.
And let's just try and do, you know, the West Classic. Let's overforce mid, try and get a fight before the big fight, and maybe that'll work. Trayson happy to tank up. Remember, he has that TP shield for another 20 seconds or so, but that will expire as SK in the river first. Getting Scuttle is a minor win, but still one on the board. They pull back, they look for whatever they can from Yoppa, and Team Heretics, Trayson is now lost with the shield. That's gone as Dragon spawns again.
Still, though, SK are in a decent spot here. Wunder has a flank, leader controlling well in this kind of choke point, so Sheo looking for a steal.
Is doing good as well. His mana bar running a little bit low. Public execution observers on the right side. You can see Wunder's already started the fight, but here in the main bring of a petrifying gaze, maybe even better SK with a chance, because Trayson can't get what he needs for space. Wave the next target as leader is front to backing this perfectly. A flash, a vault breaker from Sheo as they disengage, and we didn't see it, but I think Wunder starting the fight absolutely disembodied Team Heretics.
Completely took Saren out of the fight, had to use that ult defensively, and SK are kiting back well. Basically realizing if Sheo is that soul engage tool that we talked about, well then we can kind of just play for poke with Yoppa, heals on Mickey, and just make it difficult for Heretics to really find what they want in these fights.
So Heretics losing that fourth dragon of the game, but another one over to SK. They're being given time. I hate to say it, but Heretics dropping the ball a little bit, as you said it. Saren first to go.
But that's why I love the position in leader. This whole area is controlled. It makes it difficult for Heretics to try and come in. Wonder then is able to jump onto Saren and take him out of the fight. Yep. And as you overcommit, you're running straight into the face of that Cassiopeia because it's just a choke point. You can't really find any other angles. So SK setting up beautifully to play towards their composition strengths, and Heretics not finding those flank angles they wanted.
Grayson, Niasma's down, he's slowed down, and Leader's DPS is beautiful. As you see, half HP is slowly going to become a kill with Tidal Wave being avoided, but Trayson sent packing. The big Cassante lead is meaning less and less because in these fights or in these picks, Heretics are just being caught out, surprised with their pants down, and now losing another turret. Gold is going down.
And what was a 3k gold lead for Trayson is now halved. Like, Wonder's been able to get a ton of resources, but...
Face checking, he has GA, but with an Aqua Prison, that's soon to be down, I think, as well. An escape here, necessary as a Vault Breaker out over the wall is good, but SK, a little bit deep. A cease and desist back on him, but Mickey flashes away the redemption, heals up as well as Skiing. Already sends up the Crescent over the big circle, rather as Wonder now TP's in, ready for a fight, public execution, nails down Trayson, and revenge for Wonder in the top lane as SK keep getting win after win.
The question is now, is it just this tower, or do you try and go for a little bit more? You're giving time for the resets for Heretics. Way moving in behind to make sure that he can get some vision down and make sure they can figure out what this plan is, but Heretics just happy to take 2 plates off the back of the tracing kills.
It will really be worth it. I mean, tracing going down, gold spreads out. As you said, that gold was already half, right?
I thought they would have just turned for Baron.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be the play, because Sheo was also very low. Sure, he has GA, but I think he would have been able to deal with this. Still, though, like, Sheo walking way too far forward, especially when you see leader there, you have to assume that he has protection. They end up turning on towards him, and then as Yoppa TP's in, he gets some insane damage off. Even as Sheo goes over the wall with his Q here, the ultimate clips him, which takes Sheo out of the fight. So Tracing ends up completely isolated, because you have to be careful as Ice, that Wonder can just turn on towards you. But at this stage, I thought they would just run up towards the Baron. You've got Ezreal, you've got the Cassiopeia that'll be able to rip through that. But still, I mean, it wasn't the best of starts for SK, but this mid-game, they're showing that they have a better understanding of how to play it.
They really do, and again, some of these picks are great, and that's what you expected the experience of the team, is True Shot Barrage scouting out the Baron as we look towards mid. Good burst coming through from Saren onto Yoppa. But Mickey, the longer they get to stick around here, the easier it will be for Yoppa to get back in the fight. There's already one tidal wave, or rather ebb and flow. It'll get Yoppa up to 3/4. Now the Baron's still in question as Dragons, a minute 40 away.
Yeah, I think SK are just trying to get that TP out from Trayson. If they can fake starting this, it actually may start it themselves and hope for a TP to come in from, from the Cassante, but there is a ward there that spotted them. So
it's coming in anyway, despite the ward dag. They just want Trayson to be in mid.
But you're going to have Leader who's able to match on this bottom side. So he is TP, can always match in, and I think Leader's TP less valuable than Trayson's. But again, you're kind of seeing Heretics unsure of exactly how they want to try and play out here on the map.
That TP's now down. I mean, yeah, you're right. They're mid-game, a little bit sketchy here. SK have shown they're just happy chilling. Leader also on 3 items with Leandries. That's going to shred through Trayson even more. He's just picked up Unending Despair, but his MR needs some work. Needs a really solid item here so that he can deal with Leader, because Leader, as we already talked about, going to blast through. Also, Yoppa not going to have that much trouble, as well as Endless Hunger now picked up. So 1 reset in a fight, 1 kill rather. And he's got a bit of sustain on his back as well. It's looking good for SK despite the early game, as we've said, as that Dragon now gets closer and closer. 3rd for both these teams. SK looking at face check. Team Heretic get out of the brush as control will come through, but True Shot Barrage tags Saren on the back foot. Now that guy either has to disappear quick and give up Dragon. Team Heretics probably know that, yeah, maybe they do as they try and false start the Baron.
Yeah, but you have no TP on Saren, so whatever Heretics choose, SK can just kind of kick them out, and if you kick them towards that top side, you can still look over towards that Dragon. Even just have like Wonder or Leader solo it, because they still have the TP to join in. So I think that's what SK are basically calling now, seeing the Heretics started.
One's going to be there first, back of the pit. He's going to have to drop a ward leader. Started the Dragon, but now he's walking up as well. Slowed by the Ocean. Won't matter too much because the Baron is not that quick from Team Heretics. Seren now joins back in with a full health bar.
They don't do this quick at all, the Heretics.
Ice has already been tagged out. I'm worried, Dagda, that SK are going to get a free meal here, but Seren turns it back onto Yoppa, who went into the front line. Seren's doing great damage in this Aurora, bringing them back into the fight. Wonder's been found out over the wall. Public execution, though, but he's taken no damage. Between Worlds is good, but again, where is the damage? Seren running into Sheo and then running together into Wonder, but he even has time to hit the turret, and SK have time to walk to the Dragon.
But where's the engage now for Heretics? This is what we've been talking about. When Sheo uses that ultimate, there's just nothing left to close that distance, and that's where Leader and Yoppa sit comfortably able to kite this one out. And Heretics know that that one and done is over.
I feel like they need an Ice 5-item Sivir in this game to actually have any input, because the damage there is pitiful. Wonder's able to absorb it all with Death Dance as well. As long as Seren's not the one hitting him, he is chilling here in this game as SK moved to Soul Point. And again, it has been really impressive how they've stagnated this game, because even though for Team Heretics, they've been a little bit wishy-washy with where they put this Cassante, where they start these fights, or how they actually move to some of these objectives. I do feel like it has been up to SK, like they're constant grouping. They're never isolated in less than a 3-stack.
Well, it's how they get those grouped scenarios is because of Wonder. Wonder is consistently pushing inside lanes where he knows that there's no real threat elsewhere on the map, and is also getting away with it. Like, there's been no pressure from Heretics to try and finish him off in the side lane. So for SK now, ooh, okay, Sheo.
But the face check's okay. Season the 6 used on Leader, though, in between Worlds as well. Maybe an opportunity here as SK if we're going to pull out the Crescent Garden. That schemes with an ulti down. But again, I must ask, where's that Sivir damage? Ice with the Boomerang Blade gets Leader a little bit lower as well. So an opportunity as SK's mid laner, although having TP, is sent back to base.
They did burn the flash on towards his Cassiopeia, and the Heretics feeling like they just need to pull the trigger here, starting up the Baron, but SK still poking and prodding over the wall.
Racing cannot afford to stand there, even versus Yoppa. The health bar is burning down ever so slowly. Leader's come back in, he's teleported into the mid lane, and he's going to get the push out, and maybe now with the reset from Heretics after the Baron, they can get any damage on mid-wave. That'd be the possibility, or threaten Baron themselves.
I think the only success for Heretics here is getting the double TP out, but maybe they need to use it now as it's SK's turn to tango.
Does feel like that's a better TP here from Tracer to get the mid lane immediately. Sheo on mid wave is hitting it out, but he has to get the Baron stat. Hit the 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Way too late. Sheo hit the wave, but he should have been hitting the keyboard to get up to this Baron ASAP as they look for a flank here, but enhanced Baron recall. SK trying to get everyone back at once, but then again, they turn onto Trayson. He's got a great angle, but is he all out? Danger still strikes. SK's Yoppa hitting the back line and cease and desist, but they turn on Sheo, they take him down. Boomerang Blade over the wall. Team Heretics need to get in. Ice flashes over the wall, and finally, there's the trigger you're looking for, but it schemes, runs back in. Wonder trying to survive as long as possible. He finds his mark, dodges, kites, still alive for now, until Seren gets max range. 2 versus 2. Trayson is happy it's not against the Cassiopeia, but still long enough, and Yoppa will kill the Cassante. He's looking for an arcane shift. Wants to go in. Mystic shot hits. Here we go again with Ebb and Flow and Tidal Blessing. You know that Yoppa's going to have the damage eventually. Seren running for his life. Mystic shot just out of range. SK arcane shift from Yoppa. He's hitting everything in. Splashes forward. A good auto as well. Mickey helping him out. Movement speed, arcane shift. And SK kill 4 for the cost of 3.
It's 4 for 3. Heretics couldn't quite find the kills that they needed, but for SK, that's so many Barons down. You see here, Trayson goes in hoping for the best, but when Heretics taking this fight in this corridor, it makes it really difficult for Ice to kind of set up properly. He gets jumped on by Wonder, but as Wonder flashes away, Ice can only throw boomerangs over the wall. So a lot of that DPS is taken out until Ice is like, I just need to get in here. Flashes in and starts to do good work. But once again, Wonder turns on towards him. And Wonder gets so many abilities out here that actually sets up for Yoppa and Mickey to get decent damage onto both Trayson and Seren, and then finish off Seren at the end.
Yoppa, with the help of Mickey, made that SK's fight. Gold is even for the first time in this game. It sounded a bit robot-y, a bit clanker there. But I will say it wasn't too bad for SK. I think for Team Heretics, though, Dagda, and what we have seen is that Ice is now the moneymaker, right? and we talked about this, the Sivir, as per usual, is the one that has to die. This is just like yesterday with the Fnatic series, with Upset on the Sivir. It had to be him going down to find a win. The same can be said again. Heretics live and die by ice once more.
But Heretics are just going mid. We've got a bit of a base race going on right now.
But against Baron.
We still have the Baron, yeah, which is going to keep these two cannon minions alive.
They don't win that. They know they don't. Ice is going to spell shield back in the bush here as well. Wonder's trying to stop the ports, but Seren already got his way back. But with Baron, I think we're close to looking at the inhib turret until Seren shows his face and they say, no, it's too risky. SK, again, remember, only had Yoppa and Mickey with the Baron buff, so it's not like Leader can stay.
But both teams very split. Sheo sticking around in case Wunder overextended. Maybe they could look for engage and find a pick. But also, Skeens and Leader not resetting on the bottom side. Instead, kind of hovering around themselves. Vision going to be cleared out for Heretics. But Wunder now resetting. I think he just has an item completed as he could TP in for the fight. But he doesn't get time to reset. He's just going.
Okay. Wonder joins in. He'll run straight up here. 5v5 in the river over this Soul. SK picked this up, and Ocean Soul means they could be unbeatable in this game one. Again, best of three showing their faces. Why we love them so much is on the hunt. Going to be popped by Ice to start off the fight. Leader on the side, low in mana, but enough to get the job done. Onto Wade and Show. He's already cracked their health a little bit here as Yoppa stands up and delivers over the wall. No cease and desist. He buffers it. Yoppa buffered it. I think it makes the game. Skeens gets Show on the back end as well. But public execution for Wonder. Gets him a bit more to Drake down step. And then Yoppa gets to carry the back of the fight with an arcane shift with a kick hit of the wrist as Trayson left here in the middle doing Cassante things. But he too will fall. Yoppa buffered it all, and Team Heretics were in without an escape.
SK, in a game that looked doomed, will pick up the Soul, and now can start to look towards this bottom lane turret. Seren against Yoppa. He still does some damage, but it's just not enough.
It's really not. Seren is going to get targeted, and with a bit of healing in Ocean Soul as well. SK can run this in. Seren versus 4. 10, 15 seconds I now read on Sheo. Ice not up for a while as well. Nexus turrets under threat. Wonder going to zone off Seren so he cannot kill the AD carry. Both of them are going to drop into the dirt and Wonder going to sacrifice his life while SK find their first game win of 2026 Spring.
That never looked like it should have been SK taking control of this game.
Not at all.
But really good understanding of how to play the mid game, how to play to the strengths of their composition at those dragon fights really is what forced that game into SK's favor.
Wonder got bullied, but Wonder did indeed carry from the mid game onwards, Shocks.
It's true. It's not always about the laning phase, but I'm still going to ask, what happened in the laning phase?
Took a few too many bad trades, I think. Yeah, I mean, I saw Baus play last split, and I was like, looked very good for him. They got more wins than us. I was like, yeah, maybe it will work out for me too, you know? Yeah. And it did in the end, because laning phase is not everything.
It isn't everything at all. It's all about the team fights and the late game team fights. So how did you, I don't know, play them so well? I always think that you have so much experience. Does it just automatically kick in these close games?
I mean, to be honest, my champ doesn't really do what the rest of my team wants to do. They're very like front to back. So my, I guess, role in this game was to just find whoever is flanking from them. In this case was like Aurora, and if I can jump on him and he can't do his thing, then in a way I'm helping my team as well. So that's kind of like my mindset going into the team fights this game. And I think I caught the mid lane off guard like a couple of times doing that. So yeah, that worked out well.
Definitely did your job. So are we going to get 3 games or is it only going to be 2?
I think if we can win this game with Maya and Bessa, it was 0% win rate last split. I mean, we didn't win many games, so it doesn't really say much, but 3 games, 0% win rate. If we can win with that, we can win next game too. So 2-0, I think.
Nice. Okay, I'll let you go to your team. Thank you so much, Wonder. Laning phase wasn't that good, though, and Odo's going to break it down for us.
There we go. Well played, buddy. You did great outside of that lane. But to further amplify why Wonder did so incredibly well later on in the game, we have to go back to the laning phase and see couple of concepts that have happened here that just make it so incredibly difficult for Wonder to play because it's a bit out of his hands given that K'Sante is such a strong champion. So we're looking at wave states and trading in a position where Wonder has to keep looking at minions and at the champion at the same time. And as you can see now, the wave is constantly bouncing back to K'Sante, and Wonder keeps having to fix this lane. But at the same time, K'Sante is putting incredible pressure every time he wants to last hit. And even now, after all of these trades, Wonder fixes the wave. But what does K'Sante do? He doesn't push this wave. He keeps it here. He keeps it in tension so that there's more and more opportunities for K'Sante to go. And even now, what happens is that he manages to break this freeze. And what K'Sante will end up doing is crash this wave quickly. He doesn't really look for trade opportunities anymore. Sure, he finds it at times where Wonder wants to last hit, but it's always on the timer where Wonder wants to farm. Right now, there's a bit of time between the lane. It's a dead spot, but now we're back into the fight zone where there's just nothing that Wonder can do because every time he walks up to last hit, you saw him, he gets queued and queued and queued again and again. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth last hit in a row, he gets all in. And now, beautiful side step by Trayson. And you know, this would be great if top lane laning phase mattered, because even after this, you know, the K'Sante is around 1.5k gold up at minute 14. But man, after this, Wonder really had a pop-off game. So, Desk, what the hell happened over there?
Yeah, I think Wonder spelled it out for us as well. He misplayed it a couple of times in the lane, and at the end of the day, it's also still a K'Sante. But I've seen a few times now this weekend, a couple of times yesterday, big gold leads in the top lane, big experience leads in the top lane, not necessarily translated to a victory by the team. But how did it not... Did it get mistranslated, you think, in this one, Kangas? Where did they drop the ball?
Well, I mean, we're talking about the top lane and the intricacies of that. I want to highlight Yappa a lot because I feel like that was the big reason why they were able to actually come back, because Yappa's performance on the Ezreal, incredible. We saw the Baron fight afterwards. He's able to survive and actually get a kill at the very end on the Saren. And then also the last Dragon fight, his positioning got so much better throughout the game. Also, Leader started hitting those Cassiopeia ultimates in the team fights, which you can see when you hit those, it's a much different team fight. This one, incredible how he's able to just get over the wall, avoid the Vi engage, and is still free firing. I'm very impressed with Yappa. And then, of course, Wonder, I mean, he does Wonder things in the late game. You're talking about his experience shocks. Yeah. It just kicks in at a certain point, and he was already able to kind of come back at this point. But Yappa, to me, was the thing that kept them in the game and was able to kind of get them across the
Very much a team effort, right? You have to get back in that game. You have to stabilize. Then Wonder has to find the right targets, keep the mid laner out of the fight where possible, but someone's got to do the damage, and that's where there was a lot of pressure on Yappa for doing just that.
Exactly, and it wasn't really easy because once you fall, they were at some point 5k gold down, right? And their comp doesn't really like function so well versus such a bulldozer team comp that, you know, Team Heretics had, where they just like walk forward. And just to go back on the Wonder point, it felt like he really picked up the blunt of this, you know, of the heavy lifting when it comes to this game, because as he said in the interview, he said that his champion doesn't really do what the rest of the team comp wants to do. So it falls on him to get into this, how to say, status where he needs to be the creative one and find creative ways to break this sort of mold. Because when you're playing kind of like this Jack of, or like this kind of Joker type pick, in this team fight, he's around, I think, 2k or 3k gold down to the K'Sante, and he ends up having such a big impact because even though his champion is behind in gold in relativity to the K'Sante, compared to the rest of the team from like Team Heretics side, he is okay, and he manages to showcase the strengths of this champion incredibly well, because once you find this isolation, once you find these 1v1s on the side, you get to do so much more, and that's where the experience of someone like Wonder just comes in so clutch.
Yeah, that earlier play, he just marks the Aurora, and then in this fight as well here, onto the K'Sante, just able to get on top of him. Obviously, the Nami's setting up a little bit, but as soon as he TP's in, just boom, sniping these ultimates and finding the shutdown. That's the shutdown that got him back into the game, and then we saw what he was able to do once he got that goal.
It's just impressive that he manages to make so much space, you know, because now you can bring back the conversation, you know, even at the point of the laning phase. Imagine he wasn't so behind in the laning phase, how much he would do, but at the same time, man, that was good.
It's what he said, right? Because I asked him about, cheekily about, well, how's this series then going to go? And he's like, well, if we can win this game with my Ambessa in this way, then we should have good chances. And I got to say, I was a little surprised. You know, I didn't know how SK was going to step into this game. And by all means, they didn't step into this game very well. We can talk maybe a bit about what did go well for Team Heretics in the early game. But the fact that they can bounce back and bounce back as a group this effectively, yeah. Nostalgia maxing.
It's bad for the hate watchers, you know, because it's
Yeah.
refreshing to see them play so well. Because when you think about LEC versus, I felt like they would get these leads in the early laning phase and they would kind of crumble when it comes to this dragon situation. So them managing to be, you know, so creative when it comes to this, to playing from a deficit and, you know, finding a creative way or a cheeky way to get out of a bad situation, it was really nice to see.
Also, more creative in the draft. I mean, I did not expect, you did not expect the
Cassiopeia,
Cassiopeia for leader.
Yeah.
So like the leader conversation's also getting interesting because it's Fearless best of 3. We're not going to see that again, but we didn't expect to see that in a game 1.
No, and it's not something we talked about in the pregame, but leader in best ofs, like, is he gonna fall? That's what the hate watchers are looking at.
Just wait for like game 2 or 3 where like a Z just randomly pops out of nowhere, you know.
Well,
so
game 2 is right now, so
I want to see that Z. Give it to me, leader. Give me that Z.
Okay, well, we'll take a quick break and then we'll see if leader does lock in that Z in the game versus Team Heretics. We'll be right back.
Let's see though, as the ulti burned out, Seren doesn't really hit anything with it. Mickey's the new target, cease and desist. Flash over the wall, still dead with the pullback from Seren. He can't lean on the flash this time around. The Pathmaker used, the dodge comes out. The slow Natofo is tracing. Solo kills Wonder.
Look, she's in bubble.
Where's that?
Yeah, look, minion.
Aurora's out, okay? Aurora's out. I'm helping Cassandra. I'm dead, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Go bot after, go bot in end.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got $1 off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Thinking over lit, walking down this road. I'm on late, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Confused, I'm getting break by the proudest words.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow, get it together.
Fries are in the bag for game number 1 as we welcome you back to the LEC after what has been a beautiful start to the weekend already for spring. I'm Mr. X's Dagda, and man, I tell you,
and the monkey is on board.
I was going to say, what are your socks? Good try. Good try.
The pants are a little tight, all right?
Game 1 looked like Heretics in the bag after Drayson just absolutely dominated.
Yes.
And then, boy, oh boy, we got to really experience what mid-game was like for them, didn't we?
Yeah, I really think there were so many ways that Heretics could have tried to play that out better. Like trying to just put Trayson up against Wonder in the side lane, continue to have that push like they did us at the get-go. Like we saw them get that tier 1 bot lane and it all looked great. But it was after that that it all just started to fall apart where they just weren't getting that push, weren't working with Trayson around the map. Because either SK have to send multiple members to deal with Trayson, which then just opens you to take elsewhere on the map, or Trayson just beats Wonder, or you can even roam to meet you in several different places on the map. So there's just ways that Heretic could have played it, and they just never went for it.
And it's sad again. Great lane, not a good game. Wonder came back in and was so important to SK from that mid-game onwards. But enough about game 1. Game 2 is a completely different bag as we look towards the Ashe ban this time around. We didn't see any priority on it when Ashe and Seraphine were both open in game number 1. But this time around, making sure that in Fearless, we don't go down the rabbit hole with the 80 carries left remaining.
Is still Orianna left open? I wonder if that's going to be the final banner. If Heretics are willing to give that across to leader, because she's just still incredibly strong.
Oh, she is. Good lane.
Azir is the other one that is still left open. So it feels like there's moments in this mid lane that could be made or broken by this last ban. We'll have to see what that's going to be.
I mean, I wouldn't leave Orianna open for anyone, even if it was leader. I feel like that's just going to be comfort. Yunara goes. Orianna's
yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the Orianna, very simple first pick.
Yep.
Opens up Skeens then, because the best performing game that Skeens had last split was on the Nocturne.
Yep.
And I think he looked really, or not last year, sorry, last split. Last year when he was just, before Mickey kind of took over the project, I was definitely on the Nocturne. So I think here you could end up working with this Nocturne-Orianna combo once again, especially if they're going to go for the Varus, who is quite vulnerable in that sort of situation.
I'm just looking up Dagda. You will not believe.
Why would you look me up?
No, not you. I'm looking up Leader. Leader does not have any career games on Orianna.
There's no way. I'm
looking at it. I cannot believe. Production, I'll ask you to confirm. Because I'm going through. He's even got a Vayne mid, a Mel, a Jace, a Set, a LeBlanc.
Because, like, I understand
no Orianna.
He is the, like, Irelia, Silas, Echo player, but...
Really? That's what I was crazy. Like, it's not his bread and butter, but I didn't realize this. Nocturne gets locked in, as you said. Very good pairing, very easy. Wonder on Sion, okay. Super easy composition so far, if I could speak. But Team Heretics are building poke here. They're building range. They've got Varus, they've got Rumble. I mean, Bard is an option.
Yeah, that's not poke. That's much more of a, hey, we're going to look towards that. But what does Sheo then want to try and pair? Because honestly, with the composition that SK have, I think they're fairly set up to deal well with an Orianna.
Yeah.
Sorry, with an Akali. Yes, it's a good or decent matchup into the Orianna, kind of, as you get later on in the game, in that you can beat her in a side lane. But in the early stages, Orianna is perfectly fine to just kind of push you around.
I've just had production confirm this is the first ever Orianna game from Leader.
That's mad.
And Orianna is
he's
a
been
champ.
around a while.
It's in every meta as well.
Yeah.
So he's purposely in the metas where she was super meta, super meta, has not played it. I mean, it's unreal. We can talk about it more and see how Leader goes on. I don't think there's any pros that have been around since, by the way, 2018.
No.
That have not played this champ. That's 8 years.
Yeah.
This is the 8th year.
I mean, look, first time for everything, you know?
I mean,
but maybe that shows that Leader is growing. Like, is that not a proof in the pudding that this man is trying to adapt and trying to overcome what
show something.
is the old version of himself? Now, we'll wait and see what the gameplay's like, but still, I think you've set up well with SK's draft to have a very strong team fight, good pick. And for Heretics, you kind of, as you say, started off with decent long-range damage with both the Rumble and the Varus, being able to add to that with Rumble's ultimate playing as that poke role in that sort of comp. But with now the Akali, you kind of want knockdown to keep people in that position and enable Akali to kind of finish off these low-health members as the fight kicks off.
Rakan goes away as well. Something that can follow up on said dive. Now let's see what Heretics have in the bag, because so far this comp really tells us how to press the go button.
I'm a little worried of a Mundo pick here for Sheo, because it's kind of been his bread and butter for a little bit, and I can see the angle where it's like, oh, we have Varus who can kind of throw out these chains of corruptions and lock people down for us, but I don't think it works here. But yeah, okay, I'd much rather something like this end. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So you think Zahen because what, it follows up the dive, it kind of synergizes more, right?
And it still kind of has follow-up, as you say, with his own W for the Chains of Corruption. And we're still waiting to see what way he's going to pick into that bottom side. So could try and play a little bit more of an engage tool here. But either way, I think it's just the ability to have some impact in the lanes early. I much prefer for Sheo, and I think Zahen can do that in certain situations.
Okay, well said. As SK going to round out their comp with a Corki Alistar. So it does feel like, again, their trigger pulls the shotgun at mid-jungle, but then Corki adds a bit more versatility here. While on Team Heretics, they do need a button that can be reliable. Bard is long-range engage, but Dagda, is it enough for you? Is it enough when you consider that like these one-track engage comps can be really hard to pull off?
But the thing is, I like Bard into a mobile carry. So with that, locking down Orianna, muy bueno. The rest of the problem is, well, Nocturne doesn't really care about it. Corki's able to Valkyrie away from it, and the Alistar is just going to be able to kind of keep people at bay from it. So I like the pivot into the Nautilus. Still gives you almost guaranteed engage with that point-and-click CC, and can try and play a little bit more aggressive into the Alistar in that bot lane as well. It also synergizes with the Akali, where you just lock someone down, enable the Akali to try and one-shot them alongside the Rumble. So it feeds into the composition better for Heretics than the Bard did.
Well, I mean, I think I can agree with that, absolutely. Like, make it easier for yourself, because that is the main point of engage, right? Outside of Varus Ult, outside of Rumble Equalizer that can help set up. It does feel like Wei had to be on something quite concrete for this team, while especially on SK on the other side, because they've got ways to play front to back Dagda. They've got solid front line, and they have ease of execution.
Well, my biggest worry for Heretics is that this Varus just gets one shot before the fight kicks off, thanks to this Nocturne Orianna combo. And then it's, okay, how do we carry it the rest of the fight? Like, Zahen and Rumble can deal some consistent DPS, but I don't think it's enough to carry a fight against an Alistar, against the Scion. Like, you just don't really have threat onto the backline if this Varus disappears.
Well, let's see if Heretics can redeem themselves then, because early game was really good for them in game number 1, but they got to the mid game and they looked like headless chickens, while SK, complete reverse, got out of the laning phase and suddenly it all came together. In the LEC 2026 Spring, in our fearless drafts, in our game 2 between Heretics and SK, we have to find out if Heretics can pull this comp together and find themselves that individual member caught out in rotation, that, I mean, that Varus, if he can survive or not. Because Ice last game had a couple of good moments on the Sivir, but just wasn't enough. SK win draft. There you go. What else we got? Come on, let the guy try Orianna.
We're not like, we're not going to walk down there and be like, no, sorry, leader, you're not allowed on this.
We don't have choice to say no.
Yeah.
Decent socks. W that person.
Yeah.
That's true. I've also got cow. I've also got the meat itself from the cow. You know, I've got beef.
Beef socks.
And I've also got cow socks.
Oh, okay.
I've got my dog on my socks. Boring socks are boring. Fun socks are fun. Super easy values to live by.
Yeah, it's in the name.
I mean, guys, go and get some interesting socks. You know what? You can always hide them if you're embarrassed. And if you want people to see them, lift up your pants.
Yeah, the only thing is don't get the socks with the days on them and then wear it the wrong day, because that's just embarrassing.
Silly. That's like doing it with the underwear. Why would you do that? And by the way, if you need underwear with the days on it, then something's wrong, don't you think? Like, you should know what day it is. Just look at a phone. It's 2026. Or get a calendar if you want to be like that, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if I consider that person using their underwear as a calendar. Could you get one that's like, where you rip it off the wall? You know the way you like rip, you got those daily calendar ones. You actually rip a pair of underwear off.
But you don't put them back on the wall after the day's done. You got to put them in the wash.
Yeah.
But then on Sunday you do a wash day.
You know?
You do it with disposable underwear. Yeah, I mean, that's a different market. Yeah. But if you go to the wash, then on Sundays you put them all up on the wall again. But the problem is you're always going to have one on. So
yeah. But do you then have to write the date on each one though manually?
The date, the actual date, what, so that you know when to throw it out, or you know when?
No, so you know what date it is. You're like, this. You have to know the date and the day.
I think we should make underwear together, Dagda, that says the day and the date. So we silence this once for all. But then we'd make millions because we'd sell 31 pairs or 30 pairs of underwear every month. February, we take a bit of a profit loss. But every other month, we're making bank.
That is true. But you know who isn't making bank? Much people in this bottom side, because there's been good trading.
Great transition. Fantastic.
Bottom side of the map.
I think Venius, if I was with him, would have cut out a minute or two ago.
And I think the viewers would have preferred that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think someone at home is going to steal our idea after this. I think someone in the audience is thinking, hang on a minute, they might be onto something here.
No.
You never know. I've had some good ideas on broadcast that I shouldn't have shared, that I'm probably losing hundreds of thousands for.
Yeah, I think we go put this in the bad ideas.
Well, this is to be seen. We'll get some opinion. Maybe Analyst Desk can break it down after this, see what they think. But the focus of the game, obviously, is just early game lanes doing their thing. Now, we said it before. Congratulations to Leader. First competitive Orianna game. I don't think, or I didn't think, I would ever see the day where someone's first time at Orianna's here, and maybe he's going to regret it as he has no escape tool outside of the flash, and as he gets flashed on, instead Leader gets pulled on back. Will he even burn it? I think he's dead. No. He flashes, proves us wrong. Leader gets out, and yeah, first ever Orianna flash in competitive play for him.
I mean, good flash, but I wasn't certain how Sheo managed to line that one up, because I don't know, like he went in with the Q already stacked, so I'm not sure what he hit it on and then flashed to get the immediate knock up. But I didn't see what he landed that initial auto attack on to get the lock.
Never mind, but I guess Sheo, regardless, still had it stacked. So flash for flash, that's an Orianna without flash, which is always a good sign to try and punish, as Mickey already started roaming here on the Alistar, and teleport comes in through mid. That's about the action so far for now. And Seren just comes on in. Shuriken flip, gets the 5-point strike, runs into Leader, gets the electrocute. It's a nice trade. And as the wave pushes up and then gets to him, Leader's going to try and use that range advantage. We quickly have a check-in with top. We know that Rumble does pretty well into most matchups, but so far, Wonder is doing pretty well in the lane.
I mean, he already got the reset in to pick up that no magic mantle, so Trayson now going to be able to come back to lane, and we'll have an advantage just on the health bar. Should be able to pick up a good amount of the wave as well, but at least the moment, like, I think Wonder should still have a CS. Actually, no, it's a pretty sizable wave, so yeah, I mean, it should even out. And with the Swifties already picked up and having that first strike, I think Trayson will start to see that gold very quickly shoot up ahead.
And I love the Swifties purchase here. The Swifties for Roar of the Slayer, because with that Scion, if you get Decimating Smash, you get Decimating Smash. That's kind of like, oh no. But if I get half the channel in the slow, or the E slow as well, the Scion chase down is a little bit less egregious. So for Trayson, brains there in the pudding as Mickey makes his roam towards mid, but there is a dredge line incoming. I think Mickey, this roam is going to backfire. No, I must have missed where Wei already pressed his Q button. Mickey's going to get on out, but he had to burn the heal.
Stella's Dragon for Heretics. Wei getting good control over mid, helping out Seren in the matchup as well. So honestly, I like the way Heretics have been playing towards mid lane this game, because we already kind of talked about, like, Orianna, very good in these early stages at bullying out Seren. Now that he's ticked over to level 6 though, not so much.
Waiting, no. Slight miss. Leader with the step up, and Wei's just going to walk out.
And once you tick over to 6, Akali has much more kill pressure and can actually look to try and finish off Leader, especially if he's taking a bit of damage. So I like the way that we're already seeing Heretics kind of babysitting Seren in this mid lane, nullifying a lot of that early aggression that the Orianna can play. But now Mickey wants to respond.
And Skeens is here as well. Paranoia is available. Seren's going to use a little bit of invis, but Shockwave does find him regardless. Shockwave, and now the Paranoia comes in regardless. Flash away almost with the kill. Seren's going to escape, but Dagda, that was pretty close.
I mean, great play from Saren. So flashes past
Wait.
Skeens to then ult through Skeens to get the distance that he needs. So nicely played there by the Akali to escape away. And just make sure there was no follow-up that could have happened from SK.
And now Mickey's going to help push out the wave as well. Saren doesn't have TP. This is really nice from Mickey. Make sure that Leader gets that back and that bounce back, which means that Saren, it is a cannon wave, but 1 minion.
Yep.
Denied.
It doesn't mean push for Ice and Wei on this bottom side, though, so they should be able to reset. Yappa, I think a little bit behind when it comes to the CS department, but should be able to pick up most of these under the tower.
Yeah.
And I'm keeping my eye on Wei again to see exactly what his plan is, because his roams early have been good, very close to ticking over to that level 6, especially with Void Grubs in a minute's time. May be able to hit 6 off the wave and can try and help towards some sort of Void Grub play.
But I think I'm starting to piece together, Dagger, what we've learned from First Stand, what we learned from Versus Playoffs. We've constantly seen mid roams in a lot of our teams, and I feel like unlocking mid, or at least getting mid a lead, you know, getting that role quest earlier means, oh, you get extra stats for the tier 3 boots, right? It means also, as Mickey pops a ghost, and Dredgeline doesn't connect on his backside, it does really mean you can control the game, and especially when dragons are so important, and mid push is so important, it does feel like there's pieces of the puzzle that are starting to be discovered by teams. This is not the first time we've seen Mickey or Wei or other supports in the league really hover around mid and putting that priority down.
I think it's so crucial to so much of your identity in a team. Like something like the Akali means the chances are you're looking at some sort of 1-3-1 or the ability to try and dive in towards the back line. And you kind of just need to help assuage any problems that might come up by playing around that mid lane. Like as we were talking about, making sure that Heretics cover for Saren so he can hit this level 6. They have a lot of pressure towards Leader, but there's more presence towards the mid.
Shao's making his way in, as you said. Saren already pushed Leader out. Skeens shows face, and Paranoia's up in 5 seconds as Wei adds an extra man. Mickey is a bit far behind on this play, and maybe it leads into the grubs as SK move into brush.
But this is what we were talking about. Wei was picking up those waves and that experience as he went, so he now has level 6, whereas Mickey nowhere close to that level 6. So Heretics have the advantage in the ults and should be able to just get the Void Grubs regardless.
Wei is a good angle here for a dredge line, but he's still holding off in the brush. Shao is taking Scuttle and the grubs at the same time. So this will be a bare minimum 2. And as we say every game, just a nice little addition here as Heretics also picked up the first dragon. It's another good early game from them. And once again, they are showing that through their lanes, their allocation and their ability to really play around the map, or maybe Shao's ability to play around the map, is their strength right now.
Yeah, I think it also is going to be a long time before SK come online. Like, Leader's going for this Rod of Ages build, which immediately takes longer for him to become a main threat. And I can understand this, like, you've got to try and tank out this Akali damage, especially in the side lane. But it means that then you're reliant on Yappa and this Triforce Spike to carry your mid game. I don't really think you're going to be able to utilize that as effectively, though. With Yappa going the TP in this matchup, sure, it's great for the lane, but we're not taking cleanse. It makes it a little bit more difficult to try and play aggressive towards the bars, especially if Wei is on roams. Now, I think the idea is it's going to be difficult for him to find those timing windows to play aggressive when Wei can just walk into lane and ult it. But I think if you're not able to play aggressive with the Triforce Spike as Yappa, this matchup becomes very difficult, as it's just the later the game goes, these waves don't last long against Ice.
Yeah, it's very surprising at that, isn't it, as well? Especially with this comp we highlighted as Wonder, please get that cannon. What, he got it, okay. A little bit worried there for a second as Wonder's evening out in the CS, and that's because Trayson's getting a little bit stronger here with the Faded Ashes. But top lane continues to be back and forth, nothing really big burnt. Both flashes still up and available, and an ulti for Wonder available for the next fight, and 15 seconds might be exactly that. As the Cloud Dragon is up, and all pings are going down towards bot. Teleport burn from Leader to try and get mid-pro so they can shift down safely.
I think Heretics might be a little late to the Dragon take, though, because you've seen the reset come through from Shao. I imagine that's first item completed for him on reset. There's Triforce.
Mickey flash, pulverized headbutt, but Wei might have a way out. He flashes, Dredge line. Shockwave doesn't work out. The damage comes through, but it's already buffered. Shockwave not available for the fight. Wei will be slow to get back to the Dragon, and maybe it doesn't matter that Leader's ult was used.
Solid effort from Leader to try and interrupt, but hang
Paranoia,
on.
even without the ball, gets the flash. Ice gets over the wall, and that definitely seems like an SK Dragon to me.
Still though, Mickey caught, no level 6.
Mickey's still not level 6, you're right, it's pretty dangerous. Hail of arrows as well. There's the ulti, first blood over to Ice. and Mickey's been on level 5 for so long, it costs him massively as Trayson takes aggro, has to flush away from Wonder in the top lane. Wonder sticks around to see if he'll come back, but he's got a wave to deal with, while Trayson has a TP to think about.
Yeah, Trayson just wanted to make sure he got that place, but still, Heretics, what should have been them losing out on the Dragon with the late reset from Sheo and that near pick on Wei, actually turns out to be the Heretics getting that play. Now Skeens, though, wants to contest. Hex Flash.
It's going to be a beautiful one at that as well. Dredgeline comes in, but now there's no spell shield. Wei, his ulti still available, and he threatens that on the SK jungler.
So Wei doesn't end up committing with the ultimates. Heretics just happy to take that Dragon instead. And again, Heretics, 2 Dragons up. 1.4k gold lead. They are slowly but surely dictating the pace of this. And you can see there in the bottom side, a lot of that is just coming from Ice, being able to push Yoppa in consistently on this bottom side.
Saren's going to get the push in mid in the meantime. Opens up with a bit of plating too, Dagger, and I'm just surprised. I'm kind of shocked because I'm like, oh, SK, this is such an easy Dragon. But Mickey's still level 5. He just hit 6 now at 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it is a long while. He has just not been sitting in this bottom side. So the levels haven't been coming through, and Wei been able to benefit off of that. Like, there's been a couple of fights there where Heretics have just bullied their way in, knowing that they have that ultimate. But as long as this kind of continues, I mean, Heretics should be, I say, in a good spot. But this is also where we saw them in a very similar spot in game number 1. Like, good early game. They have side lanes that they can try and play through, but they just couldn't quite get that orchestrated in the manner they wanted. Now, though, Sheo top and Wonder overextended.
Wonder does have his ult available, and he has a flash, burns the ult instead, gets on out. And Wonder now won't have that available for any kind of conflict in the next minute or so. So, good attempt at a gank, but the game still continues to be slow, which means it is my turn to talk a little bit about Mickey. What do you think about Mickey from versus Dagda as Paranoia comes through? Never mind, ignore that. Flash, decimating smash, there's a kill. No time to talk about Mickey because his Skeens splashes away. SK put themselves on the board.
I mean, Mickey was coming up there on the roam. And, I mean, nice job by SK. Skeens just kind of sitting in behind, Wonder there. After seeing Sheo reset, knew the Trayson would be a bit complacent, but his Yoppa caught should be okay.
No, he backed in time.
But I was laughing at the fact, like, it's my turn to talk about Mickey.
Yeah.
And then you asked me my opinion on Mickey.
Well, I wanted to be balanced, you know. I didn't want to just say Mickey had a horrible versus, but we did, quite frankly, open with that, didn't we?
Yeah, he just didn't have the best of times. And I think there's like some arguments for, hey, look, they were trying to cover mid a lot more, and it meant that he couldn't try and play in the lane, but his positioning, he got caught out, and I think he even himself would say that he didn't have the best of times in playoffs. So, or sorry, in LEC Versus, didn't even make it to playoffs.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of people, it's kind of looking to see, has Mickey brought back that spark? And at the moment, Wei has had a better performance than him. Like, at least in these early stages. Mickey sitting on level 5 for a very long time trying to roam, didn't find that same success, and now at least has access to that ultimate and is hovering on this top side to make sure leader is safe. But waiting to see him really have that big Alistair play to swing this game open for SK.
Because again, it does feel like the engage just seems easier from SK. There's so many tools to press, and one of them is Mickey in a fight to make sure that none of this poke, or rather dive, I should say, from Heretics makes it to the core carries. Now for SK, there's no gold lead for them. They're down about 1,000 gold. The biggest problem being that Mickey got caught out of that last Dragon and gave them Dragon number 2 to start the stacking. Minute 50 to have that conversation again, but for now, all focus is around this top side as Herald is spawning in 5. Shows even moved up here, but with the teleport in, Heretics want this wave pushed out so they can start thinking about their angles of attack.
But Mickey is resetting, and if they spot that, I think they...
You got TP though.
I don't know if he was on a ward yet. Just get the TP back in, but it means the Heretics can shift over if they wanted to try and set up a bit more vision there. Unsure though, as Sheo is just going to try and clear the jungle, and also the reset needed from Saren to finish off his Hex Deck Blade.
Trayson just spacing out for the decimating smash. I was noticing Wonder was looking up for an ulti up through River, but now the 1v1. Trayson, of course, going to win this with Leandries. This is a dangerous spot for Wonder. Equalizer used, ulti in response, but you'd have to say for Wonder, that's a big tool of engage now down. As SK hover around the Herald, a Dredgeline starts the fight. Hits Wei with Mickey finding himself at just a good angle. They get a knock up and Wei's close to dying, but as he flashes away, he survives for now. With the rest of the fight being carried on by Team Heretics, Saren now runs on in, and this is good. Really good for Heretics. They lock down the cow. Once again, Mickey flashes away, but to his onslaught. A 2-man shockwave finally used, but it does nothing as Heretics win out yet again. And another objective to add to the book here is leader. Not going to get hit by the piercing arrow from Ice. SK walk away hobbled.
But Heretics also resetting, not feeling comfortable to try and make anything happen. Skeens doesn't have the ultimate, but a double TP, Tryson's in trouble.
He's going to turn the lights off in 3, 2, 1. Looking for vision, but Tryson's out.
Skeens doesn't have it. He used it in the topside play. He's no ultimate, so it's Wonder TPing in and basically just walk away.
So he had the lights on.
Yeah.
And what do you do with that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Tell me what Nocturne's function is. You know, Rick and Morty's a bit mainstream. But you know that little robot thing is like, what's my function?
Oh, the butter guy?
Yeah. Spread butter. Oh. What's Nocturne's function? He presses R. His R's not up until 10 seconds to go. Shockwave can't be comboed with it as we're fighting over Dragon. Decimating Smash, Wade puts himself in harm's way. This Dragon 4K already. Yoppa gets dreaded, returning back in, but SK are pretty healthy walking into the fight where Heretics are burning a little bit through the HP bars. Wade, half HP. There's the paranoia into Ice in the back line. Dagda, we talked about this. How does Ice get to play the game? Well, he doesn't. Quick answer for you. Is SK winning the fight thoroughly, but Seren trying to bring it back on the back line. Meanwhile, Sheo also helps Trayson get a kill. It looked like Heretics had the fight in spades, but as soon as SK depart from one another, Heretics pick off the pieces.
Yeah, I need to rewatch again how Yoppa died. It looked like Seren just got on top of him, but everyone on SK kind of just abandoned. It looked like the back line to try and follow up on Skeens, which then made it very easy for Seren to follow through. Because, like, the fact that Skeens gets Ice is a fantastic trade. Leader ends up shockwaving on top of himself with the sombrero, and then Yoppa just kind of gets left to his lonesome. Seren flashing over the wall interrupts him from being able to take the Hex Gate, as the rest of SKO tried to play forward.
Oh, my life's so hard.
True. Mickey fouled the blast cone, by the way. Just to be harsh, and Mickey's, you know, critic.
I mean, that was a very messy fight.
It was.
You had a sombrero from Leader, Mickey failing it, and then everything else. But you can see, like, the damage there.
407 damage on an Orianna in a fight.
Also, Rumble Ult was doing work.
Yeah, it was indeed. I mean, Trayson is close to hitting 2 items, I'm sure, by now. And for Heretics, 3 Dragons up. Again, another brilliant early game. It does feel like they've got this one in spades. I'm just a little bit sus now, dagged up. I'm sus on how they transition.
I mean, 3 Dragons definitely makes it easy.
Oh, it definitely does, doesn't it?
Yeah, because that was kind of the talking point you had in the last game was, hey, there was a couple of Dragons picked up early by SK, which just denied Heretics from being able to play towards that fully as a win condition. But still, we'll have to see if SK can find a better time as Yoppa. I don't think he want to be here.
Bringing in Brush, Dreaded return a little bit shallow here. Yoppa steps it back. Gatling Gun's going to do some good work. And now a big one in the hole as Trayson happy to step up to level 14 Rumble. Very, very strong. He's got Bloodletter's Curse as well, so he's going to start shredding any MR you have as Blue Buff's an afterthought. Skeen's going to smite it, but it goes down. Seren is the angle I'm looking at. Paranoia goes in, but as he finds backline, Ice is already away. Range is there, and SK are walking into a trap because Seren belied his time. Shockwave on his head, but it's only one as Wonder does nothing with a decimating smash, and Mickey does nothing again with a cow on the back. Meanwhile, Skeens is dying to a turret after Sheo picks up kill credit. Ice survived, and SK are in disarray.
Ice didn't have flash, but still manages to get away. Plus that combo again didn't end up working out for Skeens and Leader. Leader wasn't able to get in range, it looks like, for that ultimate. And it still ends up using the fight. But this Orianna build is not doing the job that it needs to on killing off people. And Seren is consistently finding access to the backline.
I am now going to go to low VV while you do a replay.
But yeah, we'll see it here, like, he ends up going in. But Leader still had the ball on top of him, so Skeens wasn't shielded as he went in. And Leader then ends up getting packed up by by Seren, who does a ton of damage. And at this stage, it's just SK on full retreat. Skeens ends up taking 2 Terror shots on the way out here. Actually, 3 Terror shots on the way out here, which causes his death. But it's just...
Leader, he's dead, Dagda. He's definitely dead here. I mean, Leader has flash, but I think he's dead. Dreaded return still connects. His build is Rod of Ages into Storm Surge. Now, I had to go to LOL VVV, and I was like...
It's not a build.
It's a mixture of it, because Storm Surge to me was always with things like Proto Belt or like
Gunblade.
Burst.
Yeah, not Gunblade, Luden's Echo.
Yeah, exactly, right. Or like, I mean, you could name anything.
Yeah.
Rod of Ages scaling build. Now, I've got this champion tattooed on my left arm, and I remember all the, you know, the Orianna builds. We did have Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
With scaling builds like Leandri's in the mix with tier builds. I just don't remember this one.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I feel like you either go for the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace, and you're like, I'm going to be tanky, but still kind of like play this bruisery style, which I thought was where he was going, but then didn't have the tier picked up as he finished off the Rod of Ages. And if not, I would have gone Ludens and the Storm Surge, because then it's like, oh, I get that full burst potential, and that's my job done for the fight. Now, Wonder caught out.
Yeah, Wonder indeed flashes over. Trayson is really scary as a threat right now. Once again, has a massive lead. Didn't find it as much through lane, but in these fights is having more of an impact. So it is nice to see the dynamic where Trayson really struggled in the team fighting in game 1. This game has redeemed himself with some of the best equalizers we've seen.
So they still see Skeen sitting in behind Yoppa, considering going on towards Ice, has that flash available, but 45 seconds would need that until Dragon, would need that to be a kill for it to really be effective. So again, it looks like Heretics at least decent control on the map to make this play work. Especially as he starts to see like 2 items completed across the board, matching a lot of what's there for SK. I don't know how SK try and fight back into this.
And we did talk about like, I mean, I use the words ease of execution in draft because of all the engage they had, Dagda, and you know, how Ice couldn't play the game. But the problem is now Team Heretics have such a big gold lead, is that one track engage is easy. They're going to find a rumble, but flashes are kept up. Now a dredge line on the reverse. Way good engage. He flashes away. His depth charge is up and available. Finds one target. Equalizer down again. Some barriers, use some lockets rather. His decimating smash in the front line is nice, and it's looking okay for SK. But Yoppa is cornered in the Dragon Pit. There's a Herald, not a battle one, but as we go over, Seren has just found his way over the wall, almost kills Yoppa in the back part of it. Sharon now front to backing as Team Heretics use the charge. Ice is like, I don't like these fights anyway. And so a quick hit towards
It's a battle Herald now, though.
He's coming back, okay. Ice is just like, now, let's find a target. No, he's just going to join in the fight. He's already opened up mid. Dragon continues for the soul for Heretics.
But Yoppa reset. He's only making his way out with the Hextech Gate, so this is pure bluff from SK, and Heretics might be about to call it.
Yeah, they are. Seren's got a great angle. Mickey in. It's a one-man shockwave, but Dragon goes down to SK. A small win for now, but the problem is Wade's locking down every which way as Seren is cleaning up the backside. Wonder, you think, is attacking his member, but Trayson is stepping over him. He's going to burn him down to a Chris's Josper. Flushes away, but how did he get out of the pit? He's the last man standing with a zombie sign to accompany him. Yoppa stepping in and out. Gatling gun in and out. Phosphorus bomb kited away. Nice mechanics. He will find the Nautilus, but he will lose his life in the process. An ace for Heretics and a game to be proud of in game 2.
SK get the Dragon, but it costs them everything. As Mickey tries to set up for the engage on the Shea with the shockwave, but again, there's just not enough damage there to finish off the Zehen. And at this stage, SK, they've fully committed. Seren is running amok. Ice is getting to free fire. There is zero they can do. And again, like, you're into this rumble. Trayson is just burning so many people alive. It's just 3 members standing in these flame cones the entire time.
SK, they've definitely got the mechanics in some of these fights, but and then you look at other members and you just think, it's just not a coordinated effort. I am curious about the next item. Looks like Shadow Flame's coming for leader. But, yeah, I mean, Ice has to play so far back. Yeah, he's already carrying it. I mean, look, honestly, he's just been instrumental so far for Heretics.
But that's the thing, Ice is vulnerable when he has no flash. And it's moments like this where you could try and make a play, but he's not stepping up far enough where you can try and make something happen with Yoppa. Like, there's just, SK feel very disjointed when it comes towards playing around where their win conditions have been, and both in builds and where they've been positioned on the map.
SK thinking about how do we go towards mid and set ourselves up for the Baron contest, but Wade with the dredge line in. Shockwave finally lands onto Trayson. Big target with a big one. Laid him back. SK, big opportunity in this game now. And the damage coming out from Yoppa is helping them out, but Yoppa went into melee range. He gets punished for it as Seren darts in, darts out, but the dreaded return, even better, and Sheo now just won't die. He refuses to not exist in this game as leader has to step on back. Heretics, they find the fight in the end, but it gets a bit sketchy as SK made them work for it.
There was a good pick on towards Trayson to start things off, but again, you've got Seren who's doing so much work. Ice is getting good damage on the back, and Sheo as well is no pushover. it's not like he can just take one person and finish them off, as immediately tracing goes down. But the follow-up is immediate. Like, as you start to walk forward here, Ice is getting the poke down, the flash away from Skeens, buy space in for Zeren to get in onto the back line. And it's a good W from Sheo as well to pull Yoppa and Leader back, which really finishes off the end of that fight.
Sheo, such a big impact in the fight as well. That dreaded return, I think, hit 3 people. As Heretics still climb with the gold, Baron's still up. Hex gates are going to be used by Heretics to get into position to try and set this one up as a bait. You can see SK are willing to challenge, but Mickey, as he goes for an engage, is going to be Dredgeline in. They're calling the bluff yet again. Shuriken Flip taken here. Trample about to run through Mickey. I don't know what he's doing because there is no Corki here. SK fighting without an 80 carry seems silly. And now they have no support for their engage. It is up to Wonder to find the mark, up to the Nocturne to press the go button. SK going to use some of their poke, but Wonder gets drawn back in. For now, there we go again, but the Shockwave is onto a Nautilus. The first time Oriana ain't going to find a target here, as Heretics know that SK are out of steam.
So Heretics just turned over towards the Baron. SK are trying desperately to make something come out of this as Heretics step forward. But it's just too little too late, it feels like. Heretics have such a stranglehold here.
Saren doesn't have the ulti, otherwise this could be a bit of a pinch, but it's just to push them off while Dragon, or rather Baron, is going down. And a turret to go through with it as for the trade. Heretics going to pick up this Baron. A cancel almost there from Saren with a Shuriken Flip. And 5 Barons on Summoner's Rift here as Heretics look to try and crest to a game 3.
But it's 40 seconds until the until the Soul. So for Heretics, you just use this to push out the waves and then look over towards that Dragon. Either you force SK to the base or you kind of have that Soul on lock here.
In what has been, I think, a more difficult game, felt like a more difficult game. I have to correct myself, I was talking about SK's lack of engage. I mean, they have quite a few, they have so many go buttons. But Dagda, I am worried a little bit about scaling of these tanks. I'm worried about this mid game and how strong it's been for Heretics as the fight over Dragon will continue once more. Heretics still on Soul Point. The pressure's on for SK to stop this.
It has to be a major shockwave to set things up. But I don't know if SK have much left in the tank. Dragon going to be started immediately by Heretics as SK try to wrap through this bottom side and find their last fight.
Coming in through linearly, all in one line. The poke is good though. Skin's going to take the shield. He's got the ball on. Shockwave over. Ice flashes it though, and now you got 2 big ultis down. Hexgate used by Skeens, but he's going to be able to fight as Saren takes him with the public, or rather perfect execution. Down goes the Nocturne. Hextech Drake with it as well. Heretics have the Soul, and now the pieces are falling together. Ulti over the wall. Sheo won't get a mark, but he still dreads the return. Over, he finds even more SK meat to bite into, and that cow, free range no longer. To the house he goes as Ice picks him up and makes this a game 3.
Leaders TP, the only reason that wasn't a clean ace. But Heretics going to start their march down through this bottom side. I don't think they'll end just here, but they will actually find Leader, it looks like.
Wei gets right in front of his face, and Saren's here to make this an easy kill. Leader, it's been an okay game, but okay is not good enough here when Heretics are firing on all cylinders.
What do you do? Again, like, this is what I expected in game number 1, where Heretics control easily how these fights are played. You go on towards Ice, it's a good flash away from the ult. Skeens then tries to get out, but Saren, kind of predicting already, sitting in the pit. And immediately gets on towards Skeens and...
Oh, that's not a good Hexgate. Mickey, he's just dead. He got one shot. Very ambitious. I guess he wants to go now.
Yeah.
Mickey's died.
Yeah, that was not it.
Ice cold. The jokes keep coming. Thank you for that. That was just the one and done.
It's Heretics have every single game thus far being in a commanding position from the early game.
Yeah.
And obviously game 1, they just misplayed on how they played the map. But this has been a bit stompy, especially in game number 2.
Paranoia. Okay, they're going to go for Trayson, but he goes golden.
They didn't ult.
There was no shockwave here. Yeah, Leader still has it. He's going to pop it in, does a bit of damage. It's nice, but equalize it down. Leader can't walk away. Dredgeline blocked by Mickey. The poke from Ice, then Dredgeline, or rather the depth charge. Leader was burning down. He's not going to be alive, and Team Heretics managed to lose their support in the meantime, so it is a small win for SK to stop this onslaught. And whatever you can take away from that.
I think it's just about delaying. If you can get the Rabadons for leader, maybe that's enough of a swing, but it still feels like a long shot. But SK will hold on for the moment. But with no Baron, no Dragon, nothing to try and solidify an advantage off of, it's kind of just holding, as we said. And it's Tracing who gets engaged on, use the stopwatch, thinking, oh, okay, that immediate ult is going to come by, but it doesn't happen. Manages to just get the flash away. So a bit of a mixed timing by leader on the fear and getting a two-man shockwave. But afterwards, Wade tries to engage. A heal comes in for leader at the end. It must have been Mickey's passive heal that saved him there, because I think he would have gone down to the burn from Tracing.
Or even Ice actually just hitting his Q, because Ice missed that Q. That would have been a sure thing. He has Seekers, by the way, just so you know. Seren Seekers, Ice Seekers. There's, quite a lot of tools to buy time. But we're going to a game 3. Now, here's the problem I have. Heretics should be an easy way to finish this game, but I don't trust in Heretics ever since, what was it, last year? 13,500 gold.
Wow. I mean, they have a new support, man. Completely different team.
Yeah, completely different. There is just some part of me that, again, the saying this year so far in many regions has been, it's not over till the Nexus falls. And we've known that for a while, but we need to see this final fight. Is Equalizer going to start us off? Underneath turret, there's a lot of danger here for Wanderers. He's isolated, but the shockwave comes in. It's only a 1, maybe 1.5 man, but going golden. Trayson's buying some time. One is still in the firing line. Dredgeline brings him back in line, and now there's trouble as Shea runs in with the GA at his disposal. Seren finds Yoppa, and this game is sure as over as it could be. Wonder back in the dirt, and Team Heretics have all 5 to run into this Nexus and show us how it's done.
It's a clean ace on the terror dive for Heretics. I mean, this game has just felt over for a long out while. It's just Heretics finishing it off now.
They finally get through their early game. They make it look good throughout, and they right the wrongs of game number 1 as first loss for leader on Orianna out of 1. That was an interesting thing to say as Jocks, Seren on Akali, hot damn.
Yeah, Seren was incredible on the Akali, and I gotta ask, did you notice that the enemy was playing Orianna for the first time in an official?
I mean, we knew, and we thought he will not pick it, to be honest, but they did, and we had the answer, so it was okay.
What when the engages came in and you had the Nocturne and then maybe the Orianna ball, was it hard to play around at all?
Not for me, but for my AD carry and top lane, it must be very hard. But yeah, I was chilling.
You were jumping around everywhere. What are we going to see in game 3?
I mean, depends on the side we have, but I think it's gonna be a very fun game since a lot of champs are out. So it will be very exciting to watch, I think.
I'm excited to watch as well. I'll let you join your team, Seren. Thank you. Yeah, he did notice it, that it was the first time. We also noticed it a little bit, didn't we?
I mean, I think it was on display.
I mean, at least, you know, Seren has said it himself, you know, it was quite easy for him because he's not really the victim of the Orianna Nocturne combo, but at the same time, I felt like no one really was the victim of the Orianna Nocturne combo, right? Because it was Leader's first time ever, which is an insane thing to say.
That is crazy.
When this champion has been out since 2015, and I'm pretty sure that Leader also played League of Legends since like 2015 or 16 or whatever. To play your first game of Orianna after like 10 years must be insane. Actually reminds you of like I had a similar time with Forgiven, where like Kalista was out for like 7 years and he just first times it after like, you know, 8 years or so. But it's like, we saw many times where just the Orianna ball just flies in just for emotional support because they weren't really able. It's kind of like, hey, you have the ball, and now this one was sad. I mean, so here's the thing. I think it's just unlucky, right? I mean, it's cope, you know, but it's unlucky because when you think of Orianna, you mostly think of Orianna Nocturne. That's the combo you practice in scrims and whatnot. But it just felt like on stage, the worst of it came out
It's one
sadly.
of those discussions between, like we've been saying forever, that he needs to be on the control mages to be able to kind of sustain throughout these best of 3s and these best of 5s and fearless. But yeah, you can only lead a horse to water, right? Like, you can't make him drink. If it's not what he's meant to do, he won't do it well.
This is my code.
I don't want to be too harsh.
This is my code.
Here, let's hear it.
He's protesting because he wants to play the Zeds.
Exactly.
He's like, this is what my Orianna looks like. Let me play the Zed, guys. It's going to look better.
So it's one of those deals in the SK office, you know, where it's like, okay, Leader, buddy, you know, the build was like also maybe, you know.
Yeah, can we talk about this
Sure.
Rod of Ages first? So we were like, what are
It's
the
like
pros?
tanky, it doesn't die, right? It doesn't. Because the thing is, he was super ahead of the Akali for most of the time. It's just the combo failed. But here's how the discussion goes in the SK office. Like, okay, leader, buddy, we know you want to take over the draft. We know that you want to play Zed and Yon and all of that. But for the first 2 games, you give us control mages, right? And then on third game, finally, you get to play, you get to pick the champion that you want to pick. So that's my cope.
Okay,
Game 3 is the pop-off game from him. I'm sure of it.
But I feel like you weren't done talking about the build.
I want to talk about, so the pros are obviously, and Dagda covered it, we were talking about it. You're going to survive the Akali, but there's just not enough damage to kill the Zehen, to kill the Rumble. Like, Zehen's going to get his passive off in the fights if you don't have burst on the Orianna, and this is not going to provide that.
Because he did do well in the lane, it's true.
He was smashing in lane. Like, I want to see him push that lead. I don't want to see him go for the Rod of Ages. I want to see that Shadow Flame early. I want to see the Rabadons. I want to see him just go for the kill.
That would give him more versatility, right? Because this can only one-shot the squishy backline that never really arrived to the squishy backline, you know? So
Yeah. The other side of the coin, though, Heretics, they're back in it. I think we saw positive things out of way in the first game, despite them ended up losing that. And also in this game, we talked so much about how we would bring that stability and that the lane prowess would also be better for Heretics, which we've seen, but also the way he moves around the map. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, from the get-go, I mean, his Nautilus was aggressive in that lane. He was landing hook after hook and getting Ice in a really like advantageous pushing position. Ice was the target of the Nocturne the whole time. And this is my theory on Team Heretics now, is that they baited us with all the pentakills that he was getting earlier. So now everyone's like, oh, dive Ice, go for Ice, he's the threat. And then Trayson can come in and be like, wait a minute, my Rumble is going to come out. Sheo's pulling out the carries in the jungle, and they're like, okay, now we have some more room to work around because Ice was the target. Looked a lot better in lane with Wei, but still, I feel like it was the top lane of the jungle that were the big difference makers for Heretics.
And that's what we wanted to see, because we were always thinking now he's doing a great job of surviving. Actually, I don't even know if he survives in this, but it's just like sitting on the backline, Ice just being the main focus just buys so much time. And finally, this is what we wanted to see even in the pregame. We wanted to see the solo lane step up. We wanted the solo lanes to have just a little bit more impact, because it's always been about Ice, you know, and Wei comes in, you know, brings a little bit more stability to the bot lane. It was great and all, but I feel like it's also kind of, it's only been 2 games, I know, but I feel like you can already see on the other side of the map, and it's just like, even in this horrible game for him, because he said many times, we only heard it once, but I'm sure he said 10 times that he hates his life. I feel like he had a great game, Ice, which, you know, against all odds,
even when he's the target, he's able to put up these numbers, which is very impressive. And also, I'm happy that you highlight Saren too, because like it was both solo laners that were really stepping up. When the Nocturne, Skeens, he didn't have the Orianna ball like anytime he dove Ice. It was like a 1v1 between those two, and Ice actually started winning those 1v1s in the second half of the game.
I know that feel, by the way, when you're the Orianna and you're just chasing behind that Nocturne, but he's going too far.
You're running as fast as you can.
It's impossible. Saren also having a really big game on the Akali, and I think, yeah, these are things that we started seeing when they picked up those wins at the end of the regular season in Versus that made us think that this team could be better than what they were showing us. And I think often we love to talk about Ice and Sheo as the experienced leader and whatnot, but Trayson and Saren, they are really getting their reps in.
Exactly, because we have to remember that it's a young roster. It's their first split in the LEC for both of them. We saw a little bit of it in the Versus, but now, oh my god, it's so funny when you're just Akali and you just see someone fly over you like that. They didn't get to have a lot of games in the LEC, right? And now finally with the team gelling together, you know, even though you brought in a new support, you start to understand, okay, solo lanes, hey, how do we want to work together? Saren with Trayson is like, what are the tendencies of each other? How do we like to play these team fights? And we finally get to see them have more and more reps, and finally we get to see a little bit more synergy, because both of them are playing incredibly well.
What I want to know is your boy Oppa. You were so happy with him after game 1. Game 2 wasn't his fault. But how did they set him up for success?
Mickey's got to stop running it down, man. I mean, I think that was a double-digit death by the end. I'm pretty sure he hit 10.
Welcome to you,
yeah.
That's Mickey for you.
Yeah, so if we just have a better laning phase, and you know, also Mickey's not throwing himself head first into 5 people when the team's not ready to back him up, then Yoppa's going to look better.
Okay, Mickey, we know you can do it. Just temper. We'll
Chill it out.
We'll be right back with game 3 between Team Heretics and SK Gaming.
I bump. Doctor dead. Play below winning.
I kill Korki.
No pressure, Ali. Good.
Orianna.
You should do it. Korki dashed in. No double.
Yeah.
No flash Sion.
No flash, no flash.
No flash Sion. No flash Sion. I kill Sion.
Porky has flash, okay?
Porky? No flash, Porky.
No W, so
Nice,
They're passive.
Nice.
Nice, good job.
We say we play for tower and no one hit tower.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls who never leave me.
Well, Heretics were able to capitulate and merge together with what we saw
Big
from
words for
game
you.
one.
Big words for you.
I know, and part of me is like, I think I know what I'm saying. I listen to Medic all the time, and I'm like, oh, Medic, that's a good word. Type. Like,
And then never use them because it's like, I don't know.
oh,
I don't know how to use
just
that properly.
pretend.
Yeah.
But yeah, Medic always uses big words, and sometimes I'm impressed. Sometimes I think, oh, yeah, he's a doctor. You know, that's just comes with the job anyway. It's been a couple of days, you know, technically and physically, and spiritually.
We're only
for
like
all
a
of
day
us.
and a half, though.
It's been a day and a half for us.
Yeah.
But this has been an interesting series because I feel like SK dropped the ball completely for game number 2. However, outside of the leader build and Mickey getting caught out, there were some pretty good elements in Trayson again. I mean, Trayson's Rumble was good, and I feel like Trayson this series has been pretty good. So it is still kind of exciting to see, some elements come out of the woodwork. I know I was talking about SK, but obviously, like, Wonder in game 1 in the mid game really took over on the Ambassador and had a good game. But the highlight for me overall in all 10 players, I think, has been Trayson today. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think he's been great. Also, Wei. Honestly, I think Wei's had a really good performance. Like, the game 1 very much helped control the early stages of the game. Like, played well in lane, got some good push with the Karma, and even set up, like, burning some summoner spells on Yoppa in the early stages. And then in the last game, was heavily moving towards that mid lane, getting that early success for Seren, or at least controlling that mid lane for Seren and setting them up for success. So honestly, I think it's both Trayson and Wei that I'm keeping my eyes on for this game as well.
Well, let's hope again that we see more of that roaming from Wei and we see Trayson's lane against Wonder, because thanks to our production, we'll have some stats for you, just showing you how good he has been in games 1 and 2, individually over Wonder. But yeah, last game, bit of a stomp, 18,000 gold lead by the end of it as well. So we're about to go into pick ban for game 3. We're just waiting to iron out whatever the client's doing. Yeah, okay, it's being remade, the lobby. Because we've got client in front of us and it was blank and we're like, well, that's not ideal. But we are about to jump into now. And I will say, for leader's sake, Orianna is off the table. It wasn't that bad, actually. The build was pretty... The build was bad, but I don't...
And the combo timing was not quite there.
No, but... The ball was okay.
I mean, he sombreroed at least once.
He did. I think he did 2. But there were other times where he hit an ulti. And he pressed Q and W quite well.
Look, I'm just saying I think Caps plays a better Orianna.
Oh, that's hard. We're going to have to... If we can get a poll production, who is the better Orianna, leader or Caps, and we'll get them to vote after pick ban. All right, game 3. Heretics blue, SK on red. Remember, second pick, so it is a normal pick ban here. Team Heretics are on red. God. Sorry, Team Heretics are on red, but they're not on red. No, wait, they're on blue, Dagda.
For first pick.
They're first pick, but they're red, but they're on left side, so that's red. But
yeah, because they're on the left side of the stage.
Because ROFS, yeah.
Yeah.
Right of first selection. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I got it Ross. Red side first pick, but left side.
Ashe and Seraphine is going to be the looksy here for Heretics, it looks like.
Thank you, Dagda.
But I don't know, like, can you steal away the Seraphine? I'm trying to figure out like what you could put her with. Like maybe the Yunara, a Caitlyn or something like that if you wanted to try and take it away.
You really think Seraphine Yunara is good? I mean, it's not that
probably
bad.
Probably not. But like, I think the value is the slows, right?
Yeah.
And like that's why she functions so well. But there are like other things that she can work with. Even like I think I've seen Twitch with her as well because the pool slows too. And then you give a lot of but. Okay, Yunara Emilio, I do like that combo. Like, good shields, the range increase as well the Emilio offers. The Yunara means that she trades super effectively whenever she has that Q uptime. So, honestly, I like the bot lane already for Yoppa and Mickey.
And it means the chase down becomes a little bit easier. So, really good adaptation here as Mickey tries to play foosball, while Seraphine is a must pick. But it's a jungle pairing as well. Normally, it's a Xin Zhao. That's taken away. We've got other things in the mix as well, but you have to kind of consider, like, what is Milio good into? I mean, anything that runs linearly.
I was going to say something like a Wukong isn't the end of the world. Like, yes, you can be knocked out of the dash-in, but you can't cleanse the knock-up, and then it sets up really well for Seraphine alongside providing setup for the Ashe too, so that could be the combo here, but if you really want to go for, like, an Olaf or something you can do as well, we'll have to see. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
So we've seen Mel banned a lot yesterday in the second rotation because she does outrange when you get to this stage of the game a lot of the enemy champions, but also is very good into things like Seraphine and Ashe specifically because you can reflect the arrow, you can reflect the ultimate from the Seraphine. But SK not going to try and take their mid laner here. Looks like they want to secure their jungler instead.
There's that Skarner. I mean, yesterday we also saw a few Skarner bans as well, so it would be interesting to see if maybe we get something like a Trundle ban now in response from SK, because Trundle with the pillar, also with the stat
There's
steal.
the Olaf we were talking about. So
Olaf
yeah, I think
gone.
Trundle, the Olaf, basically what you want is early game champions that can fight, and heals and shields are just super effective on them. And I think Olaf, Trundle, fits that bill very well, especially with Zinzao already out of the equation.
With Anivia gone, you think this is a Azir? No, Azir's already banned.
Yeah, it's also, like, I am surprised by the Anivia, because traditionally when I think of Anivia, she wants champions that are somewhat short range, so she gets value from the wall.
Yeah.
That's not really what you're up against here with Mel and Ashe and even the Seraphine. So I didn't think Anivia would be one of the champions that you banned away. I would have thought more of like, hey, let's try and ban away maybe like an Ornn from Wunder, like champions that can engage rather effectively. But again, I think Mel does obviously interact with the Ornn ult.
Yeah, sends back another one.
So you do have to be a little bit careful when you're playing against a Mel.
Yeah, that made me question because I was like, oh, we're banning Anivia, I guess. I was just thinking about mid lane champ pool for leader, but also now with Silas gone, does he go into AD, or are you worried that you've got a Skarner in jungle and then you have to go into an AP top? Like, I feel like leader has to play AP, right? Doesn't that make it awkward?
I mean, you could still go with the Kennen in the top technically.
Oh my god, oh
so
my god, oh my
doesn't
god,
mean you have
oh
to.
my
Okay.
god. Okay, now, at first stand, a lot of the responses to Mel was being talked about, not actually played, but being talked about as the Z. Into the Mel as a good answer. Shurikens can be sent back, but regardless, the all-in assassin leader, I mean, look, he played Orianna last game. Now we're on the Z, but his Z is 15-5 in his career. So he has played 20, or now 19, no, 20 more games than he has of Orianna in pro play.
Still though, Heretic setting up for a fairly nice comp here. Like, you've got a tank jungler, which takes away an opportunity for leader to try and assassinate them. The heals and shields and also just the amount of CC that is on Heretics can make things very difficult. So, and now if you wanted to, I don't hate the Jace. Just adding more range in is not the end of the world against this comp.
But I guess this is more engaged, Dagger, like more all-in, situational, but regardless.
Yeah.
Another body. Let's hold. Let's hold. Let's just hold, guys. Let's settle down.
Look, I think we'll probably see... honestly, you could go for the Kennen here on the top side if you wanted to. I think that's why the Narc sets up well for it, because you outrange with the Kennen. And then you can try and play for still having an AP threat in that top side. So I think you kind of played into the hands of us a little bit with Heretics taking the Gnar. And I think you could have gone for the Jace and just gone for a bit more of a skill matchup if you're almost guaranteeing that Kennen is going to come through.
So we get Wonder's Kennen, which is fantastic, right? It was so good. We get a Z from leader, which historically has been really good. You know, again, we were a bit mean to him last game, but this is his time to shine. Solo laners with class, while Team Heretics, as you said, pretty standard comp, right? Pretty straightforward composition we're running in.
And the last time we actually saw Zed was leader back in spring 2023 when he played. So he's kind of keeping the tradition alive. But he did lose to Fnatic, which is not the best of times.
No.
But at least he was there, you know?
At least he was there. I mean, hey, I'm going to give him anything right now, because going into game 3, we have Zed, Milio, Kennen on a team. We get that Ashe Seraphine, which about 6 months ago, people were like, oh, that's fun, but has become the norm. But Mel from Seren, while Sheo is just going to show us what he can do on the Sejuani as well with MLA Gnar. And I guess a chain of CC that comes from this team. Dagda, only in the LEC, only in the second best region in the world, by the way. As we're about to jump into game 3, we have had only game 3s in the LEC so far. Only game 3s. This is our fourth best of 3 in our region since arriving back from first stand. And what a treat it has been. Welcome back. Where the hell do you want to start, Dagda? I mean, you know, thank you. We'll let the comments come in. Important.
I mean, I agree with that one. Like, you have Mel, Ashe, and Seraphine that all feel very strong at the moment. Not to mention, I think Gnar in a decent spot.
Jolly man.
Difficult.
Get out of here. I tell you what, we're going to do for next week. Then that's him on YouTube. We're putting him on twice. We may as well just interview him at this point.
You can't double dip like that.
He does.
That's not fair.
He posts on Cagel's channel. He goes to Yankos sometimes, I swear. He goes to our YouTube, our Twitch. Like, dude, Jolly Man's and he doesn't even have burners. He just uses the same account. He's just got 5 screens.
Well, I mean, if you're a Jolly Man, you do need to let the world know.
You do.
Yeah.
Jolly Man 69, I think is his name. Good on him. All right, we're going to have an interview with him next week as the 2v2 trade kind of brings out from Ice. He got hit the most severe, but as some of our chatters were saying, they like the Milio. And again, when you have I've used the word linearly quite a lot today, but when you are running in a straight line, an easy direction, Milios really get great when she can just read where to send the ultra mega fire kick, you know?
But that's the thing is, who are you sending that at?
Yep.
Because when I think of Milio, it's like, oh, well, there's someone who's trying to jump onto my AD carry. I'm going to try and focus that person down with that Q. In this game, it's kind of just tracing.
Yep.
Everyone else is pretty non-committal and long range, so you're not really helping yourself out. The upside, at least for SK, is I think Wunder can have a decent game here, just if he can find the flank angles. But otherwise, it can be a little bit difficult for him to get in. Like, Seraphine, Hughes and slows, same with the Ashe. The lockdown from Sejuani, Nar being able to kick him out. It feels like you have to bypass a huge amount to CC for Wunder if you really want to make this pick work. It's a decent matchup for him, but it's going to be tough for him to have a big impact in fights, it feels like.
Well, last time, though, I will say Wunder had a great time on this cannon. Is all in. Hang on a minute. Getting the surge out. He gets a stun. This was when we saw him in Versus. Fantastic graphic, whoever made this. But do you remember was it against Fnatic that they destroyed? Who was it?
It was against Fnatic, yes.
It was an insane cannon game that came from this man.
Wait, no, it wasn't because they won. It was against Heretics, wasn't it?
Sorry,
I'm almost certain it was Heretics.
I've set Dagger up for failure just because my brain is that of a 31-year-old. When you get older, you forget things, you know? I can't remember any.
Oh, it was against Fnatic. Sorry, my bad. It was.
How did I know that? How did I know that?
Because you're a smart man.
I was say it again. Thank you. Yeah, Wunder. Big ups on the cannon. Big carry performance. And I think it's about time because today, when you've been looking at the individual performance of Trayson, as obviously Sheo, hang on, is about to come in from behind for a potential dive. What are we going to find here? Sheo's timing, more important. Ice is back
still
in.
Tough though. You've got heal, shields on Milio as well. Yoppa taking a lot of damage though.
All the root flashed away from now. Yoppa has no health, no flash, and no way to get out from Sheo to run in at melee. Arctic Assault with the Winter's Flail. How easy is it going to be? Yoppa is dead. First blood. There's the Assault. Mickey down next, and Aftershock helps out with a flash as Sheo gets out and opens up Heretics bot.
Great play from Heretics. I thought it was going to be a little bit dicey, but a huge trade from Ice and Wade to start things off. Just annihilates the health bars before you even have to worry about a dive.
Skeens, meanwhile, is just going to have to go for the invade because he knows that that bot was so successful. He's going to start going and taking down some of these camps. But look, Sheo backed immediately. Raptors here up for the contest. Will be smited. One camp only, while the rest of the top side is going to go back to its natural owner.
The Yoppa tried to look for the trade, basically being like, oh, I've got my Q up. And with the cozy campfire, I think I can make a play, but not respecting the fact that he kind of walked a bit too far forward. So Ice, Way immediately go for the trades. They know they've got the help from Sheo there. And with the flash away, Sheo doesn't have to fall.
2 kills over, 1 to Ice, 1 to Sheo. Ice getting that kill as well. I mean, it's a perfect start of the game when you consider that Ice is Team Heretics carry through and through. Skeen's now looking for an angle as well. He's found a way. He's going to slow him down. He's looking to Ishtal him into the wall, but hasn't started just yet. The wave's getting pushed in. SK making a 4-man dive with Leader on the wing. He gets slowed down, but now Sheo's here to make him sing. Skeens just gets pummeled in. Leah jumps back to the Living Shadow, but he's getting autoed to death. He flashes away, but the flash from Ice gets over the slow, and he's got Leader in his eyesight. The missile comes in from Way, and a double beat drop gets a second kill. 4-0 for Heretics, and SK are dizzy with a failed dive.
It's a disaster for SK. Wunder trying to see if he can get something back in this top lane, because already there's been 4 deaths in this bottom lane. 2 kills for Ice, a kill for Way, and even Sheo getting one on top of it.
And Leader didn't have his death mark, so he didn't have an extra Living Shadow to go back to.
Oh, Wunder, no.
And Wunder's now going to make it 5, I think, depending on if he can get a trade here. Sending out the Solar Snare needed. Rebuttal, but instead, it's into the dirt for Wunder for kill number 5.
5 kills already, SK. This is not the start that you wanted for your split. And it starts off with SK thinking, oh, we've got push mid, let's move down. But Sheo able to cover. And Wei gets a good route under the tower, which immediately stops Skeens from being able to operate in this play. Leader tries to go back to the clone in the hope that maybe he can escape. But Ice, with those slows, keeps him at bay. Wei manages to get the kill. And even Yoppa can't follow up. Ice just able to step away thanks to, again, those slows.
Sheo with an invade as we come back, and he's just stolen away the blue buff. Level 6 now, so he has a Glacial Prison up and ready to go. Dagger, it's a 2,500 gold lead. Dragon should be a freebie here with the push that we're seeing from Heretics 2v2 that has a recurve bow, a longsword, and yes, it's being matched by Yoppa, but when you know how powerful Ashe and Seraphine are, especially at the level 6 mark, you know that Ice and Wei are easily ready to pull the trigger, especially before Mickey has that disengage tool of his ultimate as well.
Ice reset and got the boots there, especially as you say, like he has that level 6. If you ever try to push this wave into the enemy tower, it's just all in potential for Ice and Wei immediately. Cleanse at least will be up momentarily for Yoppa, and you almost have access to the ultimate for Mickey, but there is that brief window where at level 6, between the slows that enable the roots and Ice's ultimate, I think it's only a matter of time before SK drops again.
Well, whether it's around Dragon or the Grub contest, we'll see, but Shado's going to make a play. Setting up top, the Nara ulti in, gets Wonder's flash, but he's slowed down by a giant house. Glacial Prison will get the slow, but not the stun, but Permafrost is coming in any moment. Before it does, though, Trayson takes down Wonder again, and here's Mickey for a response play. He sees Wei, who doesn't have flash available, who's cornered up. Finally, something here for SK, as the Seraphine will glide out, but not to any kind of success. First kill over to SK, and it goes to Yoppa.
Wei trying to see if he needed to cover towards that mid lane, ends up getting caught out himself. Skeens utilizing the fact he could come through that wall very effectively with Mickey spotting out the enemy support.
Maybe
now a dive potential here for Sheo.
But look, he's always here. There's Enchanted Crystal Arrow before Skeens can even put out the Impale. He's going to get over the wall, but no flashed into. Sheo stops him, sends out the Winter's Flail again, and it's 1-7. Heretics jungler is right where you need him to be always.
And in that case, it was just in the hands of Skeens. You're not getting away from this. Carry me into the wall all you want, but you're not carrying yourself to safety. And at this stage, Heretics, again, like, Leader.
Nice. Hang on, Golden Eclipse, Exhaust is out there as well. There's the death mark, but Leader is walking into yet another rebuttal. Seren solo kill, and Leader's set is definitely going to bed.
Yeah, the counter pick not working out so hot.
No.
The big CS lead, the kills bot lane didn't work, and even now in the 1v1, Seren, thanks to that exhaust, winning out. Sheo is just going to pick up this dragon. We see it here. Like, Wei was trying to see if he had to move across to cover, but just gets caught out by SK. I think this was a mistake. He didn't need to be there. Like, safety under your tower was completely fine and gives one back. But it's the follow-up where SK feel like they need to find more. As Wonder.
Racing again. Oh no, Heretics, oh, they're happy with their top laner. Trayson absolutely pummeling him for another solo kill.
And for the third game in a row, Trayson has just had Wonder's number. He has been so good in this top lane, no matter what side of the equation he's on. And in a matchup that shouldn't be as one-sided as it is, Trayson making it work, and you can see it there. He has just been absolutely spectacular today against Wonder.
I've been told that is not correct, but it doesn't matter. That was only game one. I'll tell you one thing though, Trayson is putting on a display here today, cresting towards 1,000 gold lead again, and that's the smallest margin you're seeing from this team. Heretics mid laner Seren is up 30 CS, and now we're seeing Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Just to highlight, money's on the mark. Yoppa's going to be delayed in his back, and the wave slowly pushing up towards Heretics bottom lane. Nice from Ice just to keep the tempo going here with a 4K gold lead.
It's also just such a short cooldown. Like, it's already just under a quarter of the way through. So in a wave and a half, it'll be back up and available, which is kind of just perfect then for Heretics to make another play, because at the moment they're just looking towards this top side. This is just going from bad to worse for SK.
This, by the way, is the update. This is where we wanted to be. This is both games together. And while Trayson, obviously in that game one, kind of got out-team fought by Wonder, today in lane, and the majority of both these games, and now game 3 as well, Trayson really has been stepping up to the plate. So, again, a highlight when we talked to analysts and they were like, well, Trayson's kind of there. Trayson is, you know, this talent that he needs a bit of time, but he should be there. Heretics, reliability, that's what they needed. They need that reliability and star power, and Trayson's giving us a bit of both here today. Dagda Dragons up in 3 minutes. They got the first one. You can see that SK itching to get a bit of gold so they can contest this next objective, but Outside of bot right now, what do they have? Well, maybe they have a kill onto Ice, but the setup with the Glacial Prison is great. And now the Encore as well means there's no follow-up. Skeens gets no follow-up. Double down for the B drop for full team fight. And now it's Wonder with the ulti, but Sheo, he's not dying. Sheo refuses to drop while Ice at full HP gets a player front to back. A double down. Even after Wonder gets a slicing Maelstrom, they still can't take down anyone from Team Heretics.
SK sent everything into Heretics, and the gates and walls still stand. Heretics refuse to fall. And it was a great turnaround. Like, the fact that Wonder had to use his ultimate onto just Sheo because they denied any access was perfect. And you see it here. Ice goes away. You actually don't get the close there on Skeens. And even though you get the lockup, it's only onto Wei, and he already had that ultimate onto any sort of follow-up from SK. It's the double route that comes in from Wei afterwards too. There's just nothing left. It's Yoppa has to run for the hills. It's not. It's not looking very good.
No. Ice doesn't even need volume. We don't need volume from Ice. He's just chilling. And I think we can safely say that Heretics' early game today has been good. Off is a very good reaction. But we're not stopping the count there. 6K gold lead at 12.5 minutes. SK to getting bodied, and Wonder now in the fog of war is going to get a big surprise. There is pork on the menu tonight, but we ain't cutting it up just yet. Instead, this little rat is going to have to run as far as he can with the flash burnt. Wonder's out, but he now has to really fear the fact that Heretics can stick about.
I think SK were hoping for some pork on the menu, but Heretics are giving them only scraps. It's a toughie. As Heretics now going to start to play on towards his bottom side. Like, you're just waiting. Like, Dragon's in less than a minute. You're going to try and play for that. You reset after what can only be assumed is going to be a team fight win. Play in towards Rift Herald, which would be all 3 Rift Heralds taken by Heretics this game. And you've already got top lane down. So just put some pressure on towards mid. You know that Ice and Wei are going to be fine to take the bot side. Trayson did more damage in 1Q than Wonder did with all that effort.
Yeah, I saw. I mean, it's a bit of a sad story for SK, who played that game 1 so well, and then, I mean, Heretics in games 2 and 3 really solidified. And I feel like they knew the identity of their comp, and this one obviously a little bit easier, but it's also, I will say, Sheo's come a bit more alive today, like in the later half of the games, right? Sheo's Sejuani has been mega clean, and this is what I remember BDS Sheo. Really good facilitator. He can take control of games, but he's really good at setting up his team. And now once again, look, the interrupt is there. Ice gets slow though as Yoppa has an angle, and he finds him with an Arclight to ruin his way, his next target, but on the way out, it is a 1 for 2. Meanwhile, Sheo's ready to continue to fight. His leader's going to join on in, but with the TP, that's going to make double trouble here for Team Heretics. Make it a third with the roam down from Seren, the hop from Trayson, the Meganar about to begin, the house thrown down, the wave on the way in, and Skeens on the way out.
Yoppa using that item spike well on the Yunara, getting a ton of damage down and actually picks off Ice. But unfortunately, it ends up being a lot taken back there by SK on the way, by Heretics on the way out. The tower will fall. And I like that Yoppa will continue to play this aggressive. He sees his angle as like, look, we have to make this work with Skeens. They go in, immediate trade with Ice. Already has the Kraken Slayer picked up, so there's enough in the tank to finish one, but it's the Clank there that finishes him off from Sheo. And at this stage, it's just oh, hang on.
Wonder's caught out. Seren not going to find anything here. There's the ulti from Wei, but he might be taken down. Golden Eclipse, however, saves the day. Actually, not even used. That was just Seren pressing his Q to get himself another kill. Wei walks it out.
And I want to go back to your Sheo point, because I think the thing that's impressed me this series has actually been how well Wei and Sheo have been working together. Like, Wei put out a tweet earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, that was just, I love Sheo. So obviously these guys have been working pretty well together thus far. Huge. But also, like, you can see it on the Rift as well. Like, Wei is moving well with Sheo, especially when we saw in that Nautilus game, like playing around mid lane in the last game. Now, in this game as well, it's more Sheo playing towards that bottom lane. And if they have this flexibility in Heretics to both play around bot lane and now play around Seren, it feels like a much stronger team holistically.
That's what Heretics need. They need some dynamics to play through, because last split, it just felt like lacking a bit of star power, and then that synergy between jungle and support wasn't as strong as teams like Movistar Koi, as KC, as G2 especially, right? Like, they're on the bottom echelon, and that's why in playoffs, going out a little bit early to the lower bracket, that's what Heretics could do. But here today, great start to the split. It's really ramped up in the series as Herald's going to go down as well. Quick side note, Seren did steal the scuttle, that's why it's red away before Skeens could smite that, so it was a nice little rebuttal as Mel's abilities are weird. Sorry, Radiant Volley. As Ice just gets poked down a little bit. Nothing's up on the menu, so we wait. Push mid, and Heretics, they're going to summon Herald in the top lane in the meantime as well. They're looking for an inner while adding pressure here. Ice might be caught out, flash away. Team Heretics mid lane, a little bit too far forward when the play was being made top.
Still, the collapse from SK could be potentially going topside. But with the ward spotting them out, they decided to just back away. So you're kind of getting small plays from SK in the hopes they can make something happen. But you're seeing kind of the downside of Skarner is that while you can come in from creative angles, consistently finding that engage is relatively hard. And sure, you did burn the flash and the ghost, but as this game continues to go on, if Wei is able to put himself in front of Ice, get some of those roots, get the charm off, suddenly this Skarner becomes way less threatening, and especially in the front to back, I'm still favoring Heretics.
I think for a long while, won't we? Wonder hovering over the wall. Trayson going to go into Mega. There's a bit of a hover here from Skeens and Mickey thinking about if they can do anything bot, but even with that open turret, that wave will be pushed. Trayson will just back off into Fog of War. Set up for Vision now for the next Dragon coming in. Team Heretics on 3 if they can find this next Dragon. But I will say, I'm waiting for Leader to do something. Looking for Ice, especially without Flash. Skeen's going to send it in. And Janacross Arrow hovers in. Glacial Prison on top as well. Skeen's at half HP. A great Solar Snare as the Encore lines through SK. But it is, after all, an Eclipse that burns the eyes of the SK jungler.
Heretics turn the play around well. SK trying to punish the flashless Ice, but it just doesn't matter. Heretics, perfect positioning, turned the play around. Did look a little low on the damage threshold, I will say. Skeens survived quite a while, but still able to make it happen.
No one else wanted to follow in. I mean, the layering of CC from Heretics is scary. I feel like that's why Leader hasn't pressed all his buttons to go in, because if he does, as soon as he comes out of that Living Shadow, it's just going to be Sejuani ult, Trayson's ult if he's got Mega. Seren presses his E and gets a Solar Snare. Like, there is CC that comes out of every single person of this team. That's why the Zed was ambitious, but so far hasn't done too much as Wonder's right against the wall. He'll be slowed down. Trayson about to run out of Mega. He gets the stun. Mega there now at the end of the channel, and with the house into Wonder yet again, the stun might come through, but how easy is that? Trayson with solo kill, number 3 this series. He's got more than enough. Nucko, as Wave's being chased down. Skeens will get his flash out. The Seraphine a long way from home, flashed up for the Impale, and Skeens will help SK get the kill over to Yoppa. That's great, but you have to look at what's being lost on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Wei kind of feels like the consolation prize in some of these plays for SK. Yes, they get one, but you're still losing on the bottom side. You're losing the tower. Sheo shouldn't get caught there. He goes over the wall. But still, like, Trayson's massive.
Oh, yeah.
Mid lane's massive. Like, the fact that the shining light is that Ice is under 1,000 gold lead does not bode well.
Does not, and Leader going to get ulted up, slowed down now. Living Shadow's there, but can he even move on to Seren once again? A golden eclipse for a golden time of Seren to continue enjoying the lead.
Seren's looking great here against Leader. Consistently had the advantages that he needs to, and again, I think the question marks start to come through for SK. A lot of people hoping that this start to spring could maybe show what they're capable of, but that's just not happening. It still feels a bit lifeless here for SK.
Dagda, I was pretty expressive running forward for the Zed dying. I've spilt my tea.
I didn't think you were going to say that here.
Of course I'm saying I've spilt the tea, but it's okay, we've avoided the electronics.
Do you know where else you could find spilled tea? On our new podcast between Odo and Jack Spectre, which you can catch on YouTube.
Spilled tea. Is that the new name for it?
No.
We should call it Spilled Tea.
Forgot what the name was. I was hoping to bypass
LEC
that by
Podcast.
saying you can find it on YouTube.
LEC Podcast is the name, I think. But Odo, Jack, what do you guys think about Spilled Tea? Good name. Lovely connotation. There's exhaust onto Yoppa. Mel's at that point where she presses E, bit of Q, let's press R, and she'll probably one-shot. Now, Yoppa, how does he avoid that? Well,
I mean, having a Milio does help.
Milio helps because there's this magical ball. Jumps on the 80 carry.
You were really focused on the super mega flame kick. I think that's what it's called.
Ultra mega flame
Ultra
kick,
mega flame kick.
I am. Well, because
rather than just the cozy campfire or the shields or the ultimate, there's so much value there. It's all good.
I mean, I will tell you, that's the only interactive ability, as we have a Baron now starting off. The biggest question is, can SK even approach this? Because Seren's zone control is very immense. Trayson also in a Meganar. I feel like SK, they're foregoing this like a lot of the game so far has been foregone. Skeen's going to get arrowed. The
I
arrow
thought I was going to
almost
steal it.
Yeah. It was pretty close, but Ice has enabled the Dragon to be done, to be taken. And that'll be all she wrote as we approach a 10k gold lead. Skeens is okay for now, but Dagda, I don't know how okay this game's going to be versus the Baron.
Honestly, like, it's only adding insult to injury. There's very little that SK have been able to do, and they kind of know it. And they were hoping that maybe they could find some picks. That end up backfiring. It feels like only a matter of time now until these outer towers start to fall, and the pressure only gets deeper for SK.
Multiple lanes. I mean, Trayson as well. He can't really be matched by anyone. Leader was there absorbing the wave while the rest of SK, they're just going to have to lose out of this inner turret. There's the approach. Seren sets up. Wonder kites back. SK looking for a play because what else can they do? But Skeens falls short. There's the shield coming through from Wayne, from everyone, but Trayson is soloing mid lane turret. It's this push and pull that's just so easily done. And Trayson managing the game by himself.
Seren interrupted.
Seren is going to be interrupted and he will die. It's nice gold over to Yoppa. But they need quite a few more of those before we start getting serious.
Yeah, I mean, they're nice picks from SK, but as you say, it's not going to net anything. There's no objectives up for them. It's kind of just giving them a moment to push out waves. And it is a little sloppy from Heretics. I mean, they give an objective bounty on this top side as well. So at least that's something. Still though, Trayson trying to collapse here with the rest of SK.
Arrow narrowly misses, but the Glacial Prison does not for Wonder. The danger is now how the rest of the fight goes, because Sheo takes a while to die, but Yoppa managing to get through the thick skin as the Impale's going to help out as well. Sheo flashes away. Is he dead? The flash forward. Yoppa in the whole team. A bit over-ambitious there from the young 80 carry as the chase continues. Trayson gets hit by a mega fireball kickball, and Mickey manages to scurry away, but the fight is still dangerous. SK need to back all the way off. I felt like Yoppa just wanted to do something.
I think you kind of have to try. Again, like this, you're just slowly bleeding out here. So at least trying to force plays, I think, is your best bet. But unfortunately for Yoppa, it's just too big of an ask, especially with Trayson coming in. Like, you are always going to end up losing out that.
I think Trayson, if he gets involved in a fight, there's a quicker way to end this game, isn't it? Heretics 24 minutes in. Hello. Wonder found. Solar Snare. Oh my god. Well, Seren does damage. And that dude's sitting on a Seekers and a Blighting Jewel. Just goes to show you.
Looks like Wonder looked at Mickey's score and was like, you know what? I think I can get there.
I can do it. And it is a very different game, obviously. Wonder's Kennen last time around. I think it was versus Renekton. It was like a counter matchup from memory.
It was, yeah. You're doing well with this one.
I don't know why I'm remembering it.
I mean, it was pretty impressive.
Old men remember old men, I guess. Seren's just going to walk into base. SK don't have a top lane for 15 seconds. No slicing Maelstrom to help out whatever fight he can pull together. And inhib now opens up. He should be taken down by Heretics as Leader tries to find an angle. The Zed that hasn't really done anything this game. Looking to defend, but again, does nothing. So SK just let their inhibitor fall down and Team Heretics back off for a free Dragon Soul.
They're just going to reset, spend the gold, come back out. The Seeker's arm guard and Seren hasn't been blown, so Leader has less targets.
Arrow, Leader flashes away. Leader is now dead. Oh, flashes, he's alive. Not the greatest day from Leader. I don't want to be, look, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being real. What do I notice here is teleport on Mickey's head. He's going to take the blast cone and get Trayson out of there, who had Meganar, but Yoppa is too deep. Not a wall to be found, but he runs into, once again, another potential eclipse. But Solar Snare does the job. Team Heretics, they don't even go to Baron. There's no Baron up. They were just in topside.
It's the Dragon they could go for, but I think they just know they can end.
It just seems like such an easy game for them.
But again, this is sick from Heretics.
It is very
this
good.
was a team that you know, we kind of looked at in game one going, okay, we're still seeing a lot of the same issues with them not being able to control the mid game. Game 2 and game 3, way more secure for them.
Oh, yeah. We said last time around, SK were the ones that took them in the best of one. Well, when it goes the distance, Heretics show us that their adaptation to draft is so much better as SK on their last legs. The final Nexus turret now stands as Trayson looks for an angle, misses the ulti, but there's so much more damage as, again, that Solar Snare going a little bit wide. SK lucky to be alive, but if they get hit as once again SK send their jungler in, then they're in trouble. Skeens impale onto Sheo, but do they have the damage to kill him? Half HP with an on-call running through. Sheo's still alive. And there's Wonder. Ulti, but he's about to die. Okay, once more an Eclipse. And Team Heretics still have 5 members alive tagged up.
Yeah, Heretics managing to just barely get away from that. It ended up a little sloppy, but it'll be a Nexus turret taken, a Dragon to boost. And I think with 45 seconds until that Baron, I know exactly where they're going next.
Well, the Breath of Life was using that play just to give them a little bit of oomph. It really does nothing, doesn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the slow march now with Chemtech Sol for Team Heretics to take their first series of the LEC Spring. Watch again, what was the defense?
It was when I started to see Wonder and Leader both moving into position for flanks, I was like, this is going to be a bit rough. He starts to back away. Skeens tries everything to get in onto the play, but Sheo just so tanky.
Yeah.
The ult's coming over the top, at least denying some of the follow-up. And Saren getting a good flash away from Wonder. Like a couple of those could have been enough to get kills and to hold on. And I think at least for SK, that's the thing I do appreciate about them. Even when they do fall behind in these situations, they do try to keep the game going and find these small angles. But they're too small at this stage.
Way too small. Another Baron going to be taken, and this one should just slowly pace through and take the game. And you have to kind of ask yourself, what is going to be the state of SK during this split? Because this game, it seems like there's remnants of what we were talking about in versus. There's individual members there with some skill, but like it looks very sloppy as a rebuttal there from Saren. Just gives a nice shuriken all the way back to the cannon.
I do think though for guys like Yappa, like I think he has kind of shown that he is actually quite talented.
Oh, yeah,
and it's difficult for an AD carry when you're on a team like this that you're not really getting your moment to shine. But he is always fishing for using the spikes that he has, especially on a champion like Lunara, which is kind of what you need to do.
Well, many more series to be shown. Many more moments for Yoppa to try and step up to the plate. As now it's his final moment in the sun. If Leader gets caught, he is dead. All it takes is one of those snares. And he won't even get to play the game, much like he's so far not been able to play at all. SK trying to defend this turret with their life, but all they can do is stand in front of the Nexus turret, the last one remaining after one was taken before, and hope and pray they've got something left in the tank. An arrow gets thrown out, I believe, yes, by Ice onto Skeens. It's absorbed. Team Heretics is slowly trying to whittle away. Skeens is kiting away as there's actually pretty good damage from SK. They're able to deal with the wave for now. Heretics are not over pushing. They're very slowly trying to get in, get a pick, but they can't really get through the health bar of Skeens without launching everything at him.
Yeah, double super minions are on the way though, both in mid and bot lane. So once they hit, you can already see the pings going onto the bottom wave. They know that that's their moment. So Heretics playing it slow until that arrives.
Remember, there is an exhaust for the cannon, but maybe will we see a Breath of Light comes in. SK, their healing is there. Cozy Campfire is doing a good job. Leader is always threatening the side. He does no damage to Sheo, but we might see with some of the other carries. It's an 11k gold lead. Triple inhibitor will be falling down. It is a slow burn to get towards the end of this game, but a Soul Slayer connects and the Encore finally runs through with a double beat drop. The first member, the first body is going to be the Milio. Next is onto Wonder, a good impale, and somehow SK are actually doing work. Leader gets his first kill and then contribution to the game. Sheo has to run away, but the game will go on unless Skeens dies, which Trayson needs one auto to achieve. Baron pushing into the base, and I cannot believe that SK got so close to getting an ace, but in the end, too far behind, too long gone, and Team Heretics will win their first series of Spring.
It was a close one with SK nearly able to hold on, but Heretics will pick up the win. And honestly, it was a bit of a 3-0. Heretics commanded the early game every step of the way. But you can vote for your player of the series now at LEC on X, either Trayson, Sheo, or Ice. And honestly, every one of them, spectacular game.
Yeah, we're very big upping on Trayson, but Sheo, especially that last game, so pivotal. Heretics, it's a nice look. Their development this split is going to be under scrutiny because they made playoffs but didn't hit the same as their end of season game that they did in Versus. So we really want to see, like, can they push it to that limit? Can they show us some remnants of what, again, we saw towards the end of LEC Versus? Because that's the Heretics that you're like, oh, maybe they can be top 4. And some of the games, even that last game, that's like a potential top 4 team.
Yeah, and honestly, I do appreciate the fact that Wei, you see him on your screen there for the first time in this debut. I think he had a spectacular series. Like, again, like, he was moving well, working with Sheo, giving good control to the bottom side. But we're going to throw it over to hear from Sheo about what this new Heretics is all about.
Right.
Yes, we will. We're talking to a lot of Heretics, Trayson as well later on the desk. But first, the jungler, Sheo. How happy are you with your first foray back on the Rift?
I'm pretty happy. I think we showed good games, game 2 and 3, so I'm pretty happy.
You don't mention all 3 games. Why is that?
Game 1, we just forget it.
Yeah, okay, we won't talk about it. Overall, though, you, of course, have a new support in the works. We saw some really good things from him, I gotta say. But how did it feel overall, knowing that support and jungle synergy is so important?
I mean, he's doing really well, I think. He has some issue with English, but I translate for him, so I think he's adapting pretty well, and he's not introvert, so he connects with the team pretty easily.
Okay, so Ice is translating for him outside and inside of the game?
Both.
Okay, so that must be tricky, I guess, because don't you get... Like, if it has to go fast, how does that work?
I mean, it's pretty funny because they talk in Korean for early game,
and
then he translates, so it's pretty fun to hear Koreans, like, the whole game, okay.
You think they lie to you because, like, they're talking to each other in Korean and they're like, oh, this lane state is awful, but we still want to gank, and then Ice is like, Wei actually said that. We really need a gank.
Maybe they lie.
Yeah, maybe.
But I trust them.
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
Say, when we look at your Versus performance, I think maybe not a lot of people had as much attention for how well Heretics was actually doing, specifically at the back end of those best of ones. You made it into the playoffs as well, and then unfortunately that is where it ended. So with it now being best of 3s only, where do you see your ceiling?
I think we did really good in best of 1 because it was easier to draft, and we got issue in BO3s. But right now, with how the team is going, I think we can do pretty good.
I think this is a great start. Your top laner is over there with the boys. Is there anything you want to say to him?
Good Gnar.
Good Gnar? Okay. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Good Gnar. There you go.
He devalues you so much. He only said good Gnar. You had 3 good games and he only cares about the last one. He's so selfish.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to make me humble still. Like, not like I'm not. Just more and more.
Ah,
yeah.
So you could say to him the same good Sejuani, so he plays more tanks for you, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, this game, they picked Milio high, and he still went for Seju, so like I was surprised, but I kind of have to pick it.
Yeah, he could do a lot better than that, just like fix Sejuani into... He is relying on you to carry him.
Respect, I really appreciate it.
Don't you have a little bit of history with him?
Yeah, I mean... He owes his success to me, I might say.
Yeah, is this public information?
No.
I don't know this story. Yeah,
is this
what's
public?
going on?
I mean, Odo used to help me in the last split. Sadly, he kind of betrayed me to go high. And now he's 0-1. I mean, the fight will be there, I don't know, when we play each other.
So, actually, I don't know. Maybe
it will be the decider, you know?
I mean, that will be the decider. But it's just part of your development arc, Trayson, because it's one of those things where, you know, you have a teacher and he teaches you all of those things and he has to let you go for a little bit to see if you remember the things. And for now, he did remember.
Well, strangely, he's doing better now that you're not co-champ, though.
That's true. Maybe I was the problem.
That is a good point. Yeah, Trayson, do you remember anything Odo taught you? What's one thing that you learned from Odo?
I mean, there is a lot, but don't fight on bounce back and control the ADHD, sorry.
I will say I was very impressed, though, with your lane. You beat Wonder 3 times in a row in lane. The Cassante, the Rumble, and then the Gnar. I think that's awesome. What was it like playing against Wonder? Because he's a legend in the LEC. You know, he's got such a long career.
I mean, I respect him a lot. I used to watch him a lot back in the day, 2019 and stuff like that. So Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to play against such a guy. I mean, I also think his like goal times kind of passed, like now, not the best.
Hey, come on.
but yeah, I mean, really appreciate to be able to play against him, and I think I can also learn a lot from these games. So yeah, I mean, very happy. Yeah.
Okay, well, the fans, I feel like, have a different perspective of you because I think, at least now, both you and Seren have been having, 3 standout games. I felt like when last split, maybe the synergy wasn't really there, or you guys were not having, like, these sort of pop-off performances. Are you guys finally getting acclimatized to the LEC, or what's been happening this 1 month? Because I feel like there's a new phase for the both of you.
I truly believe that now I have more space in draft than like last split, since we did some changes in our roster. And yeah, I mean, obviously I had a talk with coaches. So I have more agency in draft instead of just playing 3 champions that were perma-meta. So I think that impacts a lot. And also, I mean, we just got better, right? With the time we are here with the series we played. With scrims, obviously, I mean, we just got better. We have better connection together as a duo. We match the sign list better than last split. So I think everything goes with the time, goes up, and it will be only better and better. I hope so.
It will be. You're also our Kia Player of the Series, Tracing. Congratulations.
Deserved.
You are unleashed.
Well done.
Let's go. You're unleashed, meaning we're going to see all kinds of crazy things in the top lane, hopefully. But
yes.
Yes.
No more 3 champions. I mean, now that you say that you are only playing 3 champions, I really hope next series you won't play the same 3 ones.
Are we facing each other next week?
I don't think
Let's figure it out. Like, when are you playing each other? Because this is huge,
yes.
apparently.
I will. Okay, I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Student versus the master. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Final words maybe on your opponents. You say that you guys are feeling quite comfortable in draft. Did you feel the other way around, that maybe they weren't as versed in draft because you know what I mean?
I mean, honestly, I think first game they had a better draft. Just we played better early, but got kind of lost in the mid game. Second game, I think it was quite even. We just played better. And third game, they 4-pick Z. So we just take the win.
Yes, take the win. Okay, we'll end the interview there. Thank you so much. Congratulations,
thank you.
Tracing. A big win for Team Heretics, and we'll be taking a quick break. But when we come back, a very important bout between Movistar Koi and Fnatic, who are chasing their first win.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger bank, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
My first team was, I think it's LEC Esports. It's a team that has already disbanded, so yeah, it's quite an unknown. My first main was Thresh, and then I changed to jungle, which was Kha'Zix. My first hobby was swimming. I used to do it a lot. My first time I knew I wanted to be a pro player was, I didn't find anything that I would find as exciting thing as playing the game, so that's when I knew it. My first LAN event was in Madrid, and I think we got eliminated really soon. My first LEC game was with Mad Lions in 2021. I don't really remember what I was playing, so yeah, I can't tell.
Well, it's been a great story for Elyoya. If you do look at the past years, and he's up versus Fnatic right now and his brethren from Spain in Razork as he's passing us right here. But it is a very important matchup for the both of them. And you might say, well, Shox, isn't it the beginning of the season? Isn't it just the first couple of games? But, well, yesterday, both Fnatic and Movistar KOI lost their opening matches to teams they, frankly, shouldn't have dropped the games to. And I think that's why this is such a high-stakes matchup. There were a lot of quotes from Melzet, who is the coach for Movistar KOI. And I just want to throw some of them up. He was very harsh on the performance of yesterday, saying, you know, if we look at the performances, they don't deserve to be renewed contractually. We already know that Mirwin, for example, and Supa are on notice, so to say, that their contracts are in flux, saying they still need to raise their level. I don't care. Supa had really good spots to carry games and he threw the lead. Mirwin in the first and the third games, he played terrible. He needs to wake up. Alvaro got an extension to 2028. He said, doesn't matter. He could still, I mean, like, so what are we reading into this? Like, this is someone who wants results now.
This is pretty aggressive, I would say, for a coach. But I'm not the coach. I want to hear what Odo has to say about that.
He's doing all right. He's not on notice. He's doing fine, Jojo. But so, as a player, realistically, these conversations have happened many times, right? Internally, I'm sure that even before such a quote comes out, you know, you bring it up to them. It's like, even before, like, for the finals, they knew that this was still the status quo. And in my opinion, at least from being a competitor and being through this sort of environment, for this quote to kind of come out, it feels like it's not really like an ultimatum or like the final, you know, notice, I guess, in that sense. It's just, if all of the ways that they have used to bring or to put pressure on them to stop these inconsistencies, to make these beginnings of the split be taken a little bit more serious, so that they lock in and level up a lot more to reach the levels that, you know, G2 has on internationals, for example. They needed more. But the thing is the question is this the way? Because you can say yes and no, depending on the personalities of the players.
Yeah.
Some might crumble. But on the other ones where, you know, they really like cherish this sort of pressure, they, you know, forged by fire, this is where they find their comfort zone by being, you know, stimulated or being put pressure on day in and day out. This might be the play, you know, so because I saw fans saying, you know, maybe, you know, this wasn't the play. How can you put so much pressure on someone at the beginning of the split? Because it's only game one and all of this stuff. But this might actually just be the way.
But it's public, right? That's also the way,
Exactly.
because I'm sure, and we've seen this from the internal pieces that Movistar KOI has put out, that they don't beat around the bush. That also goes for Elyoya and the captain, right? But there's a difference between indoors and all over the internet, right? And those are all choices, right? That I think he's using strategically.
The only thing that I hope is that. Oh, sorry.
You go.
Okay, sorry. The thing that I really want to see what happens is that, you know, when you put it publicly to, like, you know, fan base that's so passionate and, you know, it lifted them so many times and they always had their back. I don't know if the fan pressure is gonna make them go in the direction that they hopefully want to, where they just like lock in and be like fans having more expectations of them and stuff like this. I just don't want it to backfire, because I do feel like such a play, it's a 50-50, is a gamble, but it can really work.
Yeah, I love hearing the coach's perspective on that. All I'm going to add is that this is a team that puts a lot of pressure on themselves as well. If you're trying to challenge G2, if you're trying to challenge KC, you can't be dropping series to Na'Vi early on in Split. And yes, it's only one best of 3, but still, that's one that they should have won. The way that they lost, it was a little disappointing.
Also a team that always talks about the big leagues, right? That always talks about going to the World Championship, showing what they're made of. And me, even as a spectator and somewhat a fan also of Movistar Koi, the fact that sometimes you can see them play these games that are incredible. They're so on point. Everybody's pulling the trigger at the right time. It looks beautiful, but then there's all these inconsistencies, and I feel like, of course, if you're in the coaching staff, that gets you a little frustrated.
Yeah.
It does.
And I'm not pulling the emergency button yet. I'm not smacking that. It's one series. If they lose to Fnatic, though, then I think I'm hitting the emergency button.
Speaking of coaches.
I mean, maybe on the Fnatic side, the emergency button needs to be pulled, because it's been a couple of times where, things are not going great, but, it's still been like first game. There's been some lowlights yesterday on the side of Fnatic, because I feel like just the mid and late game was, still a little bit wonky. Still Vladdy is still at the point where his performances are rather inconsistent. There were criticisms I saw, many of them, about his item building in Game 3. The only shining light that I've seen thus far, that I was quite happy with personally, with my implications and stuff, which is like Upset. Upset had a little bit of a better time when it comes to laning phase and his performance, but still, GX just had their number with just being so much more proactive, and it just made it so hard to play.
I have to say, you are in an incredible position, because you are on the staff of Fnatic. You're also on our staff, and they're currently on stage warming up, and you have to tell them how it is. That's unique. I've never seen that.
It's kind of like, what knows it is. Like, sometimes you just need to say publicly that, some guys just suck and they need to like step it up,
That's a good point. Yeah, we got a public statement from MKOI coach. Can we get a public statement from Fnatic?
Okay, buddy, I've been on the job for like 2 weeks. I'm in no position to make public statements like that. No emergency buttons from me.
So let's bring it back then. Okay, both teams, they are up against it. They really want to get this win also when it comes to kind of the Spanish rivalry in the jungle and whatnot. Is that where we have to start maybe? Razork, yesterday, what did you think? He's up versus Elyoya here.
Yeah, that for me is the premier matchup of today, because I feel like both of these guys are just so pivotal. And yesterday, Razork had kind of a stinker pretty much of early game, pretty much all of those 3 games. I felt like Isma was just finding creative ways to invade, and he struggled to adapt to this sort of pressure. But every time you see this sort of pressure just not come through, he keeps the early game stables and he does plays. But you can't expect that against Elyoya, because that's also, he is the catalyst for MKOI, and he's the one who looks to find a lot of early game plays.
Yeah.
Also, anytime I think MKOI, I think Jojo. Vladdy's going to have to find a way to control that.
Jojo was great yesterday. That is a good point. So they're up against it. Both Movistar Koi and Fnatic want to walk away with their first win of spring. Let's see who gets it.
What a good question, and especially since Fnatic yesterday had me excited and then had me like a Fnatic fan, or maybe some of the Fnatic fans of the past. There's some out there, they won't be happy that I said that, but I think Movistar Koi, maybe the fans will be a little bit more furious with the loss that came against Na'Vi when that last game seemed so sure. I don't believe in curses either, Vetty. I'll say that to him at home.
Why are you throwing him under the bus?
I mean, I just like doing it because he can't be here to argue, so it feels better when it's one-sided. It's one-sided when he's here anyway. But the difference is that Movistar Koi, I mean, that game, a couple of fights gone wrong, boom, game's over, series over, and Movistar walk away with a loss.
Yeah, and I mean, it came down to the wire. Like, you end up with a base race where, I mean, that Rakan was tried his damnedest at Na'Vi to finish that game, but you end up needing Poby to help out. But I think it is a little bit heartbreaking for MKOI and Fnatic, because these are 2 teams that we have a huge amount of respect for and we want to see succeed, but only one of them will get to succeed here today as both of them take to the stage.
Let's see. Our best of 3s have gone the distance every single damn time, and with our last one of today, it might be delivering once again. It's only 8 o'clock. We've got heaps of time. We could take this into the later hours of the night, and well, I think there's a big chance it could. They've gone to all 3 before. Why stop now?
I mean, if Spring is going to say anything, apparently it comes in 3s, because every single series has gone the distance.
Right.
And honestly, if this goes the distance as well, I think that could be a serious conversation point, whether it's because Fnatic are overachieving or MKOI, who you do expect to be the stronger team coming into this. Like, this is a squad that has threatened the top of the table for such a long portion of our split, our years, but not looking the great yesterday. And now it's going to be on them to see if they can kind of right those wrongs and see if they can find that success in the early game.
I'm really curious to see how game one starts with Alvaro in specifics. I mean, we were talking about his Nautilus yesterday, or rather, I know Kangas and Vedius were in the early portions of game 3, but Alvaro on hook champs or engaged champs honestly gives a lot of backing and a lot of structure to Movistar Koi. So as we go into this pick ban, which will shortly come up on your screen, we're already starting with Rumble ban. We're already starting with some of the strengths that come through from people like Empros, because even though Empros has been up and down, I think yesterday his Rumble game wasn't half bad, and definitely one of his best performances that we've seen so far. So with that off the board, with Orianna and Karma gone as well, remembering that MKOI have first pick, it's those Rises that need to go. It's the Viruses that are in question. What else am I missing?
Jarvan, there goes Vi. So Jarvan could make their way through. You have an answer in responding with the Azir if you end up giving that across. Ashe Seraphine, to me, kind of is the standout, as I imagine this will be a Varus ban.
Big
there
agree.
it goes. So I think you take the Seraphine here if you want to, and then you can kind of run from there. Azir, also the option if you want to.
But Azir, is it going to be really... Is that good enough as a first pick? Because you just talked about Ashe Seraphine. Ashe could be picked here, and then an option straight away into that mid, or the primary jungle. Now, I loved what you were talking about yesterday, Dagda, when you were like, well, into Azir, the Jarvan's not really, you know, a top-tier pick. You've got a mobile mage, plus with things like Corki up, you always have AD carries that can kind of make that pick irrelevant. So maybe that's just answering my own question. Yunara locked in, Xin Zhao locked in.
Yeah, and I think it's a nice option here, because essentially you can respond with the Lulu, answering for any sort of Ashe Seraphine, but you also force MKOI to now try and take a jungle pick, or else they fall too far down, and you don't really have anything that can match that Xin Zhao in the early stages. The Pantheon going to be taken. I imagine you will just get the AD carry lock in here, more than likely the Corki, and then you can play from there, but actually, going to be the Renekton. So I think basically calling out saying we can go for Ashe Seraphine, we can go for Corki Nami, or we can go for Ezreal Nami. So we're happy as MKOI to play any of them into the Yunara here.
I was just thinking if there's just a slam of like a Kennen here, or maybe a Gnar early.
I think you have to take the Lulu.
But you're right, your logic is very sound here. You need that support to pair up with the Yunara, otherwise she's going to become useless. So maybe the Renekton here, big brain play from MKOI, as we should be seeing what? Support, AD carry bans now here, locked in by Fnatic.
I'm curious actually if Fnatic, basically instead of going for the AD carry bans, go for the support bans instead. Like ban away the Seraphine, ban away the, I was going to say a Nico, but actually going to be the Nautilus instead. So looking to avoid those hard engage tools that can synergize with that Pantheon.
Now does go away, at least for the favor of Renekton. So thinking about the Seraphine, thinking about the Nico, one support ban remains.
I think though if you're Imperos, like you're not too worried about like going for the Gnar. You can always go back towards the Cassante or something along those lines and play through that instead. And you've already got a very strong jungle support, AD carry support. So just playing for these team fights with a tank makes a lot of sense. So I wouldn't be surprised about a Cassante slam here. Wait and then keep that counter pick open for Vladdy and wait to see exactly what the what you want to do. Or I mean, you already are into the Azir, so there is an option just take the Aurora if you want to.
And then leave it for the, I mean, Empros already knows what he's going into, but maybe just more so the comp especially. Now, no true tank on the comp outside of the Bruiser that you're going to get from the Renekton. Do we get an engaged support from Alvaro? I was really excited for it.
If because I think Braum has a miserable time to Lulu, but I think it could basically be Fnatic saying, maybe we're considering the Ornn pick. We want to say, wait and see what MKOI pick in that support role before we show the Ornn in this sort of situation, because you can lose gracefully as the Ornn and then still play a big team fight role, which could work out here.
Range against Renekton and Azir, that'd be really nice. I like the Ornn call out. Let's wait and see. Nami, Corki on the other side. It's a pretty standard bottom lane here. Bit of range added into the mix. You talked about a tank maybe just losing in the top lane gracefully, and it looks like that Zion is going to be the option. And we'll have to see if Mewin's having a good day and he can just body the matchup and try and make that Renekton lane work for him. But I see a pretty standard stock draft, especially after we've just come out of Zed. Like, this looks very, very normal to open up this series.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, you've got strong early game with the Xin Zhao and the Lulu pairing that can try and play for a lot of early skirmishes. Also, the ability to try and protect any sort of invades if you want to. The issue that I see for MKOI is that while they have decent scaling in the Azir, I don't think the rest of their comp scales particularly well around how strong Fnatic is in a later portion team fight. So you're heavily reliant on a Yoya getting the ball rolling, more than likely around this bottom side of the map, to try and play off of that one item Triforce spike for Corki and hope that that can carry the game. If not, I think you're going to be in a difficult spot as MKOI just to try and find success in side lanes, unless somehow Renekton gets really fed here.
Oh, I wouldn't put it past me, especially since, you know, Empross, I think, again, hit and miss. His Scion yesterday, some of the fights didn't look too good. And it was around that mid lane engage you just saw on the analyst desk when they were repeating some of the video clips. That Empross, like, oh, a step too far, not coordinated with the rest of Fnatic, getting caught out, and it hurt him a bit. So for Fnatic, how they're going to look coming into today, because MKOI is a mighty big opponent. And despite the loss against Na'Vi yesterday, it is MKOI we're talking about. Been a top 3 team for quite a while now, as Alvaro rides the ship into battle. Very good skin.
I do think, though, there was one shining light on MKOI yesterday, and that was Jojo.
Yeah.
I think he was absolutely fantastic in just the way he dictated the early stages of the game, the way he was able to control so much of it as well. And I think I'll be keeping my eye on towards Jojo again to see if he can find those massive advantages, as he's been, hello Jollyman, as he's been absolutely fantastic in just hard winning his lanes and then making things a nuisance for the opponent.
Well, Dagda, I can tell you, I can bring this up for you. So we were looking. It was Jollyman who actually broke the computer.
The classic.
Dude, this guy, I mean, not only did he come on our broadcast, but then he broke my PC, so it just doesn't work anymore. Jolly man, what is he doing? Well, I would have something for you to compare, because against Flatty, who in day 1 as well, we're talking about a little bit. There was a comparison between these two, but
it's gone forever.
It's just in the nether.
But I do think, like, Jojo, it's not the easiest of matchups. As you can see, Aurora can play very far up, and basically the idea is to try and play around or force early Sand Soldiers out from the Azir and then try and play around it. But at the moment, Jojo getting good position on the rows and making it hurt. Super.
He barriers, but he's still in trouble. Upset's going to get the flash out of him. Now Alvaro in a bit of trouble as well. Talking a little bit about MKOI's bottom lane, they just get bodied here, standing and getting fired at by Upset.
I mean, facing off against the Lulu and Yunara, especially to get that uptick on the Q for the Yunara, is not an easy battle. And Supo, unfortunately, being on the business end of that, will have to burn his flash, reset just for the boots. But Upset and Lospa should be able to push out this bottom wave and get a much nicer reset. Should have enough for Cole, which just makes things significantly easier for Yunara in the way it interacts with her Q and the healing, and also just getting an early gold.
I feel like Yunara pairings are so easy, you know, like she works with almost anything, right? Very self.
I do, like, in my eyes though, she's still way stronger with things like Lulu.
Oh yeah,
It just it enables her so much, and while it's handy to have like an Alistar that can set her up, it's just the late game scaling of having this Enchanter support with her is just absolutely insane.
It's kind of like, I know Kog'Maw's a very different champion, but it's also like another immobile champion to a sense that can just stand there and fire with an enchantment.
Yeah, I think though the level 6 spike for Yunara is just even stronger than that, which just makes it very good in lane, especially when you're taking this triple tonic build, which you can see that Upset is gone for. When you hit level 6, you can immediately pop that red potion, and then with the Lulu, play hyper aggressive and basically one-shot your opponent. And I think this is where, like, players have been getting very good understanding, like Yunara's spike points, like the level 6, the Kraken Slayer being completed. How do you play around like Cole on the uptime and the Q? And I think this is why she's so oppressive at the top level.
Like this, right? Upset stands in, gets the Q up, and then just gets that auto.
And especially when the slow off of the circle is just so good. It's such long range. And you can see there, like, non-committal, just look for a bit of poke. If it lands, great, I can follow up immediately. But it just is obnoxious to play into, and we've seen Corki Nami as kind of the answers into that traditionally, as you can try and play off of like similar spikes with the Corki on like Sheen and Triforce and that. and even the Imperial Mandate. But Vladdy.
Oh, he's shifting sands. It's big. Vladdy, lethal tempo's up. There's the flash. Jojo looking good again today.
Yeah, this man is exceptional for MKOI. And again, I think he was my shining light yesterday. Even in game 1 that they lost, he was still up in gold. Game 3, he was up in gold. And the game they won, a large portion of that was thanks to him. So I do think he's been absolutely spectacular. And really, a shining light in the just controlling that mid lane in the early stages.
Well, I mean, Jojo, we were talking about his laning phase last year as well. We were so impressed, and it was last year Jojo came in, right? Like, yeah. It's so hard to. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's basically European now, so I just assume he's been here.
I mean, Canada's like.
Yeah, it's the same with Kangas. Kangas is now European.
They speak French in Canada. Yeah. They speak Irish. You know, in Newfoundland, they speak Irish. Like, Canada is more European than American, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What does Zale think? Let's get him on the comms.
I mean, if you're from Quebec and that kind of area, I feel like we're definitely.
Oh, they want to be French, right? Yeah. Hey, anyone who's from Canada here, feel free to weigh in. I mean, we do have a comment section on our broadcast that we can bring up. Anyone but Jollyman is welcome to.
Well, do we know where Jollyman is from? What if he's Canadian?
Jollyman's Canadian. Yeah. Oh no. Maybe Jollyman is the person who puts them up on our broadcast. Have you ever thought that?
True.
It's nepotism. We'll find out. Yay, Dragon. Okay, Fnatic did pick that up first. But I will say, right now, if you're Fnatic, you're wondering, Vladdy's getting bodied a little bit in this lane. Jojo's now level 6, so Emperor's Divide is up, and now Yoya climbing to 6 himself, which means mobility, which means Vladdy's flash can get punished at a moment's notice. So the fear is there, especially with Jojo holding onto his flash, that Aurora could be dead soon.
I think the fact that you have the ult makes it a little bit more difficult because you can time the ult with the Emperor's Divide pushback, so you immediately get shot to the other side of the circle. But still, I agree with you in the fact that it just bodes well. Like, Aurora, I believe, is supposed to be a good matchup into the Azir. So the fact that you're already behind his Vladdy is just not looking good. And a part of what we wanted to talk about with the graphic was, you know, I think Vladdy played relatively well yesterday. The stats don't necessarily show that. He was behind in gold and behind a bit of CS. But it felt like his impact was getting back towards what we expected from Vladdy in this time last year. But unfortunately, this game, it's only a couple minutes in, but it just hasn't been to the same level as you would kind of hope for as a Fnatic fan.
No. Vladdy is a big call, right? Like, a big deal, because especially when he left KC, there was a lot of drama around him. But Vladdy was, I think, one of the best parts of that roster at times, right? Like, Vladdy had explosive power, and I mean that in the sense that mechanically, he can be a really good mid laner. So far on Fnatic, it's been, I mean, it's only been a day, but you know what I'm saying. It's
been a split in a day.
I mean, it's been a split in a day, yeah. It's been a quick split. I mean, it's still not the end of March yet. Like, we're still not into April, right? We've already started spring, so hasn't been much time here to develop as Brazil makes his way down bot. Level 6 now, so Crescent Guard is up, but he's spotted on a ward, and Elyoya, who's a level ahead, is in the vicinity, taking his Krugs, getting ready himself. He's got himself a Grand Starfall they can get behind Fnatic, and it'll be so easy here because Upset and Lospa are pushed up, but they're waiting. They know. Razork is sticking around because he knows that this Pantheon could be jumping in at any moment.
Yeah, it's a good call to shadow the bot lane. Again, this is your real focal point here to try and win out this game if you're Fnatic. And I think Upset has been great. I think Upset had a fantastic game yesterday. Was something that they were able to try and play through on the Sivir. It was very close to winning out on some of those fights, but unfortunately just wasn't quite able to take it home. But if you're on this Yunar and you've already picked up this early lead, just ensuring that doesn't fall out of control is a very big focal point for Fnatic. The problem is it's matched by Jojo's lead now.
Yeah, it's 445. He's got 10 CS lead, and he's dodging away from like these twofold hexes, and it means a lot of that burst damage that comes through from the Electrocute Inara is good as Super just sends it on in, but Valkyrie's not on top for Upset, which would add damage, but hey, never mind. Bit of Phosphorus Bomb and a couple of autos, that'll do. Upset dodges away from not the big one, but the big one is in the hole. There it is, hits, good shield from Lospa to save the health bar of his 80 carriers. Vladdy is in danger. As you said, the Between Worlds needs to be used now, but Jojo hits in mid-air and solo kills, teleports out, and styles on Vladdy.
The JoJo solo bolo looking good for MKOI as he goes underneath the tower to finish off that one. Massive win for MKOI in the mid lane. And even on that bottom side as well, Super and Alvaro fighting back against Upset. We talked about that Sheen spike for the Corki you want to play on, and that's exactly what they did. Just go in on towards Upset, push him out of lane, and get at least a little bit back for yourself in that bot lane.
JoJo wasn't risking anything there either. He teleports out just in case Razork's in the vicinity. Elyoya going for an invade here, and speaking of Razork, he will just see his Raptors being pinched away, but not in time as JoJo has returned to lane. Quick side note, Nash is picked up as Alvaro finds Lospa in the rotation.
Yeah, both kind of staring each other down. I thought JoJo might try and come across, but not too interested at the moment with Razork there to accompany them. So Razork just going to ensure that Vladdy can pick up this wave without too much stress.
JoJo going to face check, Wind becomes lightning, but he's shifting stance away. 3 Talon Strike is close to the auto, but Tidal Wave used in a choke. There's the bubble as well with Nash's Razork in trouble. Crescent card comes out, but Elyoya, is he going to ult? Yes, he is. How deep is he going to go onto Razork? A little bit shallow, and the ult turns a bit rubbish. But Elyoya may be thinking they'd backstep and look for the kill.
It was a late call on it, though. I think if he had used it maybe a couple seconds earlier, should have been able to pick up that kill.
With the bubble and Tidal Wave, yeah.
Exactly, but still, MKOI get the position that they want for a Dragon that's in 10 seconds time. Razork not having ultimate makes him a little bit less of a threat. Although Alvaro did use his own, and with Elyoya also investing his, it kind of evens up the trade a little bit with MKOI making those small mistakes.
Now with no ult, he released a lot of pressure on the map for a little bit as well. Remembering that Vladdy has his flash up and available, and everyone does on the side of Fnatic. As small trades again from Super and Alvaro, just looking for that phosphorus bomb, but nothing more to be said. Dragon, #1, went over to Fnatic. Next one sitting there waiting in the mountain. 1K gold lead here in the early game for MKOI, and everywhere but the bot lane finding success.
Still, Fnatic's trying to see if they can find some moments down here. Elyoya going to spot Razork. And now it's kind of shifted a little bit. It doesn't happen again, does this?
I mean, maybe it does. Shifting sands, ulti flashed away from, but JoJo took no damage. Vladdy has to back away, but he doesn't have teleport, Dagda, and that's more plating. Another wave coming in, and just like that, Elyoya says, now I can start the Drake.
But JoJo is just making a mockery of Vladdy, honestly, in this mid lane. The fact that he doesn't need any jungle help to achieve this is easily setting up MKOI on the map. Razork trying to see if he can find something against JoJo.
Boy, 3 Talon Strike. Wait for the audacious charge. Wind becomes lightning, tags him, but going in, Razork. Hang on a minute, brother. Did you know? He flashes away, and I have to say, Razork, it was very obvious they were doing Drake, and they were there.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. And now Mirwan's like, hang on, there's a lone jungler in here, and I'm renecting with Black Cleaver and ult. This sounds great.
Oh, cheeky Krog. Razork just used audacious charge, so now he has no way to get on out. He's got no Crescent Guard either, so it's a free kill. It's solo for Mirwan, and Fnatic are just getting destroyed by some rookie decisions.
I mean, Fnatic kind of just look tilted already.
Yeah.
Like, these are weird decisions. Razork overextending, burning his flash, trying to chase JoJo into botside river. Like, there is never a world where you should do that.
I gotta say,
I'm just confused.
I mean, I am too. The Razork decision making, but obviously Mirwan, really nice, well played. But you also know that Mirwan's caught MIA, and it's also a really good ward at the red buff, as you can see. I think it's a control ward there, so Mirwan's got an advantage from that as he now walks up. Demolish, he can't get the third proc, as you hear it with the audio cues, but he gets the plating, and he's got Black Cleaver, so he's feeling just fine as Super. Pretty much going to do the same thing down in the bot lane. He's going to walk up. He's going to take 2 bits of plating. Mirwan's waiting for upset. No dominance, but he has flash available as he gets spotted out by a ward. But Lospa also on the way means that Mirwan won't pull the trigger on probably a needless play.
So the swap comes through from Fnatic just as Upset completes his role quest. So it doesn't mean that he has to stick around that bot side for any longer. And it means at least you can try and get some resources into Upset, as Mirwan should have a worse time into Yunara here in this top lane. But he's very good at just clearing out the wave as it comes through. Fnatic want to look for a dive. but I don't know if they're in time for it.
They're trying to use the timing of Dominus being down, but that's up in 8 seconds. If Mirwin delays, which he will be able to with the wave coming in, Mirwin will have that health stacking and ability to survive. Looking for the Rain of Anger to get to half HP as the circle comes out. There's the flash. Mirwin close to Dominus when it's there. Okay, the minion wave being shredded out. Razork almost tanks too far, but the Wild Growth helps Upset get the shutdown, while meanwhile the dive on the bottom side does the exact same thing. Kill, however, goes over to the jungler as Jojo. We go back to his camera. Onto Vladdy, shifting sands, popped away between worlds, but into Jojo's hands, flushed away from the twofold hex. Jojo is beautiful today again.
2 solo kills against Vladdy in this mid lane. And this was a counter pick that was opted into. Razork, the tip of the spear, just a bit shy. And honestly, this mid lane is just blowing open the game for MKOI. It's tip for tap on the side lanes. But again, Jojo making the difference.
He's 1900 gold up. He is almost, no, he's 50 CS up. I was going to say almost, but he is absolutely there now, as you see. And Vladdy is struggling, and it's so many times we move the camera there, we see the twofold hex, we see the combo from Aurora. Jojo sidestepping, or just then flushing out of the way. He is outplaying Vladdy. And a brilliant start to the split for an already aggressive mid laner that we knew was so comfortable in our league. As Vladdy getting bullied out by yet another matchup. This time it is Super, as he holds on to the big one to threaten, as Mirwin is going to get dove again. But guess what? Dominus up again. There's the wave to clear on out as Upset wants a bit more gold, but the wave is way too thin. And we just turn back and look towards mid instead, because there's the turret going down and a 3k gold lead. First turret blood going over to MKOI.
Mirwin just backing away. He's like, look, we're winning it elsewhere. I don't need to be here. Now he has support though, goes back in.
Hello. They're going to go on in. Remember, Dominus is there, popped immediately onto Razork, who's right in the circle, and Elyoya joins in. This ain't the same play as Teleport's going to come in, but maybe a little bit too late. Vladdy joins in, but he doesn't have that between worlds. Upset went into 2 people, and I don't know what Fnatic are doing, but MKOI love it. A triple over to Mirwin as the Croc cleans up, and MKOI slammed down a 5k gold lead.
MKOI are punishing Fnatic every step of the way. This is the early game we expected from a top 3 team in the LEC, and they are delivering right now.
The top laner with 1300 gold all of a sudden, and while you think it can't get any worse, Jojo is solo getting top turret.
It's not looking pretty for Fnatic. They try to go in. It's a good ultimate from Alvaro that keeps Upset at bay. But Elyoya having ultimate means he's always going to be able to join in. And as he flashes over the wall, Super waiting in the pit for Upset to overextend. Upset flashing for it, hoping he can get the kill. But the Triforce spike from Super immediately finishes them off. And it's only 2 more to follow after. I think, yeah.
Yeah, they know this game's a little bit cooked. But, you know, I got to pull it back. I was wondering why Upset jumped in, but you're right. He was over the wall, not on vision. This is Super. And then he pops over after Upset thinks he can get the kill.
I think, look, at this stage, you kind of know this game is out of control.
Yep.
And as Upset in that position, it's like, this is kind of on me. Maybe I can get a couple of kills and that could snowball me into a position I can hold the game. Unfortunately, it's a risk that doesn't pay off because Super was there. But I think it's a risk that you have to take as a player in that situation.
Yeah. So granted, you know, Upset close to getting another kill, getting some gold, and he has been the one who's been the strongest out of Fnatic here in this game, but now the game's running away from them. They get the Herald. It's a nice little addition, but those Dragons are starting to stack up for MKOI. The side lanes are starting to fall down as Jojo is getting solo gold on these turrets. 60 CS the lead. He was the one who started it all for MKOI, but now the map's burning. It is turret after turret that MKOI are getting a free siege on. Losper gets autoed 3 times and he's at half HP because Jojo is level 13 now with a proto belt in his inventory as well.
So MKOI just going to step up. This tower, I'm pretty sure it should fall.
Super cares.
I mean, it's just a case of, do they just connect with the top lane instead? Because Fnatic are investing so much in holding this.
Raz looks like, I got a face check, guys. Here comes the Crescent Guard, but Elyoya blocking out for the time being. That shield is out, but now the Crescent Guard's down. Razork flushes away while Jojo sends a Scion into the team. Super will pick up that one. Jojo's now ultless, but he can just auto down. Upset gets a return kill, which when you're this far behind, trading even ain't bad. But remember, it is Fnatic who wanted to face check and take that play.
They do end up covering the tower though, and it's a 1-for-1. And honestly, for Fnatic, it's not the end of the world. I think the pathing from Alioya giving Upset that opportunity to turn around. And again, like, it's 2 items on towards this Yunara with the Lulu, with the Ardent Sensor. This is a pretty strong Yunara, and you can see it when Upset has time to open up, can do work. The problem is that he's only barely matching all the other items, or 2 item spikes that are coming through on MKOI.
It'll be that and then some. I mean, Jojo just went back for a needlessly large rod. So there's that. Miyuin probably going to be Sterak's second. Maybe a Shojin. Let's see how Saucy is feeling here today. But, I mean, brilliant early game all round. I think MKOI, this is more the performance we want to see. And yeah, granted, yesterday I think we saw some pretty good early games. I would say that this so far feels like the level of play we should see consistently from, as you said, top 4 team. Should be a top 2, top 3 team in their prime.
That's I look at MKOI as our top 3.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's very clear that they belong in that conversation. Their regular season in Versus wasn't the best, but still they showed that they belonged in that top 3 spot when we got towards playoffs, and you expect them to continue that. And as you say, a game like this fills you with a lot more confidence for MKOI. Because sure, there's mistakes from Fnatic, but it has been MKOI taking those mistakes and immediately taking towers, constantly keeping up the pressure, finding good reset timers, playing off of multiple lanes. And now as you look at Razork trying to make a play top, MKOI start to put pressure on towards the mid lane turret, so Razork has to back away from Mirror.
You know, something that Shock said in our story meeting that, like, you know, I was remembering, we were comparing players, and I think in the past we've said, like, you know, Khalees can be like Jackie Love, and Super can be like Jackie Love. I very much see Super like Jackie Love in Prime, okay? Where the peak is outrageous. Sometimes you can be a little bit of an inter, but that's fine. You're Jackie Love, you know? That's the way. Super's like that. Overstepping on a mid-wave, that's Jackie Love. Is he caught out? Yes. Flashes away. Arc Glide of Ruin slows him down. Barrier's there. The ulti. That's Jackie Love. But the rest of the team is going to benefit off it. His tidal wave is a 3-man between Welts and Flatty. Runs him into the rest of MKOI. That wasn't good at all. And Miyuin maybe like the shy. He's found an angle. He's found a good one at that. He'll take the blast cone to get back over. But the rest of MKOI clean it on up. You know what? Super, if you're watching this, I think you like Jackie Love. Blosper's going to run back. A double kill already given over to Jojo where the rest fall. And the funniest thing is, the timing could not be more perfect as Super dies, but the rest of the team will carry it home.
Thank God he has Prime Rookie in his mid lane with Jojo. Yes. Otherwise, that would have been an absolute disaster. God. But they get the kill under tower, they get the mid lane tier 2, and MKOI come away with a couple of scratches, but still standing over Fnatic.
It really does feel like the perfect game. Yeah. Okay, we'll watch again. Jackie Love, sorry, Super caught out in mid. Oh my God.
Super completely caught out as he had no right to be there. Good pick from Fnatic. But as we said, MKOI just way too far ahead. And as Mirren slices and dices in, it actually is his 500th kill that he picks up in the LEC off of this play. And yeah, I think he was definitely needed in this one to help set things up. Because without him and Jojo, this would have been a very different story.
There it is. So that was the 500th right there.
500th one right there.
Big kill. Congratulations, Miyuin. Really a cornerstone of the top lane. Stop it. We're a bit delayed. We're talking about Miyuin now. Jojo Puyun is crazy. This has been one of the best additions to LEC, watching chat.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I know you are a chat aficionado. I see you in the Twitch.
Oh,
because I'm a lurker. I just kind of sit there and then I just spot Hysterics cast slamming through several messages.
You know, all the emotes, XGG, XGG, dude. Emotes are the best thing ever. I'm such a visual degenerate, you know. I gotta have my mix of emotes and crap. Maybe that's why Twitch is good. Tidal wave. There we go. It's the Black Pearl out from the depths. Almost dead is Empress as Fnatic come here to recover the play, but 7,000 and a dragon already taken, soul point for MKOI. This game is in the dirt for Fnatic. I feel like the way they come back Dagda is some kind of a miracle play where Upset gets to play the game with this 1,200 gold lead and this third item. But Upset up time is what you want to see, and making sure that Jojo's dead or Miyuin can't get anywhere near him. Alfioya the same, like, Upset's got a big task.
And he has to play on a knife's edge if he's going to do so, which can very quickly end up with egg on your face when you've got Jojo with 3 items, Supa about to rock up towards a 3rd, and so much CC that's point and click that can come your way. Upset has to play on a knife's edge, but with a 7.5k gold lead, it just feels like it's, again, similar to the Sivir game where he has played well and has gotten these leads, but his team is not setting them up.
Razork knock up, Alvaro dead. Okay. Hey, Upset just got a shutdown on a Nami.
We take those?
They do take those. There's 2,000 gold. Fnatic fans, and there's a couple of Fnatic fans there. They're kind of like, hang on a minute. Wait. Winnable? Question mark. I don't know.
It's where the arms go out and you kind of like, hold. Wait.
Yeah,
I mean, here's some of the cheer starting as well.
Okay. Well. How do you think? Oh, dear. Oh, Between Worlds, slice and dice matches though. He takes the other one. Vladdy. Interesting, yeah, fair enough. Elio probably
breaking ankles. Run, little buddy, run.
Super's on the way as well. Teleport up. He's out. He's out, by the way. Yeah, he's gone. Nice. You know, that's a big win. For how this game's going, that's a huge win.
I don't know if we take those.
Well, you have to, because if Vladdy dies, that's Baron start.
Yeah, but 30 flash and TP for Renekton ult and...
Don't forget ult.
That is, yeah, Pantheon ult, I suppose, as well.
No, I meant Vladdy's ult, but
sorry,
that's gone too, true. And Dominus, that's a 40-second cooldown. So...
We take those!
We do take those. It's a strange day. You know, best of 3s, very easy to cook brains. Our brains, particularly.
Yeah. I think the 9-game day is the best.
We could be on 6-game day again. This, we were talking about it last night, this reminds me of LPL.
Yeah.
As this time it's going to go down. Guys, we are just waiting for this big play that happens in front of Drake or Baron. For now, like, MKOI have full reign of the map. This reminds me of LPL because you and I, in 2020, used to do back-to-back days.
Yeah.
It was triple best of 5. No, triple best of 3.
Yep.
Or best of 5.
I mean, just alternate. No, it was best of 3, yeah. We'd alternate.
And
between the boys, who was doing them.
Those were long days.
Yeah.
Like, I do like it because I feel like you get a read on, like, the stories the teams write themselves, right? Like, we could already write a novel about JoJo's performance yesterday and today.
Yeah, it would be mostly a love story.
It would be a love story, wouldn't it?
Because I'm infatuated with the way this man plays.
Oh, wait, are you in the love story?
No, I kind of looked through the window, longingly, wishing that I could play as good as JoJo, you know?
That's trespassing. But so JoJo's in the house with...
Yeah, and I'm in the rain. You know when it's like you get the Christmas movie and everyone's sitting at the dinner table and there's the person who's outside walking through the rain that like catches it through the window and they're just miserable and sad? That's me when I play Azir and I'm watching JoJo's Azir.
So you said you're in the window looking in and I thought of a horror movie like Scream or something. You're out there with a mask. I want in. And JoJo just has to deal with it. And look, I don't know who's in this love story. It's not Vladdy. Who's... You're going to have to explain more before we get to the fight.
It's just JoJo being very good. That's the end of it, mate.
Good story. You know what, Rob? I don't want to be rude, but I don't think you can go into writing. If you can. Like, if you want another job after this, I don't think writing is the direction.
I'm sorry I wasn't ready to concoct the JoJo Pyun Azir love story.
JoJo Pyun love story, the saga, 5 pages by Rob.
Was it from America to Shurima?
And that's it. Here comes Mirwin. Let's see a fight happen. Fnatic have bought their time. Vladdy's going to set it up. The weirding out. He gets poked out. And look at this already. So many members of Fnatic are losing their health bars on the side of the fight. Razork has no choice but to pull the button in. But Mirwin threatens from the side. Here's JoJo again. He ulties. He dies. Fnatic have found a fight. It's 1-for-1 though. So now Upset has to step forward, but Supa is still a big threat. And the problem I see is that Razork died, giving away a smite. And while JoJo might be a big turkey, that dragon is free for MKOI.
Look, it is lost, but Upset holding hands, hoping that they can try and keep this one going. The Mikhail's Crucible was so good in that fight, and now Upset healing up. They want to keep going.
Supa's playing at edge, but he has Valkyrie available, teleport available. Mirwin joins in now with the TP shield. Emperor's happy to tank it up, but the dragon at 4K. You need Upset to carry the fight once again. Dominus gets pulled out with the polymorph, but they're turning on Emperor to Supa.
flashes away, but Emperor is not out of harm's way. The front line from Mewen helping keep Upset at bay, but there's a slice and dice. Dominus Hughes to get into the fight. Upset on the back end, he's dead. Elyoya found the mark after the Infernal Soul goes with it. Vladdy running for the hills while Elyoya charges them down. But even though it's messy, even though Fnatic finds something, it's not over yet. Jumping in, Elyoya onto Vladdy. He gets polymorph, which probably saves the life of the mid laner. As Super gets charged by Razork. He went in solo. Razork just dies though. The Corky late game with Infernal Soul is enough as we are going Chaos's way. Watching the back of this fight.
Yeah, I mean, this was so well played by Upset and Lost, but the ultimate, as Mirren goes in, means that Upset is able to keep his uptime. And then as immediately you get the flash in from Elyoya, it's the McHale's that denies the sweep from Jojo, with Upset able to flash away, that enables this fight for Fnatic. But actually it's Mirren's position at the start of this that makes it so difficult for Fnatic to play, because you end up with the Pyros trying to buy space for the rest of MKOI for Fnatic to get position in River. But it's actually just denying anyone in Fnatic getting through because of Mirren pushing forward into that tribe rush.
Okay, but we're back to a Baron, and Fnatic, they had Razork die at the end of the play from Super, and so there won't be another contest. Excuse me, there won't be another smite. Baron goes down, the Infernal Soul in hand. You think this is how it ends? You think? You're not answering me, which means you're not sure.
I agree. Yeah.
You think?
I'm still trying to work on book titles here. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah. I've got nothing. I thought Jojo, Big Kiss by Robert Price. That's all I had.
Yeah, I do think this game is going to end this very soon, though. Like, MKOI, they're basically waiting for Jojo to come out of base. They step up in mid. The poke is exceptionally good. You've got Baron, you've got the Dragon Soul, so your poke underneath these towers is exceptionally good. And Fnatic are basically trying to all in on this bot wave to deny the two waves crashing at the same time. And now they're going to shift back across the mid.
Ulti though, they found Super. There's Blast going there. Doesn't get hit though. Valkyrie out of the way. Empress is engaged. He's in a choke in a corridor, but Alvaro at the front line. Razork thinking about an angle. His teleport's going to be burned, but Mewen stays on his right wing. Well, Jojo, now that he's here, I mean, now that he's firing away, Empress goes to half HP, but MKOI are just going to do their due diligence, running in. Never mind, Empress sent over the wall. Jojo, he went in deep for this, but I think he's fine. Razork can't do the damage to kill him down as he runs out of the ulti. MKOI find a double, and Elyoya happy with the GA to run into Upset. And even though Upset will probably burn this GA eventually, how can he kill the rest? Clyde of Ruin gets Super to half HP. Between worlds is good. Super runs away. Never mind, I was wrong. Onto Upset. Ruthless Predator. Mewen, he's going to do it, and so is Jojo as Fnatic have to run away. But it took a Crocodile running it Upset to stop any chance of a comeback for Fnatic, as MKOI are going to be on the next first in this series. And Mewen, Jojo, good fights that lead to the success, and a good love story for Jojo to open up the series.
I mean, clean from MKOI, using the fact that Jojo got such a good lead in the mid lane. But it's kind of heartbreak for Upset, to be honest, because if there just wasn't such a big lead, I think he could have been able to carry this one.
I think so as well. If this was a more even game, that'd be harder to hit. But we're going to throw it over to Kangas and Jojo, who are going to discuss if Canada is part of Europe or America.
All right, I guess we're starting with that question, Jojo. Is Canada part of Europe or America? What are your thoughts? I think you're the only one that can speak on this right now.
I mean, I'll say it's half-half. It depends, because Canada's pretty big, right? So I'd say where I'm from, it's like, I'd say half-half.
Half-half? Okay, all right, so you're claiming it now. You've been in Europe for a while, and you are running the league. We heard just earlier, 8 solo kills in the last 4 games. That is crazy impressive. 2 of those were from today. So where's this magic coming from early on in the split?
I mean, I think I'm just really locked in this split, so my goal is to win the whole thing and to do well in MSI, so I think we have to lock in as a team, and I see the potential, so yeah.
All right, well, it's our first time getting to chat with you since the disappointing loss yesterday. Starting off well here, what are you focused on to make sure that you can get to that level, to challenge the G2s, the KCs?
I mean, I think we just have to play our own game and not be scared of anything, and I think just put in the effort, to be honest. We have to be more disciplined as a team for sure. I think we're lacking a lot of discipline, so I think that's the most important thing, and I think if we have that, we put in our all, I think it'll be a free win, to be honest.
All right, cool. Well, I'll let you go prep with the rest of the team. Get ready for game 2. Throw it back to Shax and Odo.
It's it's interesting because he is talking about discipline, and I think we can definitely see that in some of the games in the past that they may have thrown. They also had that famous patience, paciencia meme last year. It wasn't a meme. It was really important for them, right? So as someone who's also kind of a part of the coaching staff of another team, to hear that still, is it not getting a little late to hear that again? How is discipline still an issue? And it feels bad bringing this up because they literally Fnatic. But, you know.
I mean, it's one of those things where you go 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards all the time. The more you focus on one thing, the more you forget the other things, you know? So it does make sense that a team like, you know, MKOI, because they evolved so much throughout time, and now I feel like they're always like, you know, changing into a different identity. It makes sense that it's always down to going back to discipline, because that's the thing that holds everything together. But at the same time, he is spearheading a crazy offensive for MKOI, because as you said, 7, 8 solo kills, whatever it was in the last 4 games. I haven't seen Jojo this locked in an extremely long time.
No, it's incredible. And I also just want to sing the praises of MKOI as a whole. You know, we talked about the things that were surrounding the team in terms of the pressure that is put on them, also publicly through their coaching staff.
Yeah.
You have to wonder, is it working? Because this game 1 is a statement.
This was a much more disciplined MKOI. They weren't getting that lead and then throwing it like we've been seeing them do in the past. Instead, it was, no, we get the lead. And, you know, they were still going for aggressive plays. It's not like they're playing scared with a lead, but they are playing a little more reserved and not necessarily giving these comeback angles.
For me, what was the most impressive was that when you think of MKOI, you would always think about the fact that they would always try to grasp a little bit more than they needed. It always felt like when they're getting leads, they get a little bit overzealous, they take a little bit more risky fights. While this MKOI that we saw this game was all about Jojo. It felt like, okay, everyone just relax, lean back a little bit. Jojo's having a good game. Let's just, you know, let's empower him. Let's facilitate it so that he becomes as strong as possible and just make the game super simple. Play through Jojo, and we're going to have a good game.
Let's look a little bit at his lane and everything he did, because he has been doing this 4 games straight now, right? What makes his laning phase so good?
Well, listen, this matchup, Azir is not the lane champion. Azir sucks, because yesterday, for example, when we looked at Jojo, he was the one punishing the Azir, right? So this just speaks, you know, it's a great statement to how good he actually is, because when you look at champions like Azir that are so weak in the laning phase, that means you just have a lot less tools to win the lane with. But him, despite all of that, he's still probably making this performance happen versus the biggest lane bully in the mid lane in the Aurora.
Yeah, that flash was clean right there. The matchup was impressive, and that was what I said going into the match. It's like, if Vladdy can control Jojo, Fnatic have a shot. Vladdy did not control Jojo. That was out of his control very much.
No, absolutely not. We saw a couple of other fights as well, and I want to take a look just because it also has a coach cam after it from the side of Fnatic after we get out of that play, because there wasn't much for them to do. Definitely not in this skirmish.
Yeah, this one is hard, because from their point of view is that the game is falling out of your hands. You need to get a little bit desperate. You need to hope that you go for these sorts of outplays. But regardless, in this situation, there weren't really a lot of tools, because, you know, there's mid-prior, there's Renekton Global, there's a lot of things that are going wrong. And at the same time, when you feel this pressure that, you know, the Aurora is falling more and more and more behind, you get outskilled. Yeah, I think that's all the Fnatic fans out there when they saw that game.
Wait, where's yours? You also should be doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, I was doing it a lot, and I'm doing it internally.
He's keeping a brave face.
Keeping a brave
face right now. But the patience from Supa there to like kind of bait out upset and then Valkyrie over, and it's a tough position, because Fnatic are obviously, it's a good play if there's not a Pantheon. Like, the Pantheon just changes the numbers in a way that it's harder to account for when you're going for those fast plays in the enemy jungle.
Can we talk about how frustrating these games have been for Upset? Because, like, I think the guy
had... good.
Yeah, he's done really good in all of these games. He had like a 5K lead over his lane opponent just yesterday, but if the team can't help you, then you're really just doing it by yourself. And even in this game, Lospa and him were trying to make it happen.
Okay, listen, on the flip side, when the whole team goes for the bow strat, where, you know, you feed the enemies for them to have bounties, for then Upset to collect those bounties and be 4K gold, that's a little bit fraudulent, right? His stats are good, he's doing fine in lane, but he's also, like, you know, abusing the systems a little bit too much. We need to see a lot more from the early game, because as you said, Upset and Lospa, they have risen up. The laning phases are looking a little bit more consistent and clean.
Yeah, and I also did like the difference from yesterday to today. Upset was able to get the gold lead, but we still see those tendencies where sometimes he's not walking up and getting as many autos as he could and really pushing the limits of the AD carry champions he's playing. This game, he was pushing the limits. Like, he was actually really trying his best to DPS as Yanara. We see, you know, jumping over the wall and then gets punished by Supa. And then the last base defense, like, he kind of almost brought it back for them.
There's too many problems on the Rift for Fnatic currently, it seems like, right? Because top can't be stable, jungle isn't working the way it's supposed to, mid is just getting astro-gapped.
Yeah,
and then there's bot who's like, we're doing okay, guys.
They're trying their best.
There's more than, you know, ADC in every team, you know, even in solo queue, it's back to the basics, you know, if your jungle and your mid laner are doing well, especially the mid lane, I feel like jungle was kind of like, you know, whatever the series.
Yeah.
It wasn't really like an issue like yesterday, but mid is always the play. When you have someone like Jojo on the other side, you really need as Fnatic to shut him down because individually he's putting out great numbers. So you need to kind of just not be, how to say it, not be AFK. You need to kind of break the mold somehow.
Not be AFK? Is that your coach advice?
Yeah. Well,
bring a fire extinguisher.
Well,
Jojo said he's on fire.
Don't be AFK.
I mean, okay, we have a different wording. Usually we say just don't be an NPC, you know, where you're just like sitting there and just like doing your patting and stuff. You need, like Fnatic, the only way I feel that they can find a way to win when Jojo is putting up such great performances is, you know, you need to skip some camps, you need to make sacrifices, you need to kind of like break this whole, you know, ebb and flow of mid lane where Jojo keeps getting, you know, massive leads from.
100% agree, because Jojo didn't need Elyoya to do that.
Exactly.
So if that's going to happen, then I think Razork has to play bodyguard a bit just to make sure the mid lane doesn't fall apart.
No, I think that's a great point, and that's hopefully what they'll be focusing on going into this next game, or it'll be 2 straight losses for Fnatic at the start of this spring split, or will it be the very first victory of MKOI here in spring? We'll find out when we come back.
Carrier's Flighty is in danger. As you said, the Between Worlds needs to be used now. But Jojo hits in mid-air and solo kills, teleports out, and styles on Flighty.
4v4, Roadtrip it. Please low, I have E. In 3, see this in 3? I have cooldowns now, look it. Oh, great. I can up now. Yeah, just finish first. IQ. I hit Yorara. You clear them. Only have to do.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm bit crushing.
Whoops.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league, wish you played like us. Now time to shock reality, you're facing a tragedy when the European legacy keeps sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety, the future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty, it spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
we've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
Chance for MKOI to fix what was yesterday against Na'Vi, now here against Fnatic after a very brilliant game number one on Mysterix's Dagda, and it is pretty easy to say that that game one was pretty easy to play.
I mean, you got several solo kills for JoJo. It looked like there was just clean, easy win space for MKOI.
Oh, yeah.
And Fnatic just looked lost, over-committing to so many different plays, hoping that it would bring them back from the brink. But in the end, it led to their own destruction. So coming into game number two, I want to see composure from Fnatic. I want to see them find a good matchup in the mid lane, so then Vladdy isn't kind of just getting blown out of the water immediately, and then being able to play a much slower game where you can try and play through Upset.
I mean, because Upset last game, if it wasn't so far gone, Upset would have carried that, and that could have been a massive turnaround for Fnatic. But that man on your screen, he got gapped by JoJo. It was a really hard early game. And the Aurora matchup, you know, was chosen into it. We saw an early Azir Dagda. And so all the options in the world to play against it. But
I mean, it should be a good matchup.
It should be, but it feels more like the player was a big case in that game.
Yeah, it definitely felt more like a player diff in that one. So, coming into game number two, we're going to have to see what the difference is going to be.
Blue side, but first pick on Fnatic on the red there. So, the first question we're going to ask, 2 majors down? Yes, but then we've got Jarvan, we've got Varus, the standard stuff off the board. Jungle's always in contention because especially since Jarvan's banned all the time, we've got to be like, well, then it's Vi first pick, right? That's got to be the first thing that sits on your mind.
Maybe, but yeah. The other options are like things like the Rumble that you could try and lock in for the top lane. That could end up working out relatively okay. But yeah, I think you're definitely starting to see a lot of those power picks taken away. Vi probably the pick, yeah.
Vi or, I mean, with Seraphine gone, Ash's priority goes down a little bit there.
Because the other option is to go for, if they take Vi, you go Rumble Wukong on the next rotations. And then you can try and lock in pretty much any other kind of AD carry in that bottom side. Or even if you want to take the Talia for yourself in the mid lane as well, which JoJo has been pretty good on.
Yeah.
I think you set up then for a very strong top side. But we'll have to see if that is going to be the case here.
So I would argue that JoJo's Talia is pretty good. Rumble, you said as well. Good zone control already. Pairings with it, it's not going to be Rengar. I mean, look, you prove me wrong, but it's not going to be Rengar.
Yeah.
But maybe something strong for Elyoya that has a bit of engage. Like we've already seen things like Sejuani today against Vi. I'm trying to think, Dagda, like what hits the hardest?
Yeah. Oh.
Nocturne hits the hardest, apparently. But that's no Orianna.
Yeah. which is why I was surprised. Like, I think Wukong is undervalued in LEC a little bit, because I think it can be very strong, especially paired with Rumble, and also into the Vi, because you can basically dive in and preemptively disengage essentially from the Vi or prevent any follow-up on the Vi. And especially with the Rumble, you actually just get a ton of value where you can force enemy teams back and then deal with the Vi themselves. And now with this Vi-Ahri combo, that's a very potent mid lane. And I feel like for Jojo, you're probably going to have to play something a little bit with at least some mobility to try and avoid this lockdown that can come from the Fnatic mid.
Because I would start thinking about the Syndras, right? But then the problem is that you're like a sitting duck for Ahris, for Vi's, further to your point. The synergy's not there because you don't have the Orianna. So the big question here, if Jojo gets his mid laner now, or if they just get something like a priority 80 carry, but Cassandra gets locked in, so a neutralizing top lane here for Emperos.
Could be a Silas angle though, honestly. It's just the only thing is, like, Nocturne is going to be completely on his lonesome trying to dive some of the back line, so maybe that could be it though. Lissandra did get buffed. I saw it hovered yesterday, I'm pretty sure, from MKOI as well, though.
We've been waiting for this for a day. Well, I mean, it's only been a day, but we have been waiting for this for the weekend. As you said, the patch has buffed her. She's a good option, and she's locked in. Neutralizing mid lane, good AoE, and production very happy that we prepared a graphic for this.
I mean, shout out to Finlo on the production. He really wanted to put this one through, as he really thought this was a strong pick, and looks like Jojo Pyun agrees with him here. This is a very strong mid-jungle now, and something that we kind of talked about, has the ability to disengage from some of that follow-up, which is crucial in a matchup like this.
Well, I'm curious about pairings now with it as well, because Lissandra creates a lot of space. Maybe we get some hyper carries, or with Dive taken out of the way, maybe you're thinking about something that can self-sustain. Xayah is a really good ban by Fnatic. Thinking about one thing that could stop this Vi-Ahri jumping in.
Yeah, I think it's also just anything that, as you say, like an Ezreal may actually be the last ban here as well. Just disengage from this from the dive, very strong. But it does mean that yeah, I'm trying to run through. Maybe it's just like a Caitlyn angle then for Supa and Alvaro. See if they can play heavily through this bottom side.
Because what other mobile AD carry with this Ezreal ban? Good call. Do you need him? You need mobility, right, as an AD carry against this comp, or? You said Caitlyn. I'm thinking about things like Xayah, Rakan still. Rakan has not been banned. Xayah, sorry, already picked up. Nico gets picked up for lane presence, but now a mystery is the AD carry. I have to catch myself on that Xayah because we are just going down the rabbit hole of 80 carries for game 2.
Yeah, I'm really starting to...
Neela. Why not?
Because she's not really good at the moment. But yeah, I think maybe Jhin actually could potentially be something here that you look... Oh, sorry, Jhin just taken on the opposite side, but... yeah, I mean, Caitlyn is the one that, in my head, I'd kind of look towards because you do have range and can try and play back a little bit. The other one could maybe be something like a Zeri if you really wanted to, but you tend not to see her until like you're really in a pinch and doesn't really work with the Nico.
But Vi against Zeri's always been such a good option. Like, it's point and click and Zeri just gets stuck.
Yeah.
I like the option because you're right. What do we have? Miss Fortune does have the setup here. So MKOI, yeah, I mean, look, that has a bit of range. There's no mobility here, and there's no protection in the form of an enchanter for Supa. So he has to play perfect. Otherwise, the range plus the dive, point and click is going to take him out.
Yeah, I think it's kind of on MKOI to look at Jojo and say, right, you have the tools to try and keep so many of our members safe here.
Yep.
It's going to be on you. Like, you can ult the Vi when she goes in, ult the Ahri after she goes in as well. Try and deny this immediate follow-up onto Supa. And as long as you can protect Supa in the later portion of the game, I think you're in a good spot. But also, you have the ability to fish for picks and make plays, which is absolutely great for MKOI, especially after game number 1, where that became such a strong portion of their game plan.
Well, standing for Fnatic, but for MKOI, how they position around this, it's a good conversation as we go into this next game. Remembering that MKOI, they need this win desperately. And yes, it's only the start of the split, but if they go to game 3 here and by chance risk losing another series, they would be starting 0-2. Fnatic on the edge of starting 0-2 as well here at the start of LEC Spring. And it's only been 2 days, but again, the schedule is built like this because G2's not here yet. You know, they just did so much damage at first stand. They need some time to recover here in the first week. So you are playing more games than you'd expect. And this one being an important one as we get into game number 2. There's a chance for Fnatic to upset and take us the distance. We have gone to game 3. Every other game, rather series so far. So why would we stop now? As we get the debut of Lissandra in 2026 spring, noting that the last Lissandra was Mickey X in 2023 season finals as a support. So it has been a while. It's been 3 years. As thank you so much. Yes, we're going to get to that. Chat's ruining it. But the Lissandra pick is nice, especially versus Assassins.
Yeah, I think for...
What are we going to say, Dagna?
I think it's a... I mean, I'm sorry for you, Dinky.
It's funny it appeared after it. You know, there's going to be ult accounts now as this started with an invade. By the way, now Yoya has already got himself a lethal tempo, rather Conqueror. Razorg has to flash away. Game started with an invade, but El Yoya, what an opening act in front of the Raptors.
Especially the fact he got all of them. Is an absolute mess for Razorg. So loses flash, loses most health bar. Should still be able to clear decently through this bottom side. But it's going to be a full take from Elyoya on this top half of the map and leave Razorg with very little to really be able to do now.
Oh, I mean, this is a horror here. Razorg still without his first camp as Glacial Path sets up into the Ice Shards from Jojo. Already a pretty good trade here as it is Comet on the Lissandra for Jojo. Not Electrocute, but still regardless, good poke here. Is this is why we're seeing the Lissandra, that Q, that cooldown buffed by a second. And doing pretty well in Masters Plus at the moment.
Yeah, and I think especially into the Ahri that did get nerfed on her pass-through rate on this patch as well. Like, you can trade very effectively. I think that's what Jojo's doing, just staying in the face, trying to use that shorter cooldown as Super steps up.
Oh, jumping into melee range, pretty dangerous from Super, but onto Losper, it's about the long con for the long play. Is with Calibrum, with a bit of Severin, he'll get some healing. The trade seems to be actually kind of in Fnatic's favor.
Oh, but Razorg, I thought he might immediately go bot lane. The reset going to come through. Oh, it's not. Oh, sorry, reset for Super on the bottom side, though. It means that
he's out.
It's Alvaro.
He's not. Deadly Flourish misses the charm, rather the hook, and Losper gets a flash out of him, but we're waiting for another dredge line as Alvaro at max range here, but Razorg gets over the wall. Alvaro with the long chase as Vladdy can't really join in yet. Deadly Flourish does some damage. Tangle Barb's out as well. Wasting time is Alvaro, which means there ain't going to be an invade, but there is going to be a kill with first blood over to Razorg.
It took a while, but they finally managed to pick off Alvaro. And a nice play from Razorg, and I think a bit of a mistake from the bottom lane. Like, Elyoya had a massive lead thanks to that early invade, and as long as you don't give over something to Razorg, who was essentially homeless, it all works out. But because Razorg had to be on that bottom side of the map, you kind of should have expected him to try and make some sort of play towards the bottom lane.
Because that gets him back in the game. Razorg now with a kill after this, and Elyoya is going for the repeat gank, but there is a smite here for Razorg. A ward there, a steal, no. It goes to Elyoya, but now again with the fear, you got to wonder, hang on, Razorg. How are you going to survive this? Thanks to Vladdy, he will, but losing Raptors again is another big win. It's Deadly Flourish after the setup of the hook. Super's in trouble. Super's about to die, and Super needs another auto to stay alive. He'll run out with his flash now burned, but Super again getting low. Upset and Lost, but doing well in this lane.
Upset and Lost, but trying to make sure that they can get off to an early lead here against the MCOY bottom lane. And again, like, it's Razorg who is struggling. It felt like deja vu off the invade. Now Elyoya going to clear out his top side. But if Upset and Lospa can continue to put pressure on towards Super, that consistent DPS is going to be missing from MCOY.
And again, the range that we're kind of worried, because Super doesn't have any protection here outside of CC. It's not like you're playing an Enchanter game where you can kind of sit on your laurels, sit in the backside of the fight, and just chill. It's a dangerous game for Super to play as Glacial Path gets Jojo out after using the Ice Shard to clear the wave and get the push up for a good back timer here. I will be curious, Dagda, on the build path of Jojo Pyun. I mean, last time we had Lissandra, it was like Hextech GLP. No, what was it? When we had it in mid, yeah I feel like...
Yeah, I mean, it's...
How many years ago was that?
I mean, that's a long old time ago, but... I mean, I've seen Hextech Protobelts in some cases to try and clear, to help close the gap. I've seen Malignance as well as something that you can go for, which I think is the build here that Jojo's going for, just to try and help out on having that cooldown in the ultimate as often as possible.
I'm seeing a lot of Protobelt when I see it here as well. Blackfire Torch also an option, but it always ends up in like a Zonya's second or third with how you set yourself up in fights, and then maybe just pure AP with Rabadon. So,
but the Zhonya's is so core to her kit.
Yeah.
Just with the ability to buy so much time. So you E in aggressively, you immediately use the W, the Ring of Frost, which then locks up people, and then you can ult yourself, which then gives you a 2.5-second immunity. Then you get off another round of spells, and especially with the shorter Q cooldown, you can very easily get that off. And then you can Zhonya's, which then just buys, you know, the guts of 7 or 8 seconds that you're in a fight, and where people cannot move past you, and that can be defining, especially for an AD carry like Nephelios, that can very quickly dispatch some of this front line on Fnatic.
You're just an annoying pillar in the way, right? And let's not forget that ulti, that healing. When you're lower health, it gets you right up to an acceptable range as we have a pause. So we're going to chill out. It's already been a long night. Why can't we just sit for another minute?
It's not that bad. It's only 9 o'clock.
It's only 9 o'clock. But okay, here's what happened yesterday, right? You and I rocked up here like, what, midday? And then we were here till 7, I think. Because yesterday was triple best of 3.
I mean, I think it was closer to 8. Was it like 10 p.m. by the time we got back?
I don't know. It was something like that. But tonight will probably be about 10 o'clock by the time we leave here. And then you and I can go for a magical car ride together and talk about life, as we often do.
But we were already saying backstage, like, it feels kind of like reminiscent of the old LPL days.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It kind of feels nostalgic in a way.
And, you know, some people probably like, oh, guys, you're not talking about the game enough, but you got to forget.
We're in a pause.
Well, we are in a pause, yeah. No, I was going to say, you got to remember, like, if you watched LPL 2019, 2020, 2021, there were 4 of us. And it was during COVID, and we were stuck there. Like, we were just chilling. Every day was League of Legends for us because LPL ran 7 days a week. And I remember we were just in this tunnel of League of Legends. But then, back then, it was some of the best League of Legends I ever played because I was just absorbed by it, you know?
Yeah.
If you want to be good at something, you just surround yourself with it.
But I think that is kind of like, for the players as well, like, it has to be an obsession.
Yep.
And I think that's what makes you as good as you are for a lot of these players. And I think it's sick to see, like, especially for players that have been around for such a long time, that they still have that. It's amazing.
Tangent, what do you think an environment issue is?
I mean, probably someone spilled something.
I'm just looking. There's no tissues on stage. We're going to find out, I've been told... Yeah, we're just sorting things out. Fnatic obviously initiated the pause, and we will give you an update when we can.
Could have been the light that you hit with that toy that you threw.
I've just been told that it's a potential network issue, so we are sorting that out. Network equals environment. I mean, to be fair, the internet is in the air, you know.
It's a gas?
Yeah. Wi-Fi in the air. You know, when Wi-Fi came out, I'm sure there were a lot of people that were like, oh, that's toxic. You've got to get Wi-Fi away from me. There's got to be some people who thought Wi-Fi was dangerous for you know, in the air.
I remember when I was younger, it was like, if you had your phone beside you, it would cause health issues. So.
True.
Yeah. We don't really know what we're doing half the time with tech, you know?
I don't think we know what we're doing.
Especially me, because I'm useless with it. Like, I have a mate who just builds my PC all the time, and then I'm just like, cool, the magical fairies are moving inside.
Oh, dude.
It works.
My PC's like that at the moment, where it decides to disconnect. The screens turn off. I mean, I built it. That's probably the problem. You know, I built this PC, and the screens turn off half the time. The game, you know, like DC from a League game. I probably can't play much League of Legends on it now because I built it.
Yeah. Look, at least you're giving it a solid try. I mean, I saw Kangus's hotel setup earlier on.
Yeah.
It is a laptop and a dream.
Oh, wow.
League of Legends working.
But see, that's some of the best games you can play.
It is fair.
Because like, if you have a good laptop that can crack on with League, it's actually not. Laptops these days are pretty good. They're pretty strong, you know.
I think we need to LAN party, man. I think it's
we do.
We need to get all the
LAN?
Yeah.
So we haven't had a LAN party in ages. Like, that's gone. You know, that was like the very early days.
Yeah.
With like old Warcraft and I'm trying to think of games.
You say it as if it's
Halo.
old. You, Fane, and Odo still play Warcraft. I think
we did.
plays with you as well.
No, we did for a bit, but those guys haven't invited me to anything for a while. Odo, hate you.
I don't know if he's down there.
Oh, I don't know where he is. No, he's somewhere around the studio. Odo's too busy, you know. I don't know what he does. I don't know what that man does in his spare time. He coaches Fnatic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing. So he is borderline you know, looking at maybe going down 0-2.
Yeah, not a great place to be. I mean, to be fair, you're saying that. I think Fnatic have had a good start this game.
They have had a good start.
I mean, they got the kill already.
But do you think, if Fnatic lose this, do you think it's Odo's fault 100%?
I think most of the problems in my life are Odo's.
I just could not agree more. Yeah. This network issue, obviously
Odo's
we're still
fault.
waiting for it. It's not his fault. No, it's not Odo's.
It's
Odo's fault,
Yeah, I mean, I saw him down there. He kicked a cable, probably.
I've been told we got 1 more minute remaining, and then after the restart, we should be all good. It's nice today. Nice night. Nice night for League, isn't it? I really missed, like, obviously we're losing our minds a bit, but I really missed.
Don't say we.
I'm losing my mind a bit. We said it's reminiscent to LPL because, again, when you get back-to-back, like, you get so involved in the game. But some games, we're coming back to a very different draft. But sometimes you get games that are, like, repetitive, where it's like, I feel like I've seen this before earlier in the day. That was definitely yesterday. But I am glad that we're getting different drafts to the point of, like, cracking out the Lissandra, running a different Nocturne comp. But then you look on the other side, and you're like, well, Fnatic are running Ahri Vi with a Jhin, and Cassante's in the game again. I feel like I've talked about Cassante today already, but it's only once.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same in Versus. You just had that Rumble Cassante trade for every best of one. We kind of just made a joke of it like, oh, it's the same thing every time, and that's why it's still here, you know?
I have a question for you. Do you think her name's not actually Vi, it's actually just 6? You think it's just Roman numerals, and we've been calling her Vi the whole time?
No, we have an entire TV show that tells you that's not the case, Jake.
Well, but maybe that's her name, and we've actually just been calling her Vi the whole time, but her name's actually 6.
No. It literally is in Arcane, Jake.
Okay,
You've watched it.
I didn't watch the second season yet. I didn't.
It tells you in the first season.
But the first season, I got Powder. I got that out of it. That was new for me.
Yeah.
And then
you just forgot about the Vi part.
Yeah. Well, do we have any more characters in the second season? Because I will watch it. It's just my wife hasn't committed to watching it with me. She said, don't watch it without me. And then it's been 6 months, 9 months. It's been a year.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably have a chat about it, but we have to go back to watching a different thing, which is going to be the game, because we're back into
it's
game
like Arcane.
to make it happen.
But this
Season
came
2,
first.
baby, of Game 2.
Okay. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. Internet is fixed. Remember, it's in the air. Now, MKOI, they found success early on, and that was through Elyoya. And if you need a bit of a catch-up, Jojo's doing pretty well in the lane after finding a small CS lead. And I have actually found out that Jojo in his career, he's got 4 wins out of 6 on his Lissandra, and he actually played it in the 2023 LCS Spring Playoffs, which ain't too far away from Mickey playing it in 2023 as well. Razork is deep.
Where are we off to here?
He is deep. Razork needs to get out and find a way home. Click the heels together, say there's no place like home, and you'll find a way as Razork, just at the edge of the minion wave. He's looking to
Alvaro's
execute.
going to kill him.
Oh, Paranoia. Oh, it's a free kill. Level 6 hit first. Elyoya just got a kill as Razork doesn't even waste any of his time. 500 gold lead, almost 60 CS. I think jungle gap is happening again.
Yeah, Elyoya has very much put this early game on his back and said, I want to try and carry the early invade, getting a ton of success from, and honestly, Razork should be much further out of this game if it wasn't for that early kill, thanks to Super and Alvaro kind of mismanaging that bottom lane. But still, Elyoya, level 6 hit, immediately goes on towards Razork.
Oh, flash all out. Hang on, Mirwin maybe overstepped. Turret shot taken by Empross. Mirwin burns the flash. Okay, that's a summon for each. Ulti held onto. I think Mirwin uses it on the wave so that he can back off.
Deadly Flourish missed by Upset, so not able to quite follow up on Alvaro, but still, I think this is where if you're like trading places on the map, it's Upset and Lospa who've set themselves up for good success in this bottom lane, and it's Elyoya now with that early kill and the CS advantage that is hoping to maybe make a play on this bottom side. But again, I don't think he should have fully committed with the ultimate. I think Alvaro would have been able to maybe at least delay, but help you get the kill.
Yeah.
And then you would have had this ultimate now for a potential play on the bottom side where Upset and Lospa are pushing in.
Dreadflame comes in, Deadly Flourish connects. We've got a 4th shot, about 3 away for now. Barrier going to be used, Curtain Call, Upset hit level 6 first. Block for me, he says Alvaro, help me. Super running back, Alvaro takes the last shot, but that bot lane is sent out of there for the only success right now of Fnatic.
You've also got Razork on this bottom side of the map. So I'm wondering if they try and make a play immediately as this bot lane comes back to the bottom side. The Void Grubs are up, which you'd imagine is going to be Elyoya's point of concern. But no, it's just going to be the resets across the way.
But Upset getting the push in. I mean, this is a 600 gold lead and then some as well. So this kind of mitigates the individual lead that Elyoya has found in the jungle. And Upset goes back, serrated dirt, cloth armor. We got a little bit more on that as Alvaro disguises a minion. Vladdy pulls back. I mean, a bit obvious. Yeah, okay, especially with the relic, very obvious. He's going to walk away, probably open up for grubs as he drop a ward, and Elyoya is now up here to match as well.
Yeah, you just got to give it a shot, see if it works, especially with the resets coming through.
Yeah,
first time getting them this game.
Yeah.
I do think he needs to make some sort of cross-map play, though, at this stage, as Lospa will find Super.
Drift on a little bit shallow, though. Or rather, the wrong direction. Razork is beelining it to bot as well. Lospa takes a heavy chunk, but Alvaro's still on the roam trying to defend this side of the jungle. Razork playing between it. Want to see if he can find an angle, maybe set up a dive. And this is smart from Fnatic. They're looking for the one angle they can, which is the immobile AD carry. Put him down before the rest of MKOI gets up. Is setting up with a frozen thrall. I see a tomb in the making, waiting for it with a couple of ice shards out. Jojo won't pull the trigger of the ulti, but instead he sends Vladdy packing again.
It kind of felt like both mid laners were trying to call the bluff there. Jojo didn't want to ult because if you Spirit Rush, you still get the distance and then wouldn't be able to follow up effectively for Elyoya. But Vladdy kind of calling him and saying, I'm not going to use my Spirit Rush. I don't think you're going to pull the trigger here. So kind of staring down each other. And nothing ends up coming from it.
But Mirwin maybe an opportunity here for Razork. Control ward in the brush. They know it's free. Vault Breaker in behind him. There's a cease and desist. Mirwin, no flash available. Is burned before Empress gets a slow down with a Notoko strike. And the all-out Mirwin pops the round for the kill to go over Empress and Jojo. He's teleported in on Empress. The glacial path will get him out of dodge. But now he's thinking, what can he do? Vault Breaker. Jojo caught up. Still no frozen tomb until now. Heals him up a little bit here as he's trying to get these ice shards in. And I think he can win out the long play. But Fnatic won't give him the opportunity. They'll take the kill and walk away as a depth charge onto Super with a dredge line as well. But you've got two members in front of another. Alvaro take the fourth shot. Deadly Flourish flashed away from Spirit Rush. Vladdy's on the way in. He's got flash, but the enemies are out of sight. And Fnatic will walk away still with the win in top and a bit more summoners in bot.
Both mid laners try to make plays on side lanes that end up coming to nothing. Means that there's no real loss for Jojo as it could have been a wave pushed in the mid lane. But still, had to reset and doesn't have that TP to play with. And again, we're just going to look at the top line. It's just a decent gank here. Mirren wants to try and get this lane crash, but Impero's not letting it happen. They set up with the flick back, and it's a late TP from Jojo. It's because of how long this TP takes to happen. And he realizes as soon as he gets in, he just wants to take that glacial path immediately out. And does get some decent damage, but ends up nearly going down at the back of this.
There's that frozen tomb healing up quite nicely, letting him sustain the fight. He's got Malignance here as a starting item, so very much about that ult, and the MR also will help Mirwin, especially early on, as I've got to say, Jojo, the lane still looks great. I mean, despite the fact, yeah, he didn't get anything top, but the lane still looks really good as Vladdy committed down for the assist. 2 games in a row now that mid lane has been diffed by MKOIs.
Fnatic shifting quicker to this dragon, though. I don't know how heavily they want to commit. They've gone the entire way around blue buff, which maybe gives MKOI enough time to burn this down.
Jojo has the ulti again, wait for the Volt and Battery, and I'm waiting for Razork to get on him for the smite. Still no Pop Blossom instead. Razork can't move, and he won't get to play the fight. The flash over Elyoya as the charm doesn't connect. The flee in place, and Jojo drops down the Ring of Frost and a Thrall to pick up his first kill of this game.
MKOI managing to burn the dragon down and find the fight after. The Pop Blossom from Alvaro doing work, as now they set their sights on bot lane. Upset and Lospa should be safe, but hoping maybe they can get the damage onto the tower.
But again, another play that for MKOI kind of brings them back in. I mean, it's Elyoya's lead that really is affecting this game. He has a 50 CS lead over Razork, and even though top looks so successful, the harsh reality is that Elyoya is very, very powerful. Doesn't have his ult available, and I think if you look down bot, I'm not sure if he was spotted by that ward that looked like it expired. But he's going to wait in the brush nevertheless. No flash available, no paranoia. He'll just wait and see if they overstep. As meanwhile, Razork spotted on the top side, getting top scuttle crap.
Still, what started off as Fnatic with a decent start to this game. I know we went a bit rough for Razork, but Upset was in full control of the bottom side. Not being able to turn that into success at the Dragon. Bit of a mishap, and now Emperor's fishing for Mirren.
There is a good angle, but Mirren is close enough to his turret. It should be fine. Empress decided to pick up a Rookern.
Kenny Crooker.
First name, but still, regardless, going to be able to survive Mirwin. No problem there whatsoever. It does feel like Mirwin, Super. The side lanes have been pretty weak off, while Jojo's doing exceptionally well once again. It's a minute till that Herald to see how this Lissandra functions, because Dagda, I think the best thing about Lissandra is early skirmishes and fights. She is so easy to operate, especially if you're grouped up. Like, Lissandra's a game changer if you can coordinate with the rest of your team.
It's also her early damage is pretty high. She does fall off later on, but we may get a point to Gates here.
Path used. Here we go. Maybe he can just ulti in the middle of everyone. He gets charged into Jojo, waiting it out. Pop Blossom instead. But no, he didn't even use, or maybe he did at one point, but Fnatic winning the start of the fight. Upset, now getting his autos down, and Elyoya's looking for an escape path, but it's going to be followed by Vladdy. Alvaro roots up after Vladdy gets himself down, but still, Alvaro on his escape path will get a charm in right at the back of the neck, and Upset with a kill. Fnatic with a massive wipe in the early game.
Much needed gold into them as well. The fact that they're able to turn that play around and get one back for themselves over their opponents is massive. Because this was kind of starting to look like Memkoi getting the lead, getting control of the game, but Fnatic able to fight back in them.
I see the replay because I'm so confused by the particles. Waiting for Jojo to ult, but maybe he used it on Lospa.
He used it on Lospa just as he flashed. So we get the E in, then get the roost. It's a knock-up that buys time for Lospa. There's the ult, though. But the problem is that the ultimate from Alvaro gets denied because of the cease and desist from Razork. And it's a nice flash from Super, which actually gets him over Razork's play. But at that stage, Fnatic and Upset in the backline have dealt enough damage. And with so much invested onto both the jungler and the support, Upset and Vladdy can start to run a bit amok.
And Upset, as you said, you know, early game was already good. And he's got 1,500 gold lead. He had Collector. BF Sword comes in the mix after the successful fight. 500 gold lead for Mkoi. It's dwindled from what it was. Next Dragon in a minute 30, and that would be the real test here for Fnatic to use some of the gold they just picked up to stop this Dragon stacking and find their way into a successful mid-game.
You need to find some way as Fnatic to try and keep Upset safe, though.
Waiting. Alvaro gets some damage down as well. Super sets up with Calibrum, but Razork's on the side. Cease and desist about 30 seconds from being up and available. Can't do too much but watch as Elyoya with Paranoia is chasing around, now thinking about starting the Herald.
This play basically guarantees Mkoi this Rift Herald, though. Upset cannot try and play up because he'll just get ulted immediately by either Elyoya or Jojo Hyun, and that just is the game for Fnatic. So instead, they have to give up the Rift Herald, and at least that should give more gold in towards the likes of Super, because he is the one obviously that's lacking quite a bit here, and you definitely want this Aphelios to be a major factor in the upcoming fights.
Down 1,000 gold. Herald goes over though, as you said. That'll guarantee mid if they can't get access to it, or maybe some plates in either of these side lanes. Still about a 50 CS lead from Elyoya. Razork has caught up a little bit here, but that early game has burdened him so much. He's looking at item builds in the meantime as well. Leandris was picked up by Mirwin. He's going to go back, probably get himself one Blooding Jewel. What's he going next? A Stride Breaker for Elyoya. Makes item number 2 in a rather cheap build here for the Nocturne. I'm noticing that Jojo, looks like the Shadow Flame is coming second. And for Jojo, a bit of extra damage here with some MR Shred. Seems to be the Lissandra direction.
Fnatic in a decent spot here. You're waiting for Jojo with a flank position, but I think Fnatic should be able to take this before he gets into position.
Which is good, a really good sneak. Lots of Dragon stacking, and as you said, no position, no Dragon taken. Fnatic on the board. Herald's going to be used in mid. His turret's definitely dying, as the charge should be instantaneous. But Super is not going to even let it charge, so no damage taken. Who's going to mount it is the next question, as Herald turns around.
Can you get into bot lane? Looks like it should be able to with the position here.
This is hard to curve, no?
Oh. No, should have us, yeah.
They're pro players. Well done.
Yeah, and this gives you 2 terrors off the back of that. Crucially, the gold in the mid being given to Super alleviates some of that gold lead that has been there for Upset for a while. And now getting that second terror. Lads, let's not be greedy.
Okay.
Let's not be greedy. Okay.
I don't know if he got the cannon from that. He did some damage with the Herald, but I don't know if Jojo got the cannon as Empress just takes it down. Make a blast cone used to stop the trade from Bloody up in the top side. Good wave clear from Mirwin. And dodges that Orb of Deception outside of the charm. So it's a trade positive here for Mkoi as they crest upon 2,000 gold again.
Heroes overextending though. Doesn't know Elyoya is here.
Do you think you can kill him? I guess Nocturne will shred. Slowed down. He's flipped back though, and the damage is very slow. Ring of Frost, and there we go. There's the tomb, and I doubted the damage, but Elyoya has enough as he stands his place and attacks.
MKOI just making sure that they didn't give Emperos any action through that wall. If Jojo had tried to step a little bit closer, could have been ulted through it, but instead, just avoid it. And MKOI make a nice pick on towards the bottom side.
And guess what? Gold over to Elyoya yet again. Was this Nocturne? You think he couldn't get it any more fed? He's still delivering on the demands of the MKOI fans. It's 40 seconds till the Baron, but Dragon's coming up in 3. And my biggest question in this game is now, how do they stop the rolling, I was going to say rolling thunder, that is Elyoya and Jojo in some of these fights, especially when we're talking about Rumble in the mix as well. 2 items seem so damn strong for MKOI's comp through that top side of the map. But I do worry that the fact that the Ahri and the Vi aren't big hitters to add into the mix of Fnatic.
I mean, they're definitely not a slouch, especially if they're going up against Supa. I think you can kill Supa and then hope that you can carry the rest of the fight through that. Because I think if Elyoya and Supa are gone, you just have not enough to carry you through the rest of these fights. But that is a tall task, because I think Elyoya dives on towards Upset and makes his life absolutely miserable, whereas Upset is almost at the other side of the fight, and it then is a case of MKOI trying to manage both diving and protecting Supa at the same time, which can be a tall ask, but they've been doing it relatively well over the last couple of moments.
Yeah, I feel like Supa as well. We did talk about that guy being, you know, on top of the iceberg, but also bottom in very many senses. But Supa has such a high threshold to carry team fights. I mean, a lot of AD carries will do, but Supa can be quite dangerous in that regard. Now, while I'm yapping away, there's a lot going on in this bottom side of the jungle. Elyoya's thinking about a steal. He knows blue buff's up and available. He's going to poke his little head in and see that, okay, Fnatic, I've got 2 members here, but I want this buff. I want to steal it away. I want to keep Razork down in the dirt, and by a level, he will. He'll just walk on in, smite it down. Blue buff's gone. He shares it with Alvaro, so once again, Razork doesn't really get much.
A push on this bottom side from Irwin as well means that they can continue to get vision in towards this jungle if they want to. Alvaro going to look for the reset though. So it looks like they'll just be happy at the moment to back away, minute and 20 until that next dragon. And with decent control over the enemy jungle, it becomes kind of difficult for Fnatic to set up the fights in the manner that they want to. There's so many flank positions in this enemy jungle that Lissandra popping over a wall, Elyoya using that ultimate, just makes things very difficult for Fnatic if they can't establish themselves in river.
So vision being cleared out, an important aspect. Isn't it ridiculous how long that clone lasts? Look, it's still there. And now it's gone. That thing lasts like 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, if you start at the back, it then goes the back.
I mean, yeah, but that's, come on. Yeah. You know, it's a ward, it's a 10-second ward. Does it still cost nothing?
I think it does. No, it does cost nothing.
Not like Ash, I mean Hawkshot. That's also a bit silly. That's the original silly. No, Hawkshot not costing anything. I'll set it up, cease and desist. It's Alvaro though, trying to fade it out, but the charm's still good enough. Pop Blossom comes down in the meantime. There's one, but Fnatic are engaging a bit too far. Glacial Path, Jojo, he's frozen in the middle. The tomb is for Fnatic. MKOI now launched with no fear because this Lissandra is here. Setting up with a triple, Quadra denied. But Jojo just said goodnight to Fnatic.
I need to rewatch that again, but I think Alvaro was cosplaying Supa. So Razork immediately dove onto him and was like, I've got the 80. This happened.
He broke it.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the start, but I'm pretty sure Alvaro ended up as Supa. So Razork thought he had it, but this flash immediately from Jojo, setting up the rest of the play. A triple kill for the Lissandra. And with the Infernum to follow up on that play, it was just picture perfect from MKOI.
And in a fight where it's so close corridor, even though the thralls didn't really change everything as the game continues to break, it does feel like, I don't know, Dala, I don't know what that middle symbol is. I can read about 10 symbols in Mandarin.
I just went back to double check there. It was, yeah. So they thought that Nico was Aphelios. So they immediately dove onto him, thought he was overextending.
Well done, Alvaro.
Yeah.
I mean, as you said, they want to send it for Supa, but Alvaro dies, still gets the Pop Blossom down.
And Fnatic are none the wiser now with a 6K gold lead. Third Dragon going to MKOI. If there was a nail in the coffin for this series, that could have been it.
I'm pretty sure it is at this stage. Supa isn't really under much of a threat. The gold lead that was there for upset has been completely diminished. And a 3-item Aphelios is very much online in this game. You can see how much was invested by Fnatic, hoping that they could kill him in that last engage. But now with those tools down for a potential soul fight, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
And Jojo
Although actually, sorry, they should be back.
But the problem is, by then, MKOI just going to be so overwhelmingly strong. Already there now. Crypto Bloom picked up, and Jojo's got 3 items. 2,500 just about. Elyoya continues to scurry away all the CS. MKOI now siege top, and well, Vladdy is looking for something in bot. MKOI able to step up here, especially without Vladdy. Deadly Flourish onto Jojo. The flip back is nice. Teleport now going to be burned. Glacial Path away though. Jojo gets on out while the squishy Cassante is exposed. The ulti popped by Supa. Emperor's close to dying. He's just out of range though. But Jojo also quite low. Deadly Flourish almost hits the Glacial Path mid-air. But Fnatic stopped the Baron siege, which is more than you'd expect being this far down.
They stop it for the moment. That next wave is going to come through. With the resets and defender advantage being getting there quicker, they should be okay to clear it out. But yeah, that was a dicey one. At least they managed to hold for the second one. As you say, 50 seconds left on this Baron buff. I don't think this Red Bull Baron power play is getting much bigger.
We'll see. Reset from Jojo at the very least. As he comes back out, he's walked towards the bottom lane, so he's going to get the push there, look for the inner. It's going to be handled by Elyoya and Mirwin together, and Elyoya is just shadowing, seeing if he can find a target for the Paranoia. But Emperor's so tanky at this point, and with these 2 melee carries, hard to approach the turret, so Inner should be staying standing here for that last 20 seconds. But which one? Maybe this one drops, mid stays.
I mean, you got red-white on this bottom lane. This bot lane is not going to last longer. But I think you can honestly start to rotate back over if you want. Jojo, level 16, could look for a dive.
Razork.
But I think it's a bit dicey here.
Going to Vault Breaker, Tangle Barbs, just out of reach, especially when Razork presses Q over the wall. Baron has now expired, but the next wave could just push over this turret in the mid lane. And a bit of a reprieve for Fnatic as they bide their time and wait for this last dragon of the game. And they are lucky it is a Chemtech Soul, as Upset gets 1 hit by Supa, almost a half HP. He will have himself his 3rd item on the next back as well as that inner turret finally falls down. Razork really wanted his Raptors, but with Equalizer down and Paranoia, this is the final blow that MKOI want to strike on in as Blast Cone's used. Paranoia not pulled yet, but into the base. Elyoya takes it late, but even though Cease and Desist is there, the Pop Blossom to follow up. A bit messy as MKOI go in, then out, but here are the Thralls. Here's Jojo, and here is the Ice Queen running in, fearing not and charming out. Frozen Thrall's not going to come out until Vladdy drops once again. His tomb was his own, but MKOI can do the rest for him as they reprieve what was yesterday against Na'Vi, here against Fnatic today.
The fadeaway Q from Elyoya when locked down the last member of Fnatic. It may just be the strike that MKOI needed to close out this game. It won't be able to finish now, but with the base open and that soul in a minute and a half, it should be enough.
This Lissandra pick is paying off dividends, so as Mirwin punishes Razork wanting his own Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, this was such an overextension, but great patience from Elyoya here as he waits for the flash from Upset over. But as he called it, like, then you get 1 flash away from Elyoya, Alvaro goes in, and it's only when you get the flash over from Mirwin with the Glacial Path from Jojo that this actually starts to go in favor of him.
Use the tomb onto Vladdy. Vladdy ends up dying, so might be worth it. I haven't seen Jojo use it on himself, but I mean, as you said, everything else falls in place.
I ult myself, but low-key we killed 3, so.
I mean, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I haven't seen him ult himself, but I think he wanted to press alt.
Yeah,
press
you gotta shift his self.
No, alt.
What?
Did you change keys? I swear it's alt. I swear
maybe I
alt
did. Oh, maybe I did actually, yeah.
It's alt.
Yeah. Never mind. Never mind.
But depends on your hotkeys.
Yeah.
I mean, to be
Use
fair,
your hotkeys.
bro, it could be different for anyone. I know someone, Aragon plays with bloody mouse only, you know? He plays Renekton with, he has like 10 mouse buttons in his mouse.
So what does he do with the left hand?
He has QWER in the mouse.
Yeah.
And clicking, attacking on the mouse. I think he presses A on the keyboard, I don't know. for attack.
What? Why bother? Just add that to another keyboard.
I mean, you may as well at that point. Just use mouse only. But that is kind of genius. And then use your left hand for
No, I
talking
think
smack.
I do think that's a dig at Renekton players.
Hey.
I don't need a
play
keyboard
that
to play the champion.
I need a keyboard, okay? I prefer the keyboard. Renekton's hard, I think. I mean, that champion. You know, it's like saying Volibear's hard. I don't think Volibear's a hard champion. Just make sure you
Jojo, are you fishing here?
He is indeed. Glacial Barb onto Lost Buff. Gets that root down, and every Ring of Frost has just been setting up. Great play so far as MKOI are hovering around the Baron. Fnatic have to face check, but if they do, they will surely lose here. So we're cresting 10,500 gold. Chemtech Soul as well. Jojo just picked up himself a Storm Surge. That's a 4-item Lysandra with a Dark Seal.
And LEC would just continue to be a menace in the jungle.
Yeah.
Razork has not had a fun time this game. Empiro's not going to be able to have a fun time here.
No, he's not, and he's taking some serious damage. He's going to flee, but he's over an equalizer with their fellows hold as well. Empiro's one shot away, and down he goes. There we go, Flash with again the Frozen Tomb. Jojo having a clinical series, and Baron is free for the taking as Mirwan's just going to walk in, take the plating in top, but you know this is done. It's just a slow burn to the victory line for MKOI.
Yeah, I thought the fight would be over Baron, not the red buff, and unfortunately it's the red buff that ends up being the detriment of Fnatic. This Baron will go over, and it's just there's nothing left in the map here for Fnatic. They know it themselves.
All they can do is just, I don't know, play as long as they can towards an Elder.
I don't think they're making it.
I don't think they're making it there either. But this could be our first 2-0 stretch line. Gets Jojo, Deadly Flourish, Charm. Glacial Path doesn't get him out. Now.
Hold.
We hold. Do a little bit of a hold. A little bit of a hold there.
But yeah, Empiro's just, yes, you're Kazante, but you do not have the tankiness you need right now to survive this. Again, the Flea, just great timing on, I say the Fear, great timing on it, because the W had just come off, and then MKOI just nice picks.
Not holding much anymore. I think it's a long shot. MKOI is still starting plays, even with Jojo dead. But I guess we're just, what are we going to wait for? Because Baron's up. Jojo has TP. MKOI are running back. I guess they're just waiting. Mega Blast going, yeah. No, we're going away. Razork's thinking we go in. Thoughts?
I think Razork always thinks he's going in. I think that's half the problem.
True. I mean, here is that really the problem, though. If Razork goes in, I would say it's better than not doing anything.
I don't know if I agree with that.
They're saying doing nothing is better than doing anything.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to have a little bit of patience.
Yeah, but how would you have patience here? How do you think patience wins this game?
By waiting for your right moment to find a pick.
I mean, yeah, that's
they just did it on the Lysandra.
That's what I'm saying. But I thought you said just don't do anything.
No, God, no.
No, because that's worse.
At the right time, yeah.
At the right time, okay. Let's find the right time for Fnatic. When do you think it is?
Now.
Hang on, cease and desist. Razork's dead. Oh dear. Death charge. Oh dear. Equalizer. Okay.
It wasn't now. It wasn't now, Asterix. It wasn't now.
Now? Anyone? No, we've run out of steam. I think Fnatic are dead here. Now Yoya is still not dying from the GA, or rather losing it. MKOI press the button, no problem there. And our first 2-0 in the LEC Spring comes from MKOI. Much better performance here today. Fnatic might go down, but in the end, it is MKOI's expectations that rise back up with a 1-1 week.
I mean, Elyoya had a fantastic game in this number 2. Immediately getting the invade, making Razork's life miserable. There was nothing that Fnatic could do to really control that early game.
And look, let's be real, 2 lanes in a row, Jojo absolutely stomped. The Azir lane looked spectacular. The Lysandra also looked fantastic, and you can add your say in Player of the Series, LEC X. Elyoya, Jojo are super options, and I've got to say, Elyoya, fantastic game. I mean, both games look good. Jojo, for me, is a dead ringer for Player of the Series, quite easily. I mean, that guy, as he said in the interview between games, like, he doesn't want to muck. Wait, I'm paraphrasing. He doesn't want to muck around. To give you Australians right. He doesn't want to muck around, and he just wants to be a ripper.
And I think he's been ripping people apart. Even in the loss yesterday, he was spectacular. Like, he was kind of their main focal point, and in the games today, it really does feel like Jojo has taken another step up.
Yeah.
It was there because after hearing the interview from Cops in LEC Versus, it sounded like Jojo maybe took it personal. He wasn't in that list. But we'll have to toss it over towards Supa, who's standing by to tell us how he's feeling after that win.
Yes, indeed, a 2-0, the first 2-0 of spring, in fact, for MKOI. Supa, congratulations. How do you feel about your play today?
Thank you. I think it was a really important win. No? We need to make it to the playoffs. This split, I would like that we make it without being in the last game of the split.
Yeah, maybe starting better helps, but then, I mean, I have to ask, you didn't start well yesterday. Tell me what happened.
I mean, I think yesterday we were probably like playing too emotional, the games. I think we were not calm, we were not making decisions, me, myself as well. So I think we were not clutch in the most important moment of the games, or we were taking risks that we don't need to do it to win games, and I think this is something that we need to change.
Now, there were a lot of quotes from Melzet that came out recently. We're also going to interview him in PGL later, some more about you and about him just being not happy about the performance, but that also becomes something so public, right? And that then everybody talks about that. I was wondering how, as a pro player, you deal with that, because I know that it's part of the job, but it isn't easy.
I mean, I don't really mind, because at the end I focus on what I can do the best, you know, and I'm not happy with the performance yesterday, but as well I know I can be way better and keep pushing my limits to be the best player in the world. That is what I aim to do, no?
Does it push you anyway? Is this the right kind of leadership for you? Because it seems that you're flourishing under kind of the expectations that Melzet is putting on you. You've also famously said, well, they're going to regret it if I'm not there, or if I was not to be there, right? So does that work well for you?
I mean, right now we are in regular season. I will shut his mouth in the playoffs.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Supa. Congratulations. And we're going to head over to Melzet himself, who will be shut up in the playoffs. Apparently? Apparently, Melzet?
I hope so.
Melzet, how do you feel yesterday compared to today? Because obviously we talked about the interview that you gave and kind of your feelings on the day leaving yesterday, but obviously today a 2-0, feeling better?
I think it's still room for improvement anyway, but yeah, it was way better than yesterday. At least we played more as a team.
What was it that upset you so much about the losses specifically and how they happened?
We had a really big talk at the beginning of this split. I think we set up our objectives really high, so then I need to hold the bar really high for them. And I think we didn't perform at all as a team. Like, we were having winning positions and we throw it so easy. And also from behind, I think we could play way more calm. I think we were not disciplined enough when we were snowballing. Like, you don't need to hard win the game just by brute force. You can be a bit more smart, play around objectives, force the enemies to come into you. The engage were really bad. And I think that's not the level that we want to have if we want to compete international. That I think everybody felt great for one part, like G2 did really well, but also you get jealous or envy, or you want to be there, you know? So we need to improve for that. We have the toll, everybody agreed to that, so now I will hold the bar high.
Is there different things? Do you feel like, you know, when you came in, let's start all the way when Jojo Pyun came into the roster and all the things you were working on, right? Obviously, you have improved a whole lot. So how far are you still from being able to say, I would confidently be able to go into MSI, into a grand final again, because you didn't get the chance to even play one yet this year, right?
I don't think we are far, per se, but I think you need to improve on little things that are not easy to change. So that is going to take a lot of work. I believe on my team and they can do it. They know that I believe on them so much, but then we need to change certain things that are not easy to change, and we need to push forward.
Yeah.
I'm hearing the positive reinforcement. We heard some of the negative reinforcement as well. What gives you the confidence as a coach that your team can handle the heat? Because it's a lot of heat to put a team under that type of microscope, but it seems like you're still confident in the team to be able to perform regardless.
Yes, like I think they are grow-ups. We had a lot of talks. They know that for me, they are the best 5 players in Europe, or they can be at least. But if they want to be those guys, they need to do certain things that right now I don't think they are doing. So I need to push them in that direction. And if I need to be the bad guy, I'm fine. You know, I don't care about that.
Light a fire under their butts a little bit. Now, I got to say, we had another coach on the broadcast. Odo, unfortunately, he's with Fnatic right now, I imagine, chatting with them. What were your thoughts on Fnatic? Because they're having also a kind of a slow start. And you
like
kind of steamrolled them right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to have an opinion on a team that you're not living with them or seeing what they are doing day by day. I feel like they still didn't figure it out, their identity and how they want to play the game as a team. So I think that will be a good first step. But maybe they have, and they are just not able to perform, and there can be like 20 million problems that I cannot know.
Sure.
Yeah, we think they might be in free fall a little bit, but time will tell, of course. There's also not that many series, right? And they've dropped 2 now, so
yep, 2.
That's pretty intense.
This was the first 2-0. You ended the streak. We were cursed with all 3 games.
Yeah, we thought we were going to be here for with pleasure. We're going to be here for every single game, but that was nice. And the Kia player of the series was Jojo Pune. Hey, your boy.
Hey, he got it. I mean, that game
really
one
boy,
especially.
Yeah.
Well, I own it. Yeah. Game 1 especially, like 2 solo kills. Did he get any solo kills in that last game?
I think he now has 8 in the last 4 games.
Now 5 because of this game just happening. 8 in the last 5, but still insane, like number of solo kills. What are your thoughts on Jojo Pune and his performance so far in the season?
I think he's slowly getting the player that I believe that he can be. I think his early game and lane phase now is more mature. He's more aware of the jungler and how he can impact and how he can impact the map. So it's not just he's just killing the guy in front of him. He also is controlling the map. He understands better what he needs to do to win. And I think he is one of the biggest talents that we have in the West, so we'll need to take care of him and hope that he's going to show what he's capable of. In the Lissandra game, he also played insanely well the fights.
Yeah, and different styles, because the Azir versus the Lissandra. Is this something you've been working on with Jojo to kind of expand? Because I don't think of him as a Lissandra player. No. I think of him as more of the flashy, standout mid laners that he likes to play.
We wanted to pick it yesterday. He didn't want to pick the Sylas.
Okay.
So now he also was battling to pick Victor this game. I told him, is Lissandra, please pick it. He can play every single champion almost in the game. He just needs to have an idea what his role, and I think he's working on that more often now.
It's interesting to see, right? Because I feel like when, now having you here, Jojo is someone that got kind of a bad rep, I want to say, right? Because there was a lot that came out after he left, and a lot lateness and whatnot. And I think very often stories like that follow players for much longer than they should, when they have actually, they have opened the book and then are on a new page, so to say. And that's really how I feel about Jojo, because even though I also had my thoughts about him coming to NA, right? He's been incredible, his work ethic from what we can see, and of course you will be the one to be able to speak to that.
I think he didn't deserve that propaganda, or I don't know how it's called.
It's propaganda,
he still is a bit the little kid that he wants to get his way out and all of that. But anyway, he's really hardworking. He really cares about the game. He really cares about tryharding. It's just he's a bit, how we say in Spanish, mamón, that we love him and we know how to deal with that. And he's really doing a really good job now.
Yeah,
character growth. That's what that is.
For sure, that's what we love.
There's a time in his life when he maybe wanted to pick Lissandra when his coach tells him to, but now he's listening. He's following along.
He always listens. He just have strong opinions, or he likes certain things more, like the Sylas game.
Of course.
But he's a good guy.
Awesome. With that, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. One more day of best of threes. Only 2 of them tomorrow as well, which is really good. We have Navi back on the docket. They'll be playing SK Gaming. SK without a win, and Navi with a huge scalp, of course, over MKOI. a couple of days ago. And then we have Team Heretics up versus Vitality. Team Heretics also impressed me. And Vitality, they always impress me in the first game at least, and then I don't know.
They make it interesting, at least. What are your thoughts, though? Which one do you think is like the closest matchup?
I think Vitality is really good. I think they just lack a bit of discipline in some cases, and I think their champion pools run short when the series goes on. Like there is already 2 best-of-3s that they are not playing the best comp in the game 3. So probably if they improve on that, they are going to be a really scary team.
Yeah, I feel like if you are coaching them, I feel like we'd get so many quotes because they are the definition of not being disciplined.
Yeah, that's good.
Crazy.
Like, if that's the idea of the team, that's how it should work.
It's fun.
That's good. But if we won, I don't believe that without discipline you can compete with the best.
True.
We agreed on it, so now I'm pushing them. If they all tell me like, nah, we are chilling, we want to be happy, we don't care about competing with the best, then I wouldn't be mad. Like that would be the objective.
Who doesn't want to compete with the best?
Well, that's the fun thing about Vitality. You never know. They can compete with the best. They can also throw games. When I was doing my prep coming into LEC, Medic was helping me out, and he was like, if Gen Z was personified as a team, it would be Vitality.
Nako is making headlines. I think if he can have that discipline, he's really good. But sometimes he goes way too far. But we'll see that in the matchup again tomorrow. A lot of interesting things, storylines developing here already in the LEC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Melzet, we always appreciate your candor and how direct you are with us. And yeah, that's a win for MKOI on the books. And we'll be back tomorrow for 2 more best-of-3s to make your Monday a little bit better. See you then.
Let's see though, there's the ulti burned out. Seren doesn't really hit anything with it. Mickey's a new target, cease and desist. Flash over the wall, still dead. With the pullback from Seren. He can't lean on the flash this time around. The Pathmaker used, the dodge comes out. The slow Natofo is tracing. Solo kills Wonder. Salabuna!
Look why, she's in bubble.
Why is that?
Yeah, minion.
Aurora's out, okay? Aurora's out. I'm helping Cassandra.
I killed him, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go bot after, go bot in end.
Don't tell me.
I bump.
Doctor that. Play, bro, winning.
I kill Korki.
Don't play chat, Freddy.
Allez. Good.
Oriana. You should do it. Korki dash it. The W. No flash,
No flash Sion. I kill Sion.
Korki has flash, okay?
Korki?
Don't flash Korki. The W.
I can base TP.
No, just base TP.
Oh, we can. Oh, you're not so strong.
Yeah.
Carriers, Bloody is in danger. As you said, the between worlds needs to be used now. But Jojo hits in mid-air and solo kills, teleports out, and styles on Bloody.
I can look now.
Yeah, just finish first.
I kill Jonara.
You clear them. Only have to.
There's one, but Fnatic are engaging a bit too far. Glacial Pump, Jojo, he's frozen in the middle. The tomb is for Fnatic.
Holy, I'm goated.
Holy shit, Joseph.